Rise of the European Emperor by Taishan Laonyo.
Chapter 800, The Siege is Frustrated. Of course, some conventional rules still need to be followed. While sending troops, the Duke of Geddes also sent an envoy to Ghent to present a declaration of war to the handsome King Philip, who had lived in Ghent for a long time. He was the real master of the Austrian Netherlands and the legitimate heir to the Duchy of Burgundy. In this declaration of war, Duke Charles II of Geddes righteously condemned the Habsburg family for kidnapping the Swiss mercenary prisoners of war who were supposed to be released halfway, pointing out that it was an extremely despicable act to attack the unarmed Swiss prisoners of war. Charles II, Duke of Geddes, out of indignation, decided to send troops to rescue those innocently arrested, kind Swiss people. After issuing the challenge, the envoy of the Principality of Geddes followed the order of Charles II to observe the reaction of the handsome King Philip. Sure enough, Philip expressed great indignation and accused the Principality of Geddes of being despicable and shameless. He issued the challenge at this time, which made him have no time to gather troops to fight. The envoy curled his lips and thought to himself, "We have to wait for you to be ready, and we still have to fight." Of course, he was just a messenger, and he didn't dare to despise the handsome King Philip in person. So, with a fake smile on his face, he said that he would definitely bring Philip's accusations to Charles II. In fact, the handsome King Philip had known the whole story for a long time. After all, this happened in the Duchy of Brabant under his name, and he, as a party involved, must know it. After all, if Maximilian I wanted to influence the Netherlands, he had to go through him. So Philip had known for a long time that the Duchy of Geddes would attack the Parson concentration camp. Because the Parsons concentration camp was originally a bait to lure the Principality of Geddes. Otherwise, it would not be set up so close to the border of the Principality of Geddes. However, acting must be done in full. As a qualified actor, Philip's acting skills are still good. After all, a qualified politician is an excellent actor. Although Philip is still young, he is not a rookie. Under the stimulation of his peer Marin, he has also made some progress. Moreover, because Prince I of Spain did not die, this also led to the handsome King Philip not being involved in the battle for the throne of the Kingdom of Castile. Prince Juan, oh no, it should be His Majesty Juan now. After all, after the death of Isabella I, Prince Juan officially became the King of Castile, although he continued to be guided by Ferdinand II. After all, he did not die, so he naturally did not have to participate in the battle for the Castilian throne between his wife, Mad Woman Juana, and his father Ferdinand II. Because he did not go to Spain, he did not die of typhus in Burgos, Spain in 1506 as in history. So, now in 1507, Philip is still alive and kicking. Philip is not dead, and the so-called Mad Woman Juana is not completely crazy. Of course, Juana is not the Queen of Castile now, so she does not have to separate from Philip. Historically, Juana was the Queen of Castile, but her husband was in Ghent, Flanders, picking up girls every day, which almost drove Juana crazy, so she stayed by Philip's side all day to prevent the invasion of the mistress. In order not to arouse the suspicion of the envoy of the Principality of Geddes, Philip pretended to be furious and threatened to gather 50,000 troops to attack the Principality of Geddes, capture the capital of the Principality of Geddes, and then burn Geddes with fire. The envoy of the Principality of Geddes smiled, but on the other hand, he was thinking in his heart, "Who are you trying to fool? Everyone knows that the Habsburg family is now gathering heavy troops in Switzerland to fight. Want to withdraw troops to fight a decisive battle with the Principality of Geddes? You're dreaming." Moreover, even if the entire Habsburg territory was mobilized, it couldn't gather 50,000 troops. Who doesn't know that the Habsburg family's finances are not good? They can't afford 50,000 troops at all. Seeing Philip's furious and cowardly appearance, the envoy of the Principality of Geddes also felt relieved. After returning, he told Charles II what he saw in Ghent. It's useless for Philip to be angry. We can definitely take down this Parson concentration camp. As long as we get those Swiss mercenaries, we will no longer be afraid of the Habsburg family. At the same time, the 14,000 troops of the Principality of Geddes also crossed the border, quickly surrounded the Parson concentration camp, and launched a siege. However, what surprised the commander of the Geddes army, Bonnets, was that there were many musketeers among the defenders of the Parson concentration camp. The attack of the Principality of Geddes army was fiercely resisted. The Gedesi soldiers had just set up the ladder and climbed halfway up the wall. When they saw the city wall in front of them, a gun barrel suddenly stretched out from the top of the wall. Then, the Gedesi soldiers, who were stuck on the ladder, were blown away by bullets. Although the accuracy of the smoothbore musket was very low, it was still very accurate at close range. Moreover, the musketeers guarding the city were veteran musketeers drawn from the 1st and 2nd Corps of the North Sea State, and they would never make the mistake of shooting randomly at a long distance. At close range, the smoothbore musket can also hit the target every time. What's more, the Gedesi soldiers were climbing on the narrow ladder and couldn't move left or right at all. On the ladders near the top of the city, the soldiers of the Principality of Guedes had only two choices, either to be hit by a musket, or to jump off the ladder and become paralyzed. No matter which choice, it was unacceptable to the army of the Principality of Guedes. The commander of the army of Guedes, Bonnets, was furious. How can these bastards have so many musketeers? After thinking for a while, Bonnets decided to let his 2,000 musketeers shoot at the enemy musketeers on the top of the city. However, the facts soon gave him a slap in the face. The musketeers equipped by the musketeers of the Principality of Guedes, although more powerful, were useless. This shootout between musketeers ended with a great victory for the 1,000 musketeers on the top of the city. Why? The musketeers on the top of the city had tall and solid walls and battlements as cover, and they were very safe. They only needed to show their heads and arms to shoot at the musketeers of Guedes under the city, and the target was very small. Moreover, most of them wore iron helmets on their heads. And what about the Gedesi musketeers under the city? Their whole bodies were exposed to the shooting range of the Bahai musketeers on the top of the city, without any obstruction. The distance between the musketeers on the top of the city and the musketeers under the city was about 40 to 50 meters. Although they could aim at this distance, it was not that accurate. But the problem was that the Bahai musketeers on the top of the city could aim at the whole body of the Gedesi musketeers under the city, especially the chest, which was the largest area, while the Gedesi musketeers under the city could only aim at the head, arms and a very short part below the neck of the Bahai musketeers on the top of the city. Not only that, the shrewd and experienced Bahai musketeers would aim and shoot quickly as soon as they poked their heads out, and immediately retract their guns after shooting. Although the bullets of the musket used by the Gedesi musketeers weighed 50 grams and were very powerful, they could not hit the city walls. Even the battlements could not be penetrated. As long as the North Sea musketeers shrink their heads, they will have no way out. On the contrary, they stand under the city wall without any obstruction. It is easy to catch one of the bullets from the top of the city wall. Moreover, the North Sea musketeers on the top of the city wall are all veteran sharpshooters. Those with poor shooting skills have been eliminated. Although they show their heads, aim quickly and shoot in a short period of time, their accuracy is more accurate than the Guedes musketeers who aim hard under the city wall. Therefore, after an hour of shooting, the Guedes musketeers under the city lost more than 300 people, while only one unlucky North Sea musketeer on the top of the city wall was shot in the head, and the others were fine. In desperation, facing the sharp musket net on the top of the city wall, Marshal Bonnets had to admit defeat and withdraw his troops first. Then, Bonnet sent a messenger to return to Gelden at full speed to report the situation to Charles II, Duke of Guedes, and ask for guidance. After thinking about it, Charles II ordered let Bonnets wait for rainy days before attacking. Since Charles II introduced the new type of musketeers, he naturally did some research on them. He believed that the musketeers would lose their combat effectiveness on rainy days. Although the 2,000 musketeers of the Duchy of Guedes' army would lose their combat effectiveness, the impact on the army would be limited. After all, in addition to the 2,000 musketeers, they also had 12,000 infantry. If the thousands of musketeers on the top of the city lost their combat effectiveness, the loss would be too great. Because the defenders in the city seemed to have only 3,000 or 4,000 people, which was equivalent to wasting a quarter of the troops. So, no matter how you look at it, the Duchy of Guedes' army is more cost-effective. Once the musketeers on both sides are silent, they can only rely on infantry melee. The 12,000 infantrymen of Guedes were definitely stronger than the 3,000 infantrymen defending the city, even if the enemy had the protection of the city walls. However, Charles II, Duke of Guedes, did not know that the musketeers of the two main legions of the 1st and 2nd legions of the North Sea Kingdom no longer used rain-fearing matchlock muskets, but were equipped with spring-loaded flintlock muskets that were less affected by rain. Chapter 801 Diplomatic Preparation. Waiting for rainy days is not so easy. When you want sunny days, you may encounter continuous rain. But when you want rainy days, the sun shines all day long. This is what happened to Bonnets. He hoped to wait for rainy days and then launch an attack on the city. However, the eastern part of the Netherlands, where the rainfall is not small, actually had a series of sunny days. While the people of Geddes were waiting for rainy days, their opponents were not idle either. Although they were just cooperating in acting, the Habsburg family really hoped that the Duchy of Geddes, which colluded with France, would be finished. Therefore, the young and handsome King Philip also performed hard. Even Maximilian I, who was far away in Innsbruck, actively cooperated with the performance. Pretending to have just received intelligence, Maximilian I publicly condemned the invasion of the Duchy of Brabant by the Duchy of Geddes army in the name of the Holy Roman Emperor. At the same time, he requested the princes of the entire German region, hoping that one of them would stand up and help to rescue them. Maximilian I even promised that if any prince was willing to help, he would give him the Lower Guedes region, the largest area in the Duchy of Guedes. However, Duke Charles II of Guedes was well prepared. Just after Maximilian I sent a letter publicly accusing the Duchy of Guedes of a sneak attack, Charles II also published a public article. He pointed out that the Duchy of Guedes sent troops this time just to rescue the innocent Swiss people captured by the Habsburg family. Moreover, he accused Maximilian I of illegal violent kidnapping of the 17,000 Swiss people. Therefore, his sending troops was just to rescue the innocent Swiss people who were kidnapped. But Maximilian I's public request for help from all German princes just proved one point: the Habsburg army in the Netherlands was not enough to deal with the army of the Duchy of Guedes. For this reason, Duke Charles II of Guedes was very relieved. Then, things really happened as Charles II expected. Most of the German princes chose to wait and see. As for several powerful people in the imperial parliament of Worms, such as the Archbishop of Mainz, the Archbishop of Cologne, and the Elector of Saxony, although they did not explicitly support the Duchy of Geddes, they expressed the need to send people to investigate and collect evidence. This is clearly a delay. You know, on the surface, the investigation and evidence collection is for fairness. However, now the Duchy of Geddes' army has besieged the Parson concentration camp, and the Habsburg family's military strength in the Netherlands is seriously insufficient. And delaying time is equivalent to supporting the Duchy of Geddes. Not only that, after the Duchy of Geddes sent troops, Louis XII was not willing to be lonely. Although the French sent 10,000 troops to Switzerland for reinforcement, there were still 10,000 or 20,000 people in their homeland. In order to put pressure on the Habsburg family, Louis XII publicly sent tens of thousands of troops to the county of Flanders, which borders the northeastern part of the Kingdom of France and the westernmost county of Flanders in the Austrian Netherlands. In name, Louis XII announced that he had discovered rebel forces in the county of Artois and was going to quell the rebellion. But everyone with a discerning eye knows that the French army is meant to scare the Habsburgs. After all, the county of Flanders is the core area of the Austrian Netherlands. Even Ghent, where Prince Philip lives, is the capital of the county of Flanders. The French deployed tens of thousands of troops on the border, obviously putting pressure on the Habsburgs. Ghent does have 7,000 troops, but when the French reach the border, these people will definitely not dare to move. After all, these 7,000 people are the last major military force of the Habsburgs in the Netherlands, the rest were transferred to Switzerland. If they leave Flanders and go to Brabant, the French may really attack the Netherlands, the most prosperous region of the Austrian Netherlands. Obviously, the Habsburgs' troops in the Netherlands alone do not have the ability to rescue the Parson concentration camp in the Duchy of Brabant. Then, all of Europe turned their attention to the Grand Duchy of the North Sea. Because everyone knows that the only person the Habsburg family can count on now is Marin. On the surface, Prince Philip did publicly ask for help from the Grand Duchy of the North Sea on behalf of the Habsburg family, hoping that the North Sea country could send troops to help. However, soon the military commander in charge of the Grand Duchy of the North Sea, Schwartz, announced that because Grand Duke Marin left his homeland and went to the savage continent, he was only given the right to mobilize troops to guard his homeland before leaving. Therefore, he did not have the power to mobilize troops to fight abroad. Therefore, the Grand Duchy of the North Sea remained neutral in this conflict. Unless he could receive an order from Marin himself. But everyone knew that Marin went overseas, and the Habsburg family did not know where the savage continent was. Therefore, everyone believed that it was only a matter of time before the Principality of Guedes captured Parson concentration camp. Apparently, Charles II of Guedes also thought so. The North Sea Kingdom is not on the side of the Habsburgs this time. I wonder what old guy Maximilian I can do this time. But, Your Excellency the Duke, now the North Sea Kingdom has sent several large teams, disguised as caravans, demanding to take over several cities in the Guedes region. Your Excellency the Duke, how should we respond? De Bruyne, the new foreign minister of the Principality of Guedes, said worriedly. Charles II waved his hands and said, "It's nothing. The most important thing right now is to capture the Parson concentration camp. Let's do this. You let those cities let the North Sea troops into the city first. By the way, are those people armed? Are there many of them?" De Bruyne recalled and said, according to the reports from the people below, only a small number of those people dressed as guards carried weapons. The rest were dressed as civil servants, and they seemed to be here to take over the administrative power. It's good that they are not the army. Charles II breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he remember to appease this group of people. Now that we haven't captured the Parson concentration camp, we must not offend the North Sea. Otherwise, if they send troops at this time, we will fail. But, my Lord Duke, are you really going to hand over the Lower Geddes area to the North Sea? De Bruyne asked. How can that be possible? I just plan to hold them back first. Once we defeat all the Habsburg troops in the Netherlands and stabilize the situation, we will join forces with the French army. Together with the 17,000 Swiss mercenaries, we will have enough strength to turn against the North Sea Kingdom. Your Excellency the Duke is wise. At this moment, Maximilian I issued a second wave of orders, claiming to have solid evidence of the Duchy of Geddes colluding with France. If any of the principalities were willing to help send troops to rescue the Parson concentration camp, he would have enough reason to declare Charles II, Duke of Geddes, guilty of treason and award him the Lower Geddes region. However, when the Imperial Parliament asked Maximilian I for solid evidence, Maximilian I was evasive. This made most of the German principalities believe that Maximilian I was bluffing. In fact, the relevant letters had long been taken to the Duchy of Clever by Schwarz. All these performances were just to build momentum for Schwarz to deliver the letter stolen from the Paris palace to the Duke of Clever, John II. Chapter 802, The Outpost War begins. According to the previous discussions among the North Sea Kingdom, the Principality of Clever and the Habsburg family, although Duke John II of Clever agreed to send troops in name, he was obviously unwilling to take the blame for stealing letters from the French palace. And Marin's North Sea Kingdom did not dare to do so, so in the end the provider of the letters could only be the Habsburg family. After all, the Habsburg family was not afraid of France. Moreover, they and France had long been torn apart because of the issue of the Burgundy region. However, Maximilian I was also unwilling to bear the notoriety of sending people to steal letters from the French palace. It was not that he was afraid of France, but that he was unwilling to bear the notoriety of instructing people to steal in France. This reputation is very disgraceful for a monarch. So, Maximilian I finally thought of a way. He claimed that a thief named Pedro was willing to provide him with a batch of evidence that could prove that the Principality of Geddes had colluded with France, and offered 10,000 gold coins. If someone is willing to take on the task of helping Parson concentration camp to get out of siege, he will pay for the evidence and authorize the princes who are willing to lead troops to get out of siege. The name Pedro has a strong Spanish style, and Maximilian I is also a thief. He said this, obviously putting the blame on the Spaniards. Spain and France are also mortal enemies, and the two sides had fought in Italy before. Therefore, it is reasonable to put the blame on the Spaniards for this kind of theft. Unfortunately, the Spaniards can't refute it. Because Maximilian I only pointed out that a thief named Pedro had a batch of evidence, but he didn't announce that Pedro was sent by Spain. He just hinted, but didn't say it clearly. In this way, things became complicated. Because Maximilian I clearly hinted that Spain and the Habsburg family were looking for trouble with the French. If it were only the Habsburg family, under the current situation, maybe some German princes would really stand on the side of the French. However, now it seems that the Spanish are also involved, and things are complicated. You know, the Spanish are not easy to mess with. Before in Italy, they beat the French away. Moreover, the Spanish army is now on the Italian peninsula, not far from the German region. If you rashly stand on the side, and the Spanish army goes north, then it's over. So, Maximilian I's move did scare a lot of people, and even Louis XII was scared. He almost forgot that there was a Spain that beat France in the south. But in fact, at this time, Spain was also fighting internally, and had no time to care about foreign countries. What was Spain fighting about? It was mainly the problem of the Kingdom of Castile. After the death of Isabella I, Prince Juan naturally inherited the throne of Castile from Isabella I. However, Ferdinand II, the King of Aragon, hoped to unite the Kingdom of Castile. Therefore, he asked Prince Juan to accept his guidance on the grounds that Prince Juan was too young, and the father and son co-ruled the Kingdom of Castile. Prince Juan listened to his father more, so it didn't matter. However, the great nobles of the Kingdom of Castile were not happy. After all, if Prince Juan, who had no opinion, became king, they would have more say. And if Ferdinand II, the old fox, still co-ruled Castile, they would be suppressed. Therefore, the ministers of the Kingdom of Castile opposed Ferdinand II's co-rule. Moreover, their reasons were very sufficient. Co-ruling with Queen Isabella I was in line with convention and law. After all, it is reasonable for husband and wife to co-rule. However, your son has come of age and has inherited the throne. Do you still want to co-rule? Are you shameless? Moreover, there is no precedent in history. Therefore, for the right of co-rule of the Kingdom of Castile, Ferdinand II and the nobles and ministers of Castile launched a fierce infighting, resulting in Spain's inability to focus on foreign countries now. However, Ferdinand II did not come out to clarify the outsiders' speculation that Spain was involved in a conspiracy with the Habsburgs to deal with France. Because Ferdinand II thought that it was good to let people misunderstand, just in time to scare the French. And Ferdinand II's acquiescence did help the Habsburgs a lot. Some German princes who originally wanted to take advantage of the Habsburgs' troubles and stab them in the back retreated after seeing the powerful Spaniards involved, allowing the Habsburgs to escape. You know, the Habsburgs currently put their main forces into the Swiss battlefield. If there were powerful principalities stabbing the Habsburgs in the back at this time, the Habsburgs would really be a bit overwhelmed. Although it had been discussed privately for a long time, the Principality of Clever finally came forward to organize troops to go to Parson concentration camp to rescue. However, Duke John II of Clever did not plan to announce the news too early. Because he planned to launch a surprise attack on the Principality of Guedes to prevent the other party from being prepared. While everything was still unannounced, 500 reconnaissance cavalrymen under Saul were dispatched ahead of schedule. Under Schwartz's arrangement, all 500 elite reconnaissance cavalrymen under Saul changed into the clothes of other countries and quietly entered the territory of the Duchy of Brabant. Then, these people will be responsible for finding the scouts of the Duchy of Guedes scattered outside and quietly removing these scouts. The army of the Duchy of Guedes is not stupid, they are naturally on guard against the Habsburg family really sending reinforcements. Therefore, the other party will inevitably spread out scouts and place them on the periphery to avoid being taken advantage of. Of course, because they are worried that the Habsburg family will send reinforcements. Therefore, Schwartz concluded that the main direction of the other party's scouts must be the west. Therefore, this time Saul's 500 reconnaissance cavalrymen will also start to clear the scouts of the Duchy of Guedes from the west. You said you are worried that these reconnaissance cavalrymen will be discovered by the enemy scouts first. That's impossible, because Saul's scout cavalry are equipped with telescopes, while the enemy is not. Even if they fail to kill the enemy's scouts, it is difficult for them to be discovered by the enemy first. After all, Saul's scout cavalry are much more regular than their opponents, and are equipped with reconnaissance tools such as telescopes. Therefore, the scouts of the North Sea Kingdom usually discover the enemy before the enemy. Even if mistakes are made, they can take advantage of discovering the enemy before the enemy and retreat in advance. And the reason why Schwartz first sent people to clear the enemy's scouts from the west, in addition to preventing the enemy from discovering their own sneak attack army, is also to mislead the enemy to guard against the west. After all, the enemy's scouts are limited in number, and if they see problems in the west, they will definitely give priority to the west. In this way, the east and northeast will be empty, which is convenient for the sneak attack of the North Sea Army. Chapter 803 Kohler's Arrangement. While the scouts of the North Sea Kingdom carefully removed the sentinels of the Principality of Gedesi, the members of the Mission of the North Sea Kingdom in the lower Gedesi region were also plotting. In fact, the so-called missions of the Grand Duchy of the North Sea were all spies under Kohler. And the leading civil servants were all spies. Since Marin established the spy school, he has trained several batches of spies totaling 300 or 400 people. Except for the first batch of spies who graduated hastily due to the war with the Bassa coalition, the other batches were trained and allowed to graduate. Moreover, the first batch of graduated spies later returned to school for remedial classes, making up for many defects caused by the hasty graduation. Today, except for more than 20 people who died or became disabled due to mission failure, spying is a dangerous profession with a high casualty rate. The rest of them have gradually grown up. The lower Gedesi region is very prosperous. In this era, the core of the economy is agriculture. If agriculture is prosperous, large-scale manors will be formed. Then, on the basis of the manor, market towns will automatically appear. As there are more market towns, cities will appear. The lower Geddes region in the lower reaches of the Rhine is obviously very prosperous, with a total of 12 cities, including Duisburg, Doetinchem, Groenlo, Lochem, Elberg, Harderwijk, Haydam, Wageningen, Hunt, Moosbaumer, Tiel, and Zaltbaumer. You know, 12 cities are very enviable for the nobles of this era. Because having cities means having taxes. In this era when agricultural taxes and head taxes cannot be levied, commercial taxes and tolls are the economic lifeline of the lords. Business mainly occurs in urban areas, so the more cities a noble governs, the more commercial taxes can be collected, and the richer they are. The Duchy of Geddes has 12 important cities in the lower Geddes region alone, which shows that commercial taxes must have been collected a lot, otherwise it would not have the confidence to compete with the Duchy of Saxony for West Frisia. Including the 6 cities of Gelden, Eklenz, Gotch, Neustadt, Venlo and Stralen in Upper Geddes, the entire Principality of Geddes has a total of 18 cities. Therefore, the Principality of Geddes was able to develop in a short period of time after the restoration and become a powerful country again. In addition, the Lower Geddes region controls the estuary of the Rhine River. The Principality of Geddes can set up checkpoints in the downstream section near the estuary of the Rhine to intercept ships and collect tolls, which is also a considerable wealth. The reason why Duke John II of Clever was willing to exchange the mark for the Geddes region, in addition to the 12 cities there, was that he could intercept the estuary of the Rhine to collect ship tolls, which was also one of the important reasons. Coal had no market before the development of steam engines and the invention of coal briquette stoves. But the fertility and prosperity of the Rhine Delta region, as well as the convenience of setting up checkpoints at the estuary of the Rhine to collect taxes, were superior to the Ruhr coal of the mark in this era. The fragmentation of the German region is very unfavorable to the history of economic development. In later times, that is, in the early days of Prussia's unification in the 19th century, it started with the establishment of the German Customs Union. Because before that, the same goods were transported from northern Germany to the south, passing through many countries on land, and many tariffs were collected. The same is true for waterways. If you want to enter the Rhine River, you must first be taxed once by the Zeeland state of the Austrian Netherlands at the entrance, and then the Lower Geddes region will also be taxed. Next is the Principality of Clever, then the Archbishopric of Cologne and the Principality of Berg. In other words, goods shipped from the mouth of the Rhine to the city of Cologne will be taxed 5 times. If you continue to transport them upstream of the Rhine, the number of tax collections will be more. In this way, the transportation cost is much higher, and prices will naturally rise, which will also seriously affect the economic development of the German region. And the Lower Geddes region, which is blocked near the mouth of the Rhine, is an obstacle that cannot be bypassed in the shipping of the Rhine River. If you want to pass through here, you will be taxed twice for 2 round trips. It is precisely because of this that Marin made up his mind to dig a canal connecting the Lippe River and the EMS River. Otherwise, even if Marin got the Ruhr area of the Mark state, he would have to be taxed 4 or 5 times if he wanted to transport coal to East Frisia, which was not cost-effective. After digging this canal, he would not have to pay taxes to others for transporting coal. There are 12 cities in the Lower Geddes region, and Marin's plan is to fight quickly and take these 12 cities before other princes react. Therefore, this requires the ability to quickly break through the enemy's defense line. However, the walls of European cities are all built of stones, which are easy to defend and difficult to attack. If it is played normally, even if Schwarz brought more than 20,000 troops, even if most of the troops of the Principality of Geddes were concentrated in the Upper Geddes region, it would take a long time to take all 12 cities in the Lower Geddes region. Therefore, before leaving, Marin discussed with Kohler a pleasing method. In the name of taking over the Lower Geddes region, he sent a diplomatic mission to the 12 cities, pretending to take over the place. Moreover, because Duke Charles II of Geddes had promised to cede the Lower Geddes region to Marin. Therefore, it was reasonable and there was nothing to doubt about Marin sending a delegation to take over. The only thing that the Principality of Geddes did not expect was probably that the combat effectiveness of these delegations was very high. Except for the leading civilian representatives, who were disguised as spies who graduated from the spy school, the rest were special combatants disguised as ordinary followers or guards. Even those spies had received cruel agent training and their combat effectiveness was not weak. The mission of these delegations was to suddenly attack the enemy's flank after Schwarz's army arrived, and to forcibly seize and open the city gates to welcome Schwarz's army into the city. After all, the 20,000 troops led by Schwarz this time were all dressed in the uniforms of the Principality of Clever and holding the military flags of the Principality of Clever. Therefore, the few defenders of the Principality of Geddes in the city would not have thought that the diplomatic team of the North Sea Kingdom, which was preparing to take over the Lower Geddes area, would attack them from behind. As long as the city gates were raided and opened, Schwarz's army would occupy the Lower Geddes area quickly and swiftly, and other German princes would not have time to react. By the time they reacted, the entire Lower Geddes area had been swallowed by the North Sea Kingdom. In this way, even if other German princes reacted, it would be too late. With those letters as evidence, other princes could not say anything. In order to achieve this goal, Kohler sent 12 diplomatic teams to 12 cities in the Lower Geddes area. Then, each team has about 60 to 70 people. Now that the Principality of Geddes has gathered most of its troops in the Upper Geddes area, the defense of the Lower Geddes area is inevitably neglected. In this way, it is relatively easy to arrange 60 to 70 people in the city as internal support to seize the city gate and let the army in. Chapter 804, John II is unwilling to take responsibility. As all the preparations and foreshadowing were coming to an end, only the last step of preparation remained. The Principality of Clever publicly announced that it stood on the side of the Habsburgs, and then sent troops to rescue the Parsons concentration camp. At the same time, the Habsburgs also followed the script and publicly requested the Principality of Clever, the principality closest to the battlefield of the Parsons concentration camp, to send troops to help rescue. According to the script, Duke John II of Clever would accept the request of the Habsburgs and then quickly send troops to the Parsons concentration camp. In fact, Schwartz sent troops under the banner of the Principality of Clever. Of course, the Principality of Clever would also send 8,000 troops to help. However, what Schwartz did not expect was that at the last moment, Duke John II of Clever actually backed off a little. Because he was afraid of being isolated by the German princes. Because if he accepted the request of the Habsburgs. From then on, the Principality of Clever could only stand on the side of the Habsburgs. At the same time, they will be isolated by most of the princes. Although it seems more cost-effective to exchange the Ruhr area of Mark for the Lower Guedes area of Guedes, Marin will also give the Principality of Clever a lot of financial subsidies. But at the last moment, this uncle began to waver and seemed very hesitant. Schwartz was anxious and ran to the palace of Clever several times, urging John II to make a decision quickly, but John II was unable to make up his mind, which made Schwartz anxious. In the end, Schwartz was forced to give the other party an idea. Duke, since you don't want to offend the German princes, let me give you an idea. Schwartz has been following Marin for a long time. Although he is more straightforward, he has also learned a lot of flexible ideas. John II's eyes lit up and he said, "Tell me about it." "How about this, Your Excellency the Duke, you first publicly reject the request of the Habsburg family. Then, you start to pretend to be sick, pretend to be very ill, lying in bed unable to move, and even often comatose. Then what? Then, because Prince John is still young, the Prime Minister Mason will apparently have all the power. You mean, let Prime Minister Mason accept His Majesty's request on my behalf, and then announce the dispatch of troops?" John II's eyes lit up. It was obvious that this was putting the blame on old Mason. "That's right, Your Excellency the Duke. Anyway, Prime Minister Mason seems to be very old and is about to retire. You just let Lord Mason do this, and when it's done, you pretend to wake up and recover your health. After that, you push all the responsibilities onto Lord Mason, remove him from any position, and deprive him of his baronial title and barony. Of course, the transaction result of exchanging the earldom of Mark for the Lower Guedes area remains unchanged. Isn't this too unethical? It's very unfair to old Mason. It's okay, Duke. When the time comes, our Grand Duke Marin will compensate Lord Mason. He can be compensated with fiefdoms and titles," Schwartz said confidently. "Marin is the last one lacking land now, so it's nothing to give the Baron title to old Mason. In fact, Northumberland County in England under Marin's rule is now lacking a qualified palace minister. Although old Mason is 67 years old, he is still in good health. It's more than enough to send him to Northumberland County as a palace minister of an earldom. Okay, let's do it." John II quickly summoned the old Prime Minister Mason to discuss the matter with him. Old Mason was very hesitant, because as long as he took the blame for this matter, the family's title and fiefdom would be deprived afterwards. Moreover, although Schwartz made a promise, Schwartz was not Marin, and he did not believe that Schwartz's promise was valid. However, now that Marin has gone to America, he can't find anyone to confirm with Marin. Moreover, time can't be delayed any longer. So, Schwartz gritted his teeth and signed a private bet agreement with old Mason directly. If Marin didn't compensate old Mason's title and fiefdom, he was willing to give his viscountry and viscountship to the old Mason family unconditionally. After getting Schwartz's written guarantee, old Mason was really relieved. Then, it was acting John II first publicly rejected the request of the Habsburg family, which made the handsome King Philip who cooperated in the acting feel a little puzzled. Fortunately, Schwartz sent him a secret letter to let him understand what happened. The surrounding vassal states were indeed very satisfied with John II's general knowledge, but a few days later, the Principality of Clever suddenly announced that John II suddenly contracted a serious illness, lying in bed unable to move, and was in a coma for a long time. In this way, John II lost the ability to continue to manage the Principality of Clever and the earldom of Mark. Prince John, son of John II, was still a minor and could not replace John II in charge of the political affairs of the Principality of Clever. Then, the old Prime Minister of the Principality of Clever, Mason, announced that he would be fully responsible for the military affairs of the Principality of Clever and the earldom of Mark during the period when John II was seriously ill. After the old Mason took power, the handsome King Philip, who got the inside information, sent an envoy again to ask the old mason to send troops to rescue the Parson concentration camp in the Principality of Brabant. At the same time, he semi-publicly excluded his trusted subordinates and went to Cleaver with several large boxes of property, posing as if he wanted to bribe the old mason. Then, under the order of John II, who was bedridden, the old mason half-openly accepted the heavy gift of the Habsburg family, and then his attitude began to change drastically. In the following days, the old mason began to advocate and flatter the orthodox status of the Habsburg family of Emperor Maximilian I. In private occasions, the old mason even claimed that the Habsburg family was the only noble royal family in the Holy Roman Empire. Even the emperor status of the Habsburg family should no longer be elected, but directly inherited. Old Mason's declaration made the Duchy of Guedes nervous, fearing that the Duchy of Cleaver would suddenly send troops to intervene. However, Old Mason continued to follow the second step of the script and publicly stated that the Duchy of Cleaver intended to intervene, but might not be able to defeat the powerful army of the Duchy of Guedes. Therefore, Old Mason publicly called on the army of the Grand Duchy of the North Sea and the army of the Duchy of Cleaver to go to the Duchy of Brabant to help rescue. However, the North Sea Palace Prime Minister Geoffrey and the fake Schwartz of Auric publicly stated that the North Sea Kingdom had no right to decide whether to send troops on its own in the absence of Marin. Therefore, they could only refuse Old Mason's invitation to send troops. Of course, all of the above was acting. In fact, at this time, Schwartz's army had begun to enter the territory of the Duchy of Brabant. Before that, all the spies of Getesy on the northern border of the Duchy of Brabant were eliminated by the scouts of the North Sea Kingdom. Just waiting for the order from Old Mason, the North Sea Kingdom army, wearing the clothes that the soldiers of the Duchy of Clifford are accustomed to wearing and carrying the flag of the Duchy of Clifford, will rush straight to the Parson concentration camp and attack the army of the Duchy of Getesy from behind, striving to defeat the army of Getesy in one battle. Then, it is to send troops to seize the Getesy area. Tomorrow is Qingming festival, and Lao Nyo will go home to kowtow and burn paper to show his filial piety. At the same time, I asked the ancestors to bless Lao Nyo to find a cow this year. So, I may stop updating for a day. I won't wish you all a happy Qingming festival, because that is not a happy day. Chapter 805 The Ultimatum. The Old Mason's statement was spread to the German countries, and naturally to the ears of the people of Guedes. Charles II, Duke of Guedes, and his ministers looked at each other in bewilderment. Was this Old Mason a funny guy hired by the monkey? Everyone knows that although the Duchy of Cleaver and the Earldom of Mark have more than 10,000 troops combined, their combat effectiveness is really not strong. Charles II's favorite Scott was stunned for a while and suggested, "My lord, since the Cleaver people have threatened to use force against us, why don't we take the opportunity to destroy the Duchy of Cleaver after taking down the Parson concentration camp and getting those Swiss mercenaries? You know, the Duchy of Cleaver and the Earldom of Mark together are also very large." Charles II's eyes lit up immediately. Indeed, according to the map, the Duchy of Cleaver is located between the Upper Guedes region and the Lower Guedes region, and is located on both sides of the fertile Rhine River. It is a wealthy agricultural country. If the Duchy of Cleaver is annexed, it will indeed greatly increase its strength. As for the Earldom of Mark, although the land is a bit barren, it's not bad. I object. Brinnan, the Prime Minister of the Guedes Palace, expressed his objection loudly. Scott was immediately unhappy. He glared at Brinnan and said, "My Lord Prime Minister, don't you want our Lord the Duke to gain more territory?" Brinnan shook his head and said, "I am not against our Lord the Duke gaining more territory, but because the Duchy of Cleaver is not easy to mess with." TSK, did I hear you right? The Duchy of Cleaver is not easy to mess with? The Duchy of Cleaver and the Earldom of Mark have only more than 10,000 troops combined, and they are old-fashioned and corrupt armies. Not to mention the 17,000 powerful Swiss mercenaries we are about to obtain, even our existing army can easily defeat the army of the Duchy of Cleaver. Prime Minister Brinnan nodded first, but shook his head again, and then said, "Scott, you are right. But have you forgotten the Duke of Cleaver's younger brother?" Charles II also reacted, "You mean Grand Master Philip?" Prime Minister Brinnan nodded, and said, "That's right. The Duchy of Cleaver and the Earldom of Mark are indeed not strong. However, the Teutonic Knights is a powerful country." "Excuse me, Lord Brinnan, the Teutonic Empire is powerful, but isn't it being suppressed by Poland and Lithuania?" Scott interrupted. "Scott, your intelligence is really too backward. You probably spend all your energy flattering the Emperor, and you don't care about the world situation at all." Prime Minister Brinnan said contemptuously. Prime Minister Brinnan was very unhappy with Scott, who relied on the favor of Charles II and often challenged his authority. "What do you mean?" Scott jumped up. Don't you know that under the mediation of Grand Duke Marin of the North Sea, Poland and Lithuania have reconciled with the Teutonic Empire? Is that true? Scott really didn't know. Fool, you know that Marin married his sister to Poland as queen, right? Scott nodded. Brennan continued, everyone should know that Marin played a big role in Philip's becoming the Grand Master of the Teutonic Kingdom. Therefore, the Teutonic Kingdom led by Grand Master Philip of the Lamarck family and Marin's North Sea Kingdom are allies. When Marin's North Sea Kingdom was mentioned, everyone present was shocked. Charles II also reacted and said, you mean, touching the Principality of Clever may anger Marin? Brennan nodded and said, yes, Marin and the Lamarck family are allies, that's for sure. Moreover, under his mediation, the new king of Poland, Marin's brother-in-law Sigismund I, and the Teutonic Kingdom have reconciled. In this context, if we attack the Principality of Clever, it may not only annoy Marin, but the Teutonic Kingdom may also send tens of thousands of knights to fight back against us. The Teutonic Kingdom does not need to guard against the Poles now, and it is still possible to send tens of thousands of knights back to the country to participate in the war. Thinking of the countless wandering knights of the Teutonic Kingdom, the kings and ministers present felt a chill in their backs. Although, if there is a real duel, the Principality of Guedes, which has Swiss mercenaries, may not be able to defeat the Teutonic Knight Corps. But the problem is that the Principality of Guedes has now provoked the powerful Habsburg family. If the Habsburg family unites with the Teutonic Kingdom, plus the existing armies of the Principality of Clever and the Earldom of Mark. Therefore, Duke Charles II of Guedes decisively gave up the unrealistic plan to annex the Principality of Clever and the Earldom of Mark. However, Charles II was somewhat dissatisfied with the provocation of the Duchy of Clever. Don't we care about the provocation of the other party? Brennan shook his head and said, this matter was caused by the old mason, the Prime Minister of the Clever Palace. We only target the old mason and don't tear our faces with the Lamarck family. Anyway, they don't have much strength. If they dare to send troops, it's better. We will defeat them. But we don't want to make trouble and attack the Duchy of Clever and the Earldom of Mark. After all, now it is the top priority to seize the Netherlands region belonging to the Habsburg family. Brennan was right, but the premise is that Marin's army did not get involved. However, how could they know that Marin, the wicked guy, had already got involved? In the end, the monarchs and ministers of the Duchy of Guedes unanimously decided to issue a document to condemn the old mason, the Prime Minister of the Clever Palace, for making a random decision on behalf of the seriously ill John II, and asked him to stop his stupid behavior. But before the official document of Guedes was issued, they received a diplomatic document from the Duchy of Clever. This diplomatic document was issued by the old mason on behalf of the Duchy of Clever and the Earldom of Mark. In the official document, Old Mason strongly condemned the Principality of Gages for invading the Principality of Brabant without cause, and demanded that the army of the Principality of Gages immediately withdraw from the Principality of Brabant. Otherwise, the Principality of Clever would send 30,000 troops to expel the army of the Principality of Gages. The official document also repeatedly emphasized at the end that this was the final ultimatum. Puff, ha 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 ha. I am dying of laughter. This guy Old Mason must be old and confused, he actually dared to threaten me. And, you see, he said that he would send 30,000 troops to defeat the army of Gages. I am so scared. As he said, Charles II passed Clever's official document to his subordinates. Prime Minister Brennan couldn't help but laugh. My lord, this Old Mason is not a clown in a circus, is he? And there are 30,000 troops. The Duchy of Clever and the Earldom of Mark together do not exceed 15,000 troops. Unless, he mobilized a lot of serfs as conscripts. In that case, he could gather 30,000 troops. But, the combat effectiveness of those conscripts. TSK. Obviously, Old Mason is just bragging to scare people. Scott also said affirmatively. After saying that, he made a face to the envoy sent by Old Mason and said, we are so scared, please let us go, Lord Mason. Charles II laughed at Scott's prank. Then, he waved his hand and said to the envoy of the Duchy of Clever, whose face was red with anger, Mr. Envoy, please tell the powerful Lord Mason that although our Duchy of Guedes is terribly scared, we are not afraid of any challenge. When saying this, Charles II was in high spirits. But he and the ministers of the Principality of Guedes did not know that what Old Mason said was all true. The 30,000 troops were definitely not exaggerated, because they were composed of Marin's 20,000 troops, minus the 1,000 musketeers guarding the concentration camp, there were still 19,000, and the 8,000 troops sent by the Principality of Clever. If the 4,000 people guarding the Parsons concentration camp are included, the total number of troops is 31,000. Before leaving, the envoy of the Principality of Clever sent by old Mason shook his head and said with regret, "Alas, you don't believe the truth. If you fail one day, don't blame us for not reminding you." After that, he left directly. However, the sincere words he said before leaving were regarded as bragging by the monarch and ministers of the Principality of Guedes. So, the monarch and ministers of Guedes laughed collectively again. Then, the funniest joke of the day in Gelden City came out of the palace. It was said that old Mason, the palace minister of the Principality of Clever, issued an ultimatum to the Principality of Guedes, demanding that the Principality of Guedes immediately withdraw its troops from the Parsons concentration camp. Otherwise, the Clifford Principality will send 30,000 troops to destroy the Gedesi army. It is said that all the Gedesi people who heard this joke laughed out loud. Some people even laughed so hard that they were out of breath. When the envoys of the Clifford Principality left Geldeng City, they were surrounded by the residents of Geldeng City. "Have you heard that this guy is here on behalf of the weak Clifford Principality to give us Gedesi an ultimatum? Ha ha ha." The citizens of Geldeng laughed out loud and couldn't stop at all. This Qingming holiday is so exciting, even more exciting than Lao Nyo's novel. At noon on the 5th, Lao Nyo carried a few sacks of banknotes to burn for his ancestors. The sacks were full of billion yuan banknotes issued by Tiandi Bank. For a moment, Lao Nyo felt that he was richer than Jack Ma. Just after burning a sack of money, it suddenly rained heavily, and Lao Nyo was soaked all over. The ashes from the burning paper stuck to his clothes and his face. Chapter 806. It's raining. What's the situation? In a secret room in the backyard of the Clifford Palace, the Duke of Clifford, John II, who was supposed to be seriously ill and unconscious, anxiously asked the envoy who had just returned from the capital of the Principality of Gelden City. Standing next to John II were the palace ministers, Old Mason and Schwartz. The envoy replied respectfully, "Your Excellency the Duke, it's similar to what Lord Schwartz said. The people of Guedes are extremely arrogant and look down on the Principality of Clever. When they heard that we were going to send 30,000 troops to intervene, they were not afraid but laughed. Not only the monarch and ministers of the Principality of Guedes, but also the citizens of Gelden City. In short, the people of Guedes never believe that we have the ability to defeat them." The three people who heard the report all breathed a sigh of relief. John II turned to Schwartz and said, "General Schwartz, everything is going well. Now, you can lead the army to attack." "Yes, Your Excellency the Duke, I will return to the front line now." After speaking, Schwartz pulled down the visor of his helmet, and quietly left from the back door of the Clever Palace surrounded by guards. At the same time that Schwartz returned to the front line, Mason, the Prime Minister of the Clever Palace, also made requests to neighboring countries at the instruction of John II, hoping to borrow troops to gather 30,000 troops to interfere in the affairs of the Parson concentration camp. However, no one paid attention to him. Even Duke William IV of the Duchy of Jülich and the Duchy of Berg, which had very good relations with the Duchy of Cleves, the two duchies were in a personal union and were both ruled by William IV. William IV had a very good relationship with John II. Later, William IV's only daughter Maria of Jülichburg married John II's son John III. Then, the main branch of the Lamarck family ruled the four powerful principalities of the Duchy of Cleves, the County of Mark, the Duchy of Jülich and the Duchy of Berg. Moreover, these four principalities were close to each other, did not agree to send troops. Because William IV believed that the behavior of Old Mason was an act of usurpation, so he was unwilling to send troops to help. Hearing these rumors, the people of the Principality of Guedes felt more relieved. It turned out that Old Mason wanted to borrow troops from other countries to gather 30,000 people. Unfortunately, other countries ignored Old Mason. Therefore, the people of Guedes were even less vigilant. And at this time, Schwartz led the army, took advantage of the night, quietly crossed the Meuse River, and entered the territory of the Principality of Brabant. Unlike the optimism in the Principality of Guedes, Marshal Bonnets, the commander of the Guedes army, felt very uneasy during this period. Because half of the 300 scouts and spies he sent out were killed. In order to ensure the safety of the scouts, Bonnets no longer used the scouts in a dispersed manner, but ordered these scouts to patrol in groups. In this way, it was much more difficult for Saul's scouts to intercept and kill. In the case of greatly increased difficulty in intercepting and killing, Saul came up with a way to divert the attention of the scouts of the Guedes army. To this end, Saul sent hundreds of scouts and deliberately led the remaining 150 scouts of the Guedes army to flee westward. They put on the costumes of the Habsburg family, held the flag of the Habsburg family, rode the Arabian horses that Marin bought from Egypt, and lured the scouts of the Principality of Guedes to chase them westward, in the direction of Ghent. The Arabian horses were far superior to ordinary European horses in terms of speed and endurance. In this era when Europe did not pay attention to the cultivation of horse breeds, the horses of the scouts of the Guides army were obviously not as good as the horses of the scouts of the North Sea. Although those native European horses had good explosive power, they still could not catch up with the faster Arabian horses. Then, after running for a while, they had no energy to chase. After all, the endurance of native European horses was far inferior to that of Arabian horses. Therefore, the scouts of the Guides army failed to catch up with the scouts of the North Sea who acted as bait. So, they could only go back and report that the Habsburg family had hundreds of light cavalry in the west threatening the safety of the scouts. But they couldn't catch up. Could they? You know, Marin only introduced a few hundred Arabian horses at the beginning. Except for those used for breeding, the rest were all allocated to the scouts. Why? Because if the scouts want to survive, the quality of the horses must be good. Otherwise, they will be dead if they are caught up. Moreover, the Arabian horse is a medium-sized horse and cannot be used as a war horse for heavy knights. It is only suitable for light cavalry and scouts. But now Marin has not formed a large-scale light cavalry, and the responsibility of the scouts is very heavy. Therefore, Marin equipped all the scouts with Arabian horses with strong speed and endurance to facilitate the scouts' reconnaissance. The horses ridden by the scouts of Guides are all local European breeds with good explosive power but poor endurance. Naturally, they cannot catch up with the Arabian horses with strong explosive power and endurance. After listening to the report of the scouts, Marshal Bonnet was greatly relieved. Because he thought he had discovered the troop that intercepted the scouts of Guides. No wonder, hundreds of scouts on the other side acted together, and the horses were fast, so it was naturally easy to intercept the scouts of the Guides army. In order to prevent the enemy from intercepting and killing his scouts again, Marshal Bonnet formed a scout group with the 150 surviving scouts, and placed them in the west to monitor the scout troops sent by the hundreds of Habsburg troops. In addition, Saul had intercepted and killed all the scouts in the north before, which led to Saul's 100 scouts completely attracting all the scouts of the Guedes army. In this way, when Schwartz led the army into the Duchy of Brabant, the Guedes army did not notice it. But what made Schwartz depressed was that as soon as he led the army into the Duchy of Brabant, it rained heavily and the road began to become muddy. Schwartz's 27,000 main forces not only brought a lot of artillery and food and other supplies, but also 15,000 civilians. The civilians pushed wheelbarrows with them, but they could not push the wheelbarrows on the muddy roads on rainy days. In desperation, Schwartz had to camp and wait. Meanwhile, in the camp of the Guedes army outside the Parson concentration camp, Marshal Bonnet was extremely excited. "We've finally waited for a rainy day. This way, the enemy's musketeers will be useless. It's just right, it will be convenient for our army to attack the city." So, the excited Marshal Bonnet, regardless of the heavy rain, ordered all the troops except the musketeers to be ready to attack the city in the rain. In the rainy weather, Marshal Bonnet concluded that the enemy musketeers defending the city must have lost their combat effectiveness. And in the camp in the remote border area in the northeast of the Duchy of Brabant, Schwartz was also discussing things with Saul. "Saul, you said that your scouts found that the enemy was busy attacking the city? They attacked the city in such heavy rain." "Of course, Schwartz, my scouts will never be wrong. As for their attack on the city on rainy days, isn't it obvious? They are afraid of the power of the defenders' muskets on sunny days." Schwartz nodded, but immediately smiled. It's a pity that Bonnet doesn't know that the 1,000 musketeers guarding the city are using wind-up muskets that are not afraid of rainy days. In a moment, he will know the surprise that the wind-up muskets bring to them. Saul also nodded, indicating that he agreed with Schwartz's words. However, he reminded Schwartz, "Schwartz, it's raining now, I think the muskets of the Principality of Guides army should be ineffective, right? Why don't we take this opportunity to launch an attack, so that we don't have to worry about the opponent's musket troops causing huge casualties to our army?" "Good idea. Well, as long as the rainfall decreases tomorrow morning, I will order the army to move forward immediately and try to rush to the battlefield as soon as possible. While the musketeers of the opponent's army have lost their combat effectiveness, we can take the opportunity to launch an attack and defeat the Guides army in one fell swoop." Chapter 807 How could this happen? Schwartz gave up on continuing the march in the heavy rain because the baggage troops had difficulty marching, but Bonnet did not. Although it was slippery on rainy days, it was also on rainy days that muskets could not be used. Therefore, Bonnet ordered the army to start the siege in the rain. In order to prevent slipping, Bonnet ordered the Guedes army to wrap all the ladders of the siege ladder with cloth strips. In this way, the ladders will not become slippery due to moisture. After preparation, the Guedes army, under the command of Marshal Bonnet, set up their battle formation and began to attack the city. What? The Guedes army is going to attack the city? Kevin, the commander-in-chief of the garrison in charge of defense, was shocked. Originally, Kevin thought that the Geddes army would take a rest in such a heavy rain. However, Kevin soon figured out the reason. Probably, the other party thought that the muskets on his side would not be used on rainy days. Let you often use our muskets on rainy days. Kevin smiled, called his subordinates, and asked them to move some wooden sheds to the top of the city. Kevin is the captain of the muskets of the North Sea Kingdom and has the title of knight. Moreover, Kevin was an eyewitness to the battle in Lübeck. Therefore, facing the enemy's offensive, he was not panicked. In fact, Kevin had already prepared some small wooden sheds that were easy to move for use on rainy days. In the previous offensive and defensive battle of Lübeck, Marin had used a movable shooting wooden shed, so that the East Frisian army could continue to shoot down on the top of the city on rainy days. Of course, the shooting shed dedicated to rainy days that Marin had set up was different from the shooting shed that Kevin was setting up now. Because, in the defense of Lübeck, the musketeers in the East Frisian army at that time still used matchlock guns and were afraid of rain. Therefore, the shooting shed used by Marin in Lübeck was long and even had a fin protruding in front, just to prevent rain from wetting the fuse. But now the musketeers guarding the Parson concentration camp use clockwork flintlocks. This kind of musket is not afraid of rain. Therefore, there is no need to use that kind of long shooting shed. However, this does not mean that clockwork flintlocks do not need to be protected from the rain. Clockwork flintlocks are not afraid of rain, which means that they are not afraid of rain when shooting after loading. Because after loading, the gunpowder is sealed and does not come into contact with the outside world. Even if it rains, the gunpowder will not be soaked. However, when loading, clockwork flintlocks still need to be sheltered from the rain. Therefore, Kevin asked people to make a small rain shelter and put it on the city wall. After the musketeers who used spring-loaded muskets finished shooting at the battlements in the rain, they would retreat to the small awning at the back to avoid the rain, complete the reloading, and then return to the battlements to complete the aiming and shooting at the enemy. Fortunately, the preparation time before the siege of the city by the Geddes army was a little longer, so the musketeers of the North Sea Kingdom moved the rain shelters to the city walls in time. When the Geddes army began to attack the city, the musketeers of the North Sea Kingdom were already ready. Because there were no rubber raincoats, the musketeers of the North Sea Kingdom wore straw raincoats. This thing was naturally made by Marin. The raincoat is woven with straw. Although it is relatively heavy and the rainproof effect is not as good as the rubber raincoat, it is better than nothing. Moreover, the straw raincoat on the boat on a rainy day has a strong defensive function after being rained on. For example, a straw raincoat after being soaked in the rain can, to a certain extent, greatly reduce the damage of bows and arrows. Start the siege under the city. The commander of the Geddes army, Bonitz, waved his hand and issued an order for a general attack. Then, except for the musketeers, all the Geddes army carried siege ladders and rushed towards the city wall. However, when the first batch of Geddes infantrymen who were climbing the city wall were halfway up the siege ladders, a row of gun barrels suddenly appeared on the top of the city wall. What are they doing? Can their muskets be used in rainy days? Marshal Bonitz, who was watching the battle below the city, was puzzled. But soon, Marshal Bonitz's doubts were solved. Bang 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 bang. A burst of crisp and loud gunfire came from the top of the city, and accompanied by the gunfire, of course, were the screams of the Geddes infantrymen climbing the wall. The Geddes infantrymen who were halfway up fell down from the siege ladders like dumplings. How could this happen? Marshal Bonitz was stunned. In Bonitz's impression, muskets were afraid of getting wet by rain. Because gunpowder will not fire if it gets damp. But he didn't know that the clockwork flintlock equipped by Marin's army can be fired in the rain. This is mainly because, although Marin began to promote the clockwork flintlock, he never told others that the clockwork flintlock can be fired in the rain. Therefore, although Bonitz also knew that the North Sea had such a thing as a clockwork flintlock, he didn't know that the clockwork flintlock could be fired in the rain. Therefore, when the gunshots on the top of the city rang, he was directly stunned. And the consequence of the commander's stupidity was that a large group of Geddes infantrymen who were shot lay under the city. It was not until the North Sea musketeers on the top of the city repelled several waves of Geddes infantry's offensive that Marshal Bonitz reacted. Retreat for the time being. Bonitz shouted. Immediately, the sound of the military horn ordering a retreat rang on the battlefield. Hearing the order to retreat, the soldiers of the Geddes army also breathed a sigh of relief. Today's incident was too weird. Not only was Marshal Bonitz confused, but most of the soldiers of the Geddes division were also stunned by the volleys of gunfire in the rain. Their morale was extremely low. If they continued to fight, they would definitely not end up well. Hearing the retreat bugle call, everyone evacuated quickly as if they had been pardoned. Returning to the camp, Marshal Bonitz was still muttering to himself, how could this happen? How could this happen? How could this happen? Marshal Bonitz's adjutant Tosk pondered for a long time and expressed his opinion, Marshal, I guess this may be a new type of clockwork flintlock invented by the North Sea Kingdom. Otherwise, it wouldn't be rainproof. What? Marshal Bonitz almost jumped up in fright, you mean, it was Marin's army from the North Sea Kingdom guarding the city? Bonitz accidentally guessed the truth. But Tosk shook his head and said, it may not be Marin's army. It is also possible that Marin sold this new type of musket to the Habsburg family. How could he do this? Isn't this cheating our Lord Duke? Marshal Bonitz said angrily. Tosk thought for a while and said, it may not be sold now. It may be sold before he and the Duke reached an agreement. Don't forget that Marin was a lackey of His Majesty the Emperor before. At that time, it was normal to sell some new muskets to the Habsburg family. Marshal Bonitz nodded with a bitter face, and then said with a depressed face, I understand, but this will make us suffer. The opponent's firepower is so strong, how can we take down the Parson concentration camp? Tosk thought about it, and suddenly a vicious plan emerged in his mind, how about we go to the surrounding area to capture some young and strong people from the Netherlands, and force them to hold weapons and climb the city wall at the front. Will this work? Marshal Bonitz didn't think that some young and strong people who were temporarily captured could attack the city wall. Tosk shook his head and said, we didn't expect them to be able to attack the city wall. We just hoped that they would consume some of the enemy's ammunition. The enemy's ammunition must be limited. Letting the Dutch young men climb the wall and take bullets can also consume the enemy's ammunition. When their ammunition is used up, the musketeers will be useless. By then, we can easily capture this fortress. As he said this, Tosk showed an evil smile. Marshal Bonitz thought about it and it was true, gunpowder in Europe is scarce and precious at the moment. If we use the captured Dutch young men to consume the opponent's ammunition, it is really a good strategy. Although it is a bit vicious, for the sake of victory in reducing the casualties of our soldiers, who cares? After all, the dead are not from Guides. Chapter 808 Head-on Confrontation, Part 1. However, it turned out that the people of Gedesi had too much in mind. Marshal Bonitz sent people to the surrounding villages to capture young and strong farmers that day. The next day, under the coercion of the soldiers of Gedesi, the local captured farmers, holding sticks and hoes and other simple tools, started to climb the city wall. At the beginning, the musketeers on the top of the city did waste some ammunition. But soon, the commander of the garrison, Kevin, thought of a countermeasure. Gary, the name of the commander of the infantry of the Principality of Clifford, it's up to you. These people climbing the city wall are just local captured farmers. Our ammunition is precious and it's not worth wasting on them. So, your infantry go up and poke those farmers down with spears. Don't worry, watch us. After saying that, the infantry commander of the Principality of Clifford led 3,000 Clifford infantry to the battlements. Although the combat effectiveness of the infantry of the Principality of Clifford is average, the local farmers who climbed the city wall in the front are even worse. Therefore, the 3,000 infantry of the Principality of Clifford easily withstood the attack of those farmers. Even if some farmers managed to climb up to the top of the city wall, they were soon knocked to the ground by the infantry of the Principality of Cleaver on the top of the city wall. Seeing this scene, Marshal Bonitz and Tosk, who were supervising the battle below the city, suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Damn, should they react so quickly? So, this poisonous plan was quickly resolved as soon as it was used. And the offensive of the Geddes army was naturally suppressed. Marshal Bonitz sighed and said, forget it, let's wait until the weather clears up and use the artillery troops to continue bombarding the city wall. In addition, get some catapults to destroy the city wall together. Anyway, the Habsburg family's army was held back by the French. At worst, they could use ordinary long-term siege methods. The next day, when the Geddes army drove the captured Brabant Duchy farmers to climb the city wall, Schwartz also led the army to continue on the road. Although the rain made the road muddy, Schwartz knew that in such weather, the musketeers of the Geddes army would be silent. The opportunity was rare, so he ordered the army and the militia to rush forward, try to get to the front line as soon as possible, and then launch an attack on the enemy. Finally, on the afternoon of the fourth day, Schwartz's army arrived at the north of a forest not far from the camp of the Guides army before dark and began to set up camp. After all, after 2 days of traveling in the muddy ground on a rainy day, everyone was really exhausted. If an attack was launched at this time, the soldiers and horses would be exhausted and it would be easy to suffer a defeat. Therefore, Schwartz let the army rest for a night and launched the attack again tomorrow morning. However, what made Schwartz vomit blood was that when the army gathered the next morning and drove to the rear of the Guides' army, the rain stopped. Bonnet had planned to attack the wall of Parson concentration camp again, but he didn't expect that a large enemy army came from a distance. Looking at the flag, it turned out to be from the Principality of Clever. Old Mason really gathered a large army? Bonnet looked at the opposite side and estimated that the opponent had 20,000 or 30,000 people. He was stunned. After reacting, Old Mason hurriedly ordered a change of formation. Coincidentally, because it rained before, the 2,000 Guides musketeers stayed at the back of the battle formation, holding the musketeers wrapped in animal skins to prevent rain. When the Guides' army turned back, the 2,000 musketeers happened to be the front row. Moreover, because the rain stopped, they simply took the muskets out of the animal skin bags, loaded them with ammunition, and aimed at Schwartz's army. Schwartz was a little dumbfounded. Damn, it was still drizzling just now, how come the rain suddenly stopped when we ran to the vicinity of the enemy? Isn't this a trap for me? Schwartz wanted to turn around and leave with the army, but he knew that this was impossible. Because it would hurt morale. If the morale collapsed, the enemy would attack again, and the army might be defeated. Therefore, even though he knew it was difficult, he had to fight the enemy. Besides, in terms of strength, our army was stronger. Thinking of this, Schwartz was not in a hurry to attack, but ordered the army to stop 250 meters in front of the enemy. Then, wait for the artillery behind to come forward to complete the deployment. Schwartz's army brought a front-loading 3-pound cannon with an effective range of 300 to 400 meters. At a distance of 250 meters, the artillery of the North Sea Army can leisurely bombard the enemy, and the enemy. Of course, because it had been raining before, the artillery unit had been staying behind. After all, the artillery of the North Sea is still triggered by a fuse, not a clockwork. Therefore, on rainy days, the artillery triggered by the fuse cannot be used, and Schwartz simply let the artillery stay at the back. But now the rain suddenly stopped, and Schwartz sent people to the back to order the artillery unit to come forward to deploy and bombard the enemy. Quick, quick, quick. Carry the artillery to the back and point it at the enemy. Marshal Bonnet commanded loudly. Just like Schwartz, Bonnet also planned to use artillery to bombard the opponent first. The artillery used by the Guides' army were all bronze cannons provided by France, including 2-pound cannons and 3-pound cannons, a total of 15 guns, all of which were rear-loading falconets. But unlike Marin's North Sea Kingdom's falconets, the North Sea Kingdom's artillery had no gun carriages, and the artillerymen carried the gun barrels to the front to deploy. Before deployment, it was necessary to dig a pit and bury the gun barrels first. But there was a big difference between having a gun carriage and not having a gun carriage. With a wheeled gun carriage, the North Sea Kingdom's artillery units were more mobile. Although the artillery was mobilized at almost the same time, the North Sea Kingdom's artillery was the first to complete the deployment and aimed at the opposite side. After all, the North Sea's artillery was on wheels, and it was super easy to deploy, just point it directly at the enemy. So, when the Guides' artillery was still digging pits in front of the battle to bury the gun barrels, the North Sea's artillery took the lead in attacking. Boom, boom, boom. The first round was a calibration shot, and the accuracy was not high, but many Guides soldiers were still hit. After all, the Guides' army had 14,000 people, and as long as the direction was right, the North Sea's artillery would definitely hit a few people. After that, the artillery battle officially began. After a while of bombardment, Marshal Bonnet saw the difference. It seemed that the enemy's artillery was more powerful. Moreover, the opposite side had 30 cannons, while he only had 15 cannons. No matter how you look at it, he would be at a disadvantage in a mutual artillery fire. So, after observing for a while, Marshal Bonnet finally made up his mind. All troops assemble, abandon the artillery, and advance quickly. Stand 50 steps in front of the enemy formation, and then, the musketeers attack the enemy's artillery and musketeers. Give priority to shooting the enemy's artillery. Then, the artillery of the Guides' army abandoned the artillery positions and made way for the army. Under the commander's rhythmic command, the soldiers of the Guides' army, holding their spears and muskets horizontally, advanced quickly in a relatively neat formation, ignoring the artillery fire from the opposite side. Ah dash, ah dash. Along the way, the screams of the soldiers kept being heard, but Marshal Bonnet turned a deaf ear to them, and ordered the army to continue advancing under the artillery fire. At the same time, the gendarmerie originated in France and appeared during the 100 Years' War between England and France, that simulated the French army drew their sabers and began to kill all the soldiers who wanted to escape from the team. Although more than 300 people were killed or wounded on the way, the well-trained Geddes' army still arrived within 50 steps of the opposite side of the Schwartz army as planned. 1 step in Europe is 0.75 meters, and 50 steps is 37.5 meters, which is just within the aiming range of the matchlock gun. After reaching the specified distance, the leader of the Geddes musket soldiers, Casimir, drew his command knife and shouted, "First row, raise your guns and aim at the opposing artillery. Ready, fire, pa, 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 pa." A burst of gunfire was heard, and many of the Beihai Kingdom's artillerymen in front of the battle line were shot and fell to the ground, howling miserably. Chapter 809 Head-on Confrontation, Part 2, The musketeers of the Principality of Guedes imitated Marin's early musketeers, and all used muskets with 50-gram projectiles. This matchlock gun seems bulky, but its lethality is really good. The 50-gram projectile has extremely strong kinetic energy. And the distance of 50 steps can also ensure that the musket has a relatively high hit rate. Therefore, the Gedesi musketeers achieved good results in the first round. About 300 Beihai soldiers were shot. According to the three-stage shooting, more than 600 people per row, the hit rate of the Gedesi musketeers in this round was as high as more than 50%. Moreover, because the projectiles are heavy and have great kinetic energy, the results achieved are also great. All the Beihai soldiers who were hit had extremely horrible wounds. After hitting the human body, the 50-gram lead bullet continued to roll, often causing a bull-sized gunshot wound. After that, blood was described as spraying. Fortunately, the first 3 rows of Beihai soldiers were wearing high-carbon steel breastplate armor. Although the high-carbon steel breastplate could not withstand the impact of 50-gram heavy lead bullets. However, because of the buffering of the breastplate, the lead bullet did not cause terrible penetrating damage to the person who was shot, but used the powerful kinetic energy to cause a huge impact on the person who was shot. The consequence of this is that the person who was shot had several ribs broken by the powerful kinetic energy, and some people were even stunned on the spot, but they were still alive. Therefore, in this round of shooting, more than 300 North Sea soldiers who were shot, 2/3 of them were shot in the chest, and the breastplate offset most of the damage, so although they were miserable and lost their combat effectiveness, they were at least alive. However, those warriors who were not hit on the breastplate were very miserable. Most of them either died on the spot or were hit on their limbs, and the trauma was extremely serious. Even if they survived afterwards, they could not escape the tragic end of amputation. Although Marin invented alcohol, which can be disinfected. However, the damage caused by lead bullets is different. In addition to trauma, there is also serious lead poisoning. Therefore, unless the lead bullets penetrated through the body and did not stay in the body for too long, it would be difficult to heal the wound. Those who were hit in the limbs may have to choose amputation. With alcohol, the possibility of surviving after amputation is greatly increased. Facing the attack of the Gedesi musketeers, the Beihai musketeers were naturally unwilling to be outdone. Under the command of Schwartz, the 3,000 musketeers of the Beihai kingdom fought back. Because they used spring-fired musketeers without matchlocks, they were able to form a denser formation than the musketeers, with a horizontal density twice that of the musketeers. Similarly, the bullet density was also twice that of the opponent. Fire. The first row of thousands of musketeers formed the denser formation and attacked the Gedesi musketeer line on the opposite side. Pa 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 pa. The sound of gunfire came, and the Gedesi army camp was in chaos. Because the first round of shooting by the Beihai musketeers caused more than 700 casualties to the opponent. Moreover, most of the casualties were musketeers. This was a special request from Schwartz, because Schwartz believed that the musketeers posed the greatest threat to his army in the opposing army. Therefore, when the North Sea musketeers counterattacked, they naturally gave priority to attacking the opponent's musketeers. As smoke rose in front of the formation, the Gedesi musketeers in the second round of shooting were a little confused. Why? Because the gunpowder smoke rising in front of the North Sea army affected their aiming. So, in the second round of shooting, the hit rate of the Gedesi musketeers decreased. But the second round of shooting by the North Sea musketeers was not greatly affected. Because the musketeers of the North Sea are all old musketeers of the First and Second Corps. They have seen more scenes and are experienced. In the face of this situation, they are not panicked, but still hold their musketeers horizontally according to their memory and continue to shoot in parallel in the original direction. In the black powder era, when firing volleys, the smoke rising from the black powder had an impact on the musketeers' aiming. Therefore, when shooting, the musketeers need to take some countermeasures according to the situation. The simplest is to simulate this scene in advance. For example, the musketeers of the 1st and 2nd Legions of the North Sea Kingdom have done a live simulation. How to simulate? Just let the two parts of the musketeers stand face to face, and then shoot each other. Of course, this is not real shooting, otherwise the casualties would be too severe. Marin asked the musketeers to shoot each other, but only loaded gunpowder instead of lead bullets. In this way, when shooting each other, the scene of rising gunpowder smoke is simulated, but it will not cause casualties to soldiers. After many drills, the veteran musketeers of the 1st and 2nd Legions have become accustomed to the scene of gunpowder smoke on both sides, which does not affect their shooting. However, the musketeers of the Principality of Guedes have not received training in this regard. Their previous training was target shooting training, and they have adapted to the scene of rising gunpowder smoke in their own positions. However, they have never felt the scene of smoke on the opposite position. When they first saw the opposite army wrapped in smoke, many Gedesi musketeers were stunned for a moment, not knowing how to aim. On the contrary, on the North Sea Army's position, the 3,000 musketeers were not affected by the smoke-filled scene on both sides. After remembering the approximate direction of the first round of aiming, they just held their gun barrels horizontally and continued to shoot at the positions of the musketeers on the opposite side. For a while, lead bullets flew all over the battlefield, and both sides' positions were filled with smoke, like a fairyland. The only difference from the fairyland was that the smoke was not the playful voices of fairies, but the screams of big men, which sounded creepy. Schwartz stood on a stool in his own formation and looked hard with a telescope. However, he couldn't see clearly. The smoke raised by the musketeers on both sides seriously affected his observation effect. So he decided to observe from the front. But when he ran to a position about 100 meters close to the enemy formation, suddenly there was a swoosh sound in the air. Schwartz was startled, but soon, an unlucky soldier 1 meter away from him was hit in the head by the flying lead bullet. Then, red blood mixed with white brain matter burst out and sprayed Schwartz's face. $#. Schwartz was also scared. Damn, the lethality of the musketeers is so terrible and disgusting. Logically speaking, this place is 100 meters away from the front row of the enemy's musketeers. At this distance, it is difficult for the enemy's musketeers to aim. However, Marin also said that the distance of 100 meters is not safe, and it is possible to be hit by the enemy. Therefore, in the past wars, as long as there were musketeers and artillery in the enemy's formation, Marin would generally stand on the high platform at the back, 300 meters away from the enemy formation, and observe from a distance with a telescope. Why is this so? Obviously Marin is afraid of death. Marin is a person who has died once, so he naturally knows the value of life. Therefore, he will never put himself in a dangerous situation. According to the level of weapons in this era, it is possible to hit a musket within 100 meters. The rear-mounted falconet can also fire up to 300 meters away. Therefore, Marin generally likes to be more than 400 meters away from the enemy position. In this way, the enemy's artillery fire cannot cover it. Although Schwartz did not object to Marin's fear of death, he still looked down on it in his heart. After all, Schwartz is a person of this era, and a descendant of knights. He advocates bravery and does not like to shrink back. But this time, Schwartz understood Marin's concerns. Why? When it comes to frontal charge and battle, Schwartz is not afraid. Because dying on the battlefield is the romance of knights. But people have different ways of dying, and it is glorious to die fighting the enemy. However, being killed by the enemy's stray bullets is not so glorious. It can only be said that those who are killed by stray bullets are not heroes, but unlucky people, such as the one next to Schwartz. Seeing the horrible scene of red and white blood and brain matter spurting out, even the brave Schwartz was terrified in his heart. Such a way of dying was not glorious, but disgusting. So, Schwartz made up his mind, the next time he commanded the army to shoot at people with muskets, he would never stand 100 meters away from the enemy to observe. But this time, he was in a dilemma. Because he knew that he could not retreat now. Once he retreated timidly, it might seriously affect morale. In serious cases, it might lead to a collapse. So, despite the fear of being hit by stray bullets, Schwartz pretended to stay calm and loudly encouraged the soldiers. Fortunately, Schwartz's personal guard Hartz saw the dilemma of his master, so Hartz specially arranged several tall and strong guards to stand in front of Schwartz. In this way, even if stray bullets hit, they would first hit the tall guards in front of Schwartz. Although this was inhumane, this was the 16th century, an era of strict hierarchy. In this era, the guards were responsible for shielding their masters from swords, bullets and other weapons. In the later Jin army more than 100 years later, if their masters died in battle, the guards would even be executed and buried with them. Chapter 8-10, Victory, Part 1. If Marin was at the scene and saw the battle going like this, he would definitely kick Schwartz in anger. Why? Because Marin would never be so stupid as to let his musketeers and the opponent shoot at each other. At a distance of 50 steps, 37.5 meters, the musketeers' hit rate is very high. If they shoot at each other, both sides will suffer heavy casualties. Therefore, at such a close distance, the best choice is to charge. Later, the lobster soldiers did this. The British found that within 30 meters, the hit rate of smoothbore guns could also become very high. However, if both sides stopped to shoot at each other, it would be stupid. Because, at a distance of 30 meters, you can rush forward in one breath. At that time, the best weapon is no longer a musket, but a bayonet. Once you rush to the front of the opponent, a bayonet is definitely more effective than a musket. After all, the loading speed of a muzzle-loading gun is very slow, and it usually takes 30 seconds to load a bullet. If you use a bayonet, you can stab several enemies to death in 30 seconds. Of course, Marin had not yet invented the bayonet, so there was naturally no tactic like the lobster soldiers' 30-meter volley followed by a collective bayonet charge. It's not that he was unwilling to use advanced tactics, but the bayonet was not very useful in this era. There is a theory of arms restraining each other in the military. A musket with a bayonet certainly has an advantage when fighting against the musketeers on the opposite side. However, that was a situation that only appeared after the pikemen were eliminated by the musketeers. But in this era, musketeers are still a minority. The majority are pikemen. Try stabbing a pikeman with a bayonet. Your rifle is only 1.6 meters long, Type 38 rifle, with a bayonet, while the European spears of this era are more than 4 meters long, and the Swiss spears are 5 or 6 meters long. A 1.6 meter bayonet and a 6 meter Swiss spear are stabbed against each other. Therefore, Marin never thought of putting a bayonet on the musket, because there is no need. Therefore, in this case, Marin will make an adjusted version of the lobster soldiers' bayonet charge after volley, let the spearmen on the left and right wings charge after the volley. The spearmen rush out from the left and right wings, fill the original position of the middle musketeers, and continue to charge forward, stabbing the enemy's musketeers with spears. As for the musketeers on our side, they can rest for a while. At the same time, load the ammunition, climb onto the wheelbarrow or bench, and climb up to observe which idiot in the nearby enemy is the most fierce. Then, shoot him at close range. The kind of exchange of fire with the enemy at a distance of 50 steps, as chosen by Schwartz, is the stupidest, and the casualties are the highest. At this distance, the hit rate of the musketeers on both sides was very high. After several rounds of volleys, the number of casualties was very high. As expected, after several rounds of shooting, the North Sea Kingdom lost more than 800 people. The losses of the Guides' army on the opposite side were even greater, and the number of casualties was estimated to have exceeded 1,500. Marshal Bonnet, the commander of the Guides' army, could not sit still. Seeing that the shooting did not gain an advantage, he began to realize that if the shooting continued, not only would the musketeers of the Guides' principality be killed or wounded, but the spearmen would also suffer huge casualties. Moreover, after observation, he concluded that there seemed to be more musketeers on the opposite side, and the Guides' army would not gain an advantage in shooting. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and ordered, "Stop shooting, charge the whole army." Although he was puzzled as to why there were so many musketeers on the opposite side, Marshal Bonnet insisted that the opposite army was a motley army composed of the weak combat effectiveness of the Cleaver army and other countries' armies. As long as the Swissified Guides spearmen rushed forward and stabbed their opponents, then the victory would definitely belong to the Swissified Guides army, even though the opponents seemed to have more people. Seeing that the opponents gave up the shootout and began to press forward in large numbers, Schwartz breathed a sigh of relief. He was not afraid of the opponents rushing up to fight, he was only worried that he would be hit by a stray bullet and have his head blown off. Facing the enemy's charge, Schwartz quickly responded, "Notify the musketeers to retreat, and the spearmen in the back will supplement 4 rows of people to the front. Withstand the enemy's charge. As for the musketeers, stand behind the 4 rows of spearmen, stand on stools or wheelbarrows, aim at the enemy from a high place and continue shooting." This formation is a strange formation invented by Marin. This formation is a defensive formation, the front row of spearmen are wearing breastplate armor and iron helmets, and the main purpose is to withstand the enemy's impact. Then, the musketeers will be behind the 4 rows of spearmen in the middle front, and get a higher geographical location and a better field of vision by standing on stools and wheelbarrows. Then, they could aim at the enemy's fiercest spearmen and shoot them at a close distance of several meters to more than 10 meters. They would aim at and shoot whoever was the most courageous. No matter how good your martial arts were, you could still be knocked down with one shot. As long as the musketeers killed the fiercest group of the enemy's offensive would be suppressed. Once the enemy lost in momentum, the offensive would naturally come to nothing. Moreover, according to the habits of mercenaries in this era, the first 3 rows of soldiers were often the most elite veterans. They were highly skilled in martial arts and had rich combat experience. Many veterans would also wear breastplate armor and helmets. Therefore, these people were not only strong in combat effectiveness, but also in protection. However, in front of muskets, the protection of breastplate armor and iron helmets could be ignored. Sure enough, when the spearmen of Guedes rushed to the front, a very fierce battle broke out between the two sides at the beginning. The spearmen of the first 3 rows of the North Sea Kingdom and the spearmen of the first 3 rows of the Principality of Guedes all put in their best efforts to stab the enemy with their spears. However, the first 3 rows of soldiers on both sides were wearing breastplate armor and iron helmets. So, both sides began to stab each other in the face, neck, and limbs. But the first 3 rows of soldiers on both sides were veterans with the most combat experience, so how could they let the other side succeed so easily? Therefore, when the spearmen of both sides stabbed each other, the veterans used all their skills, desperately stabbing the opponent's weak points while dodging left and right, trying not to let the opponent's spears stab their weak points. For a while, the fight between the two sides was extremely fierce. But soon, when the North Sea musketeers who were pushed to the back found stools and wheelbarrows, and stood on a high point with the help of their comrades, everything changed. Hey, the Gedesi spearman on the opposite side is so powerful. He has already stabbed one of our spearmen and wants to stab the next one. Look, I'll give him one shot. Then, a North Sea musketeer raised his clockwork flint gun and aimed at a powerful spearman in the Gedesi army 7 or 8 meters away. Bang dash, ah dash, 2 sounds sounded rhythmically. A big, muscular Gedesi elite spearman veteran had just solved a North Sea spearman and was about to stab the next enemy when a lead bullet flew over and hit his chest armor directly, breaking several of his ribs. So he screamed and immediately lost his combat effectiveness. After a while, more sporadic gunshots rang out. At such a close distance, the North Sea musketeers rarely missed. Moreover, because both sides were stabbing each other with 6-meter-long musketeers, the distance between the two sides was at least 4 meters. When the North Sea musketeers aimed and shot, they did not worry about accidentally hurting their comrades. The more than 2,000 surviving North Sea musketeers took turns to climb onto the benches and wheelbarrows, aiming and shooting at the elite spearmen in the first 3 rows of the Principality of Guedes, and they specifically targeted the fierce ones, causing heavy losses to the spearmen of Guedes. Those who could fight were killed by the North Sea musketeers, and the rest could not make any waves. Moreover, with the large number of losses of elite spearmen, the morale of the Principality of Guedes' army was getting lower and lower, while the morale of the North Sea army was getting higher and higher. Schwartz saw that it was almost time, so he found Wolfgang, the commander of the Principality of Cleaver's army, and said, "General Wolfgang, the morale of the enemy has been severely hit. Now, do you have the confidence to lead the 8,000 soldiers of the Principality of Cleaver to break through the enemy's right wing from the side?" Wolfgang had also been watching for a while. Seeing that the army of the Principality of Guedes was indeed suppressed by the army of the North Sea, he naturally had confidence. Moreover, he could also see that the right wing of the enemy was a weak point. After all, the enemy put the strongest part in the front, so the right wing was naturally not very strong. Moreover, the previous battle had greatly reduced the morale of the Guedes army. Attacking at this time would be taking advantage. Therefore, Wolfgang nodded and said, "Please rest assured, I will complete the task." After that, General Wolfgang led 8,000 soldiers of the Principality of Cleaver, left from the side of the battle formation, and went around to the enemy's weak right wing. Chapter 811, Victory, Part 2. Schwartz's plan was well arranged, but reality often does not go according to plan. According to Schwartz's arrangement, it should be a smooth matter to let the 8,000 soldiers of the Principality of Cleaver attack the weak right wing of the enemy. However, it happened unexpectedly. General Wolfgang was full of confidence to lead 8,000 troops to attack the right wing of the Guedes army. That was a weak point, and the elite of the Guedes army were all fighting with the North Sea army in front. The weak point on the right wing was naturally not an elite. So, he assuredly commanded the army to charge the right wing of the Guedes army. Then, what surprised General Wolfgang was that the Guedes army actually withstood their attack. Although it was a bit reluctant, it withstood it after all. Originally, many people in the Guedes army were desperate. They all thought that after this attack, the Guedes army would be defeated. So, some people were ready to run away. But the spearmen on the right wing gave the Guedes people a surprise. They withstood the enemy's charge, although they were embarrassed, but they withstood it after all. This time, the despair of the Guedes people was thrown behind their heads, and Marshal Bonnets of Guedes took the opportunity to shout, "The enemies on the side are militias, we are not afraid of them." Inspired by martial bonnets, the morale of the soldiers on the right wing of Guedes was greatly boosted, and they repelled the next 2 consecutive charges of Cliff's army. They are militias. They are militias. The shouts of the Guedes soldiers came from the front of the battle, and General Wolfgang was so angry that he almost vomited blood. What is militia? Generally speaking, it refers to the auxiliary army captured by regular army soldiers to make up the numbers, also called conscripts. This kind of army can generally only bully the common people, or follow the regular army to pick up some leaks, and has no status in the army. The people of Gedesi called the regular army of Cleaver militia, which was a great insult to the regular soldiers of Gedesi. The soldiers of the Principality of Cleaver were very angry, because the enemy did not take them seriously. However, it was useless for them to be angry. Because the morale of the opponent had risen, and the combat effectiveness of the troops on the flank of Gedesi was already comparable to that of the Principality of Cleaver. Even if they were angry, they could not break through the enemy's defense line. Morale is really mysterious. If 2 people compete, no matter how confident the weak party is, it is inevitable that they will be suppressed and beaten by the master. Because the gap is really difficult to make up with confidence. However, once the number of people exceeds 1,000, it is hard to say. If a weak brigade has morale, it is very likely to complete a major reversal and defeat a strong enemy. Of course, the weak and strong here refer to armies with the same equipment level. If one side holds guns and the other side holds swords and spears, then morale cannot make up for it. It is true that the right wing of the Guedes army is a weak point, but their combat effectiveness is not worse than that of the Clifford Principality army. In addition, they have withstood the opponent's attack before, so their confidence has risen and their morale has also risen. Then, they can fight as they wish. The bad result brought about by this is that the morale of the entire Guedes army has also risen. Originally, the veterans in front of the battle were somewhat unable to withstand it. But with the improvement of the overall morale of the army, they actually withstood the pressure of the North Sea army. This is troublesome. Schwartz saw this situation and his face collapsed. How about we use the Wolf-Fong commando? Saul, who came to Schwartz, suggested. For this expedition, Marin allocated 100 Wolf-Fong commando soldiers to Schwartz. These commandos are extremely strong warriors, wearing full body plate armor, holding heavy maces, and are fierce warriors who charge into battle. However, because the number is too small, they need to be used in the most critical places. Originally, Schwartz intended to use it in the front line. His plan was to wait until the first 3 rows of veterans of the enemy were crippled, and then send out the Wolf-Fong commando to charge fiercely at the right time, as the last straw to break the camel's back, so as to cause a major rout of the enemy. However, due to the poor performance of Clifford's army, the morale of the enemy increased greatly, which made Schwartz embarrassed. The morale of the enemy is now high. If we use the Wolf-Fong commandos, we may not be able to achieve the greatest results. Saul thought for a while and said, then send them to the flank to support the Clifford Principality army. As long as we tear a big hole in the flank, I think the Principality of Clifford's army should not waste this opportunity, right? Just don't encounter the opponent's musketeers, otherwise wearing plate armor will be useless. It's okay, I can tell those Wolf-Fong commandos that after breaking through the enemy's spearman line of defense, they will turn right and attack the rear of the enemy's veterans in front of the formation. In this way, we can avoid the enemy's musketeer line, and interfere with the Guedes veteran line that is fighting against our army in front of the formation. Good idea, I'll leave it to you. Okay, just wait and see. After receiving the military order and token signed by Schwartz, Saul went to take over the soldiers of the Wolf-Fong commando. The soldiers of the Wolf-Fong commando were in the convoy at the rear, all wearing plate armor, but sitting in the car to rest. After all, walking in plate armor is very tiring. So, although they were wearing plate armor to prepare for war, they sat down to save energy. After Saul showed Schwartz's order and token, he ordered, "Drive the carriage and follow me, let's go to the flank." Then, Saul led the carriage loaded with 100 Wolf-Fong commando soldiers and walked towards the camp of the Principality of Clifford. But before that, Saul sent his scouts to inform General Wolfgang to let their army make way for the Wolf-Fong commando's convoy to move forward. After arriving at the center of the Principality of Clifford's army, Saul rode to General Wolfgang and asked, "What's the situation, General Wolfgang?" Wolfgang looked at Saul with shame, and said depressedly, "The enemy's morale has risen, and this battle will be a bit difficult. If my people can tear a hole in the enemy's flank, are your people sure to expand the results of the victory? Can this work?" Wolfgang didn't know about the existence of the Wolf-Fong commando, so he was a little confused. "Of course, we have a secret force that can completely tear a hole in the enemy's formation. However, this force is small in number and lacks sustained combat effectiveness. Therefore, a large force is needed to consolidate and expand the results of the battle. Wolfgang thought for a while and said, "Make sure to complete the mission. This time, I will lead the charge myself. If I fail, I will not come back." After that, Wolfgang began to motivate his men, saying that they would die if they failed in this battle. Saul nodded and began to arrange for the Wolfgang commando to get off the carriage, line up in a row, and hide behind the spearmen of the Principality of Clifford to catch the enemy off guard. Charge! General Wolfgang personally mounted his horse, drew his sword, and rushed forward with the large force of the Principality of Clifford. The militia on the opposite side are here to die again. The morale of the right-wing soldiers of the Guides army was high. Seeing the Clifford army charging again, they were not afraid at all, but full of confidence. However, when Cleaver's army rushed to the front, the spearmen in the front row suddenly scattered to the left and right. Then, in front of the Guides army, 100 plate-armored infantrymen armed to the teeth appeared, holding thick wooden sticks full of nails in their hands. Wolfgang Commando, charge! Nicholas Cage, who commanded this unit, took the lead in waving the mace, and rushed into the enemy formation in the surprised eyes of the Guides soldiers on the opposite side. Seeing the enemy rushing up, the Guides spearmen naturally stabbed their spears. However, this was useless, because the Wolfgang Commando soldiers wore full-body plate armor, and it was a high-carbon steel full-body plate armor with super-high protection. When they stabbed it, they only heard the crisp sound of ding-dong. Facing the several spears stabbing at him, Cage didn't care. He swung his mace and smashed the spears, then used the nail-studded part of the front of the mace to hit the enemy's face and body. The Gedesi soldiers who were hit by the spikes on the mace immediately howled. Of course, it was not just the Gedesi spearmen who were hit by Cage. Near this person, other Gedesi spearmen who were hit by the maces of the Wolfgang Commando soldiers also howled. Soon, the 100-man Wolfgang Commando tore a big hole in the right wing of the Gedesi army. When General Wolfgang saw this, he immediately shouted, "Follow us." Then, he led a team of personal guards and charged in front, following closely behind the Wolfgang Commando. Seeing that the commander had taken the lead, the soldiers of the Cleaver army had no reason to just watch. So, they also rushed. Then, the hole became bigger and bigger. In the end, the right wing of the Gedesi army collapsed. Chapter 8:12 The dust settles. The impact of 100 fully armed super tough guys is unstoppable, not to mention that they are only facing the weakest right wing of the Guides army. Therefore, the 100-man team of the Wolfgang Commando forcibly tore a large and deep hole in the right wing of the Guides army. The army of the Principality of Clifford also followed and began to squeeze the Guides army, making the hole bigger and bigger. In the end, the right wing of the Guides army collapsed across the board. Marshal Bonnets, the commander-in-chief of the Guides army, was obviously unwilling to fail, so he shouted at the top of his voice, "The rear of the left wing! The rear of the left wing! Hurry up and support the right wing! Attack the left side of the enemy army on the right wing and cut them in two." Bonnets's idea was very simple. He planned to let the army on the rear of the left support the right wing and attack the left side of the enemy army on the right wing, trying to cut the enemy in half and split them into two. Then, gather strength to encircle and annihilate the 3,000 or 4,000 enemy troops in the front half that broke into the formation. However, reality is cruel. Just as the troops at the rear of the left wing of the Gedesi army began to move, the gate of the Parsons concentration camp behind them opened, and the defenders inside rushed out. If before, the Parsons concentration camp dared to open the gate, the Gedesi army would definitely be happy. But now at this critical moment, it is not good. The 3,000 or 4,000 soldiers at the rear of the left wing of the Gedesi army, who were moving to the right behind the formation, just got halfway when they encountered the 3,000 or 4,000 defenders of the Parsons concentration camp who rushed out of the city. Moreover, after the defenders rushed out of the city, they directly sent a volley of gunfire when they encountered the Gedesi troops, causing more than 200 casualties among the 3,000 or 4,000 people at the rear of the left wing of the Gedesi. As a last resort, this army had to stop and line up to guard against the attack of the defenders who rushed out of the Parsons concentration camp. But in fact, the troops that came out of Parsons concentration camp had no intention of continuing the attack. Kevin, the highest commander of the garrison, chose a very good time to attack. If he had attacked before the Guides army was at a disadvantage, the garrison of less than 4,000 people might have been wiped out by the enemy and then occupied Parsons concentration camp. But sending troops at this time is just at the critical juncture. At this time, the Guides army is at a disadvantage. And the only troops that can be mobilized in the rear of the left wing are actually the reserve troops of the Guides army. No more troops can be drawn from other directions. After all, the 20,000 troops on the opposite side and the 8,000 troops on the right wing are not for show. Therefore, Kevin chose a very good time to attack at this time. Moreover, he just delayed the last mobile troops of the Guides' army. Kevin has made up his mind not to take the initiative to fight with the enemy in front of him. But if the other party wants to leave, he will definitely lead his men to stab the other party in the ass. The people of Guides obviously guessed Kevin's plan, so they are now in a dilemma and have to stand there. As time goes by, the Wolf Fang commando fights deeper and deeper, and finally turns a corner and hits the back of the elite in front of Guides, posing a serious threat to the elite in the front row of Guides. At this time, the elite veterans of Guides in the front row have to be distracted. Because the Wolf Fang commando is about to hit them from behind. The result is that the elite veterans of Guides in the front row began to be absent-minded. Schwartz would never miss this opportunity. He shouted, "The people of Guides are defeated. Everyone charge." Many veterans of the 1st and 2nd Legions have participated in the battle between Lisle County and the Duchy of Saxony. In that war, when Marin saw the high platform where the Duke of Saxony was knocked down, he shouted, "The Duke of Saxony was hit by a cannon and died," which directly disintegrated the morale of the Saxon army. Obviously, those veterans knew that Schwartz was going to do the same thing. So, thousands of veterans from the 1st Legion shouted together, "The Gedesi people are defeated. Everyone, charge." The voices were uniform and very powerful. On the battlefield, the Gedesi people in Cleaver were all shocked. But soon, the Cleaver soldiers showed confident smiles on their faces. On the contrary, the Gedesi soldiers showed doubtful expressions on their faces, and they became less and less confident as they fought. If Schwartz had asked people to shout like this at the beginning, the well-trained Gedesi soldiers might have thought it was a rumor. However, the Gedesi army was currently at a disadvantage, and if they were shouted like this again, their morale would inevitably be shaken. Unlike the Gedesi army, the morale of the North Sea army was greatly boosted at this time. Because of the advantage in numbers, Schwartz not only ordered the elite veterans in the front row to start attacking the enemy formation, but also divided thousands of troops to go around the enemy's left wing and launched an attack. The Gedesi army was already shaky and the defeat was obvious. The army sent to the enemy's left wing became the last straw that broke the camel's back. In order to save the right wing, Marshal Bonitz not only sent out thousands of soldiers from the rear of the left wing as a reserve, but also began to mobilize some soldiers from the front of the left wing to support the right wing. At this time, the left wing of the Guides army began to be empty. Schwartz's move to send thousands of soldiers to attack the left wing of Guides hit the weakness of the Guides army. With the defeat of the left wing, both wings of the Guides army were penetrated, and the elite front row was also suppressed by the North Sea Kingdom. After the defeat of both the left and right wings, the veterans in the front row could no longer withstand the pressure and could only retreat. Marshal Bonitz was desperate at this time. He knew that the Guides army was doomed to lose this time. However, he didn't know how many soldiers he could bring back this time. Suddenly, he saw the open gate of the Parson concentration camp, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. So, he shouted, "Attack the gate of Parson's concentration camp. If we take over the concentration camp, we can still defend the city." The retreating Guides soldiers were shocked. Yes, if they took over Parson's concentration camp, there was indeed hope of a comeback. After all, this concentration camp was quite solid. But unexpectedly, Knight Kevin, who was responsible for guarding Parson's concentration camp, saw the enemy army retreating and started to lead his troops to run back into the city. When the Guides army surrounded them, the city gate was just closed. Marshal Bonitz looked at the closed city gate and suddenly had 10,000 MMPs to say in his heart, "Damn, do you have to be so cowardly? You just retreated without even fighting. Did you become a turtle? Do you still have a bit of chivalry?" However, although Knight Kevin was a knight, he was not from a knight family, but from a mountain hunter. Therefore, he didn't care about the glory of the knight. The character of the hunter is to be good at seizing opportunities and choosing what is most beneficial to him. As for honor, can that thing be exchanged for money? Therefore, Kevin saw the opportunity to delay the enemy's reserve and led his men out of the city without hesitation. But when he saw the other side rushing towards the concentration camp like a mad dog after being defeated, he immediately became timid. Damn, facing this kind of enemy who regards the concentration camp as the last straw like a mad dog, it is the most difficult to deal with. He only has more than 900 musketeers and less than 3,000 infantry. Moreover, those 3,000 people are the infantry of the Principality of Clifford, and their combat effectiveness is relatively poor. Therefore, seeing that the other side wanted to capture the city, he did not hesitate to lead his men and horses back to the city and close the city gate. Fortunately, the city gate was wide enough, and his Q training for all the defenders these days was also relatively effective. More than 3,000 people withdrew to the city, and it was actually well organized, without the chaos of ordinary people crowding in the market. In addition, the reserve troops at the rear of the left wing of the Guides, which were originally following behind them, were also repelled by the first batch of musketeers who climbed up the city walls and used volleys to shoot back. When the Guides' army pressed forward, the city gate was just closed. After losing the last hope, the breath of anger in the hearts of the Guides soldiers suddenly dissipated. Except for a few diehards who insisted on resisting, most of the surviving Guides soldiers, including Marshal Bonnets, chose to lay down their weapons and surrender amid the shouts of "surrender and no killing" by the soldiers of the North Sea Kingdom. At this point, the grand ambitions of Charles II, Duke of Guides, disappeared. And the chaos in the Netherlands was basically settled. Chapter 8:13, Temporary Meeting of the Empire. Surrender and no killing. Faced with the siege and this vaguely familiar slogan, Marshal Bonnets's face changed drastically. He remembered, this slogan is clearly the characteristic of the East Frisian army. Moreover, it was shouted so neatly, it must have been rehearsed. Marin Hoffman, you two-faced villain. Marshal Bonnets finally understood who had fallen into his hands. He understood completely. He understood why Duke John II of Clever had the courage to challenge the powerful Duchy of Geddes, and was able to gather 30,000 troops. This was clearly because Marin was backing him up behind the scenes. Poor Duke Charles II of Geddes, he really thought that Marin had stayed out of it. On the way to the concentration camp, Marshal Bonnets kept cursing. Schwartz couldn't stand it any longer and stopped him, saying, "Ahem, stop talking nonsense. Our Grand Duke didn't declare war on the Principality of Guides, nor did he send troops. He has complied with the agreement. Where did this army come from? What's wrong with you, General Schwartz? Did you betray the North Sea Kingdom and join the Duke of Clever, John II? Bonnets said coldly. Well, Marshal Bonnets, you should know that our Grand Duke started out as a mercenary. Before, we were hired by the King of England to fight in England. So, is there a problem with me taking this army and accepting the employment of Duke John II? Schwartz asked back. Marshal Bonnets was speechless. Yes, they were famous German mercenaries, and they were hired by Duke John II of Clever to fight for him. There was nothing wrong with that. So, you see, the Grand Duchy of the North Sea did not break its promise to Duke Charles II and did not send troops. However, we had already reached an agreement with Duke John II of Clever that we would help him fight once when necessary. But when did your army go south? How come there was no news at all? If we knew that you were hired by the Duchy of Clever, how could we easily send troops? Marshal Bonnets said angrily. This is because our employer, Lord John II, specifically asked us to quietly go south. At that time, we didn't know why, but now we know. Schwartz lied without changing his expression. Marshal Bonnets stared at Schwartz for a long time before he slowly said, "You are really despicable and extremely cunning. This time, the Principality of Geddes is defeated." While the armies of both sides were fighting in the Parson concentration camp in the Duchy of Brabant, the Prime Minister of the Duchy of Clever, Old Mason, also came to Worms, where the Imperial Parliament was located, with several secret letters from Schwartz that the Duchy of Geddes had secretly communicated with France. Before coming, Old Mason had joined forces with the Habsburg family to request an emergency meeting to discuss the Duchy of Geddes' unprovoked attack on the Parson concentration camp in the Duchy of Brabant. The German Grand Speaker, Archbishop Jacob of Mainz, and the Burgundian Grand Speaker, Archbishop Jacob of Trier, also agreed to the convening of the emergency meeting and invited the princes to attend. Most of the German princes were happy to see the Habsburg family suffer a setback, because Maximilian I was so outspoken when he was young and said that he wanted to unify Germany by facts. Therefore, although the princes were not in a position to openly support the Habsburgs, they were definitely gloating in secret. Therefore, there were many princes who came to attend the temporary meeting this time, but most of them came to see the jokes of the Habsburgs. As for Prime Minister Mason of Clever, who jumped up and down and patted his chest to express his willingness to serve the king, everyone regarded him as a clown. Why? Because the princes did not think that the Principality of Clever could defeat the army of the Principality of Guides. After all, the armies of the Principality of Clever and the Earl of Mark had been in peace for a long time and had forgotten how to fight. The army of the Principality of Guides had fought several battles with the Duchy of Saxony before and was very experienced. Emperor Maximilian I also came to Worms in person and showed an attitude of, "I am very anxious." He kept talking to those powerful princes and looked like he wanted to ask everyone for help. However, the princes did not know that this time, Maximilian I was just here to act. Because many things had actually been arranged long ago. Moreover, this time the Imperial Conference was convened temporarily, and the Habsburg family and Old Mason did not ask for help from everyone, but asked everyone to be a witness. What to witness? Of course, those secret letters. Emperor Maximilian I has not yet been to Rome for coronation, and can only be regarded as a quasi-emperor. Moreover, even if he completed the coronation, in the fragmented country of the Holy Roman Empire, the emperor could not follow his words. Therefore, even if there is ironclad evidence, it is necessary to ask the princes to notarize it at the imperial conference. Only after the notarization was completed, Maximilian I could take out the emperor's shelf and announce sanctions against the Duchy of Guedes. After all, the Duchy of Guedes colluded with France, the great enemy of the Habsburg family, so Maximilian I also hoped that the Duchy of Guedes would be unlucky. Before the temporary meeting began, Old Mason went to visit the emperor specially. Then, internal news came from the emperor's headquarters. Maximilian I gave something to Old Mason. After the temporary meeting began, after the Archbishop of Mainz, the Grand Speaker of the Empire, finished his speech, Maximilian I, as the monarch of the Empire, also came to the podium and began to preach. Unlike what the princes imagined, Maximilian I did not look worried. His Majesty the Emperor said, "You all may know that before this, our Habsburg family arrested a group of rioters from Switzerland. There was a commotion below, and the princes thought, are they rioters or righteous men? Don't you, the Emperor, have any idea?" Of course, Maximilian I was a nominal monarch after all, so they couldn't say it directly. Hitting the Emperor in the face, isn't this giving the other party a handle? Although the Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire has no real power, it is also illegal to openly provoke. Therefore, everyone was making trouble in private, and would not openly sing the opposite tune, otherwise, it would be giving the Emperor a handle. The Duchy of Guedes took advantage of the fact that our Habsburg family's troops were transferred to Switzerland, and colluded with the Kingdom of France to invade the Duchy of Brabant and tried to rescue the mob. At this time, Frederick III, the Elector of Saxony, coughed and said, "Your Majesty, you said that the Duchy of Guedes colluded with France, but you have to provide evidence. Otherwise, even if you are the emperor, you cannot accuse a noble duke at will." Maximilian I took a deep look at Frederick III, the Elector of Saxony, and continued, "Of course, everyone should know that just before the Duchy of Guedes sent troops, the French sent 10,000 troops to support several states in western Switzerland. That's not all. They also sent more than 10,000 people to the border between France and the county of Flanders to intimidate the garrison in Ghent." Frederick III shook his head and said, "Your Majesty, what you said cannot prove that the Duchy of Guedes colluded with France. Perhaps, this is just a coincidence. Unless you can produce solid evidence. Otherwise, the charge that Duke Charles II colluded with France cannot be established." After Frederick III finished speaking, most of the princes present nodded, "Yes, yes, Your Majesty, you need to produce solid evidence." Maximilian I looked at the majority of the princes who supported Frederick III's remarks, sneered, and continued, "Of course I have evidence, otherwise, why would I bring it up in front of you? Without evidence, I think you would not admit it." After saying that, Maximilian I nodded to Old Mason. Old Mason stood up at this time, took out a few letters, and said to everyone, "Everyone, I have solid evidence that the Duchy of Guedes is colluding with the Kingdom of France." Chapter 8:14, Ruling of Treason. Seeing Old Mason stand up, many of the princes present showed contempt. They, the monarchs, hated those traitors who undermined the monarch the most. They naturally hated people like Old Mason who took advantage of the monarch's illness to monopolize power and make decisions on their own. So, Duke Henry of Lüneburg said dissatisfiedly, "Who are you?" Most of the people present actually knew Old Mason, but Duke Henry said this to express his dissatisfaction. Old Mason was not angry, but said with a smile, "Lord Henry, I am Mason, the Prime Minister of the Duchy of Clever and the Earldom of Mark. You still know that you are just a Prime Minister. How can you take advantage of the Duke John's illness to make decisions on your own? Are you qualified to make decisions on behalf of the Duchy of Clever and the Earldom of Mark?" Old Mason did not speak, but took out a document from his pocket and said, "This is the authorization letter of our Lord Duke. Before he became seriously ill, he specially authorized me in writing to be fully responsible for the military and political affairs of the Duchy of Clever and the Earldom of Mark during his illness, including diplomacy. As you all know, our Prince John is only 15 years old and has not yet reached the age to handle official affairs. Therefore, during this period, all affairs of the Duchy of Clever and the Earldom of Mark are handled by me." This authorization letter is naturally true. After all, it was issued by John II himself. So, everyone circulated it for a while, and no one saw any problems. At this time, the princes remembered was the behavior of Old Mason directed by John II himself. As for John II's serious illness, he was probably afraid of taking responsibility, so he chose to let Old Mason take the blame. Although the princes present lacked great talent and vision, they were still very experienced in political struggles. Many people thought of this, so their faces began to fade. Seeing this, Frederick III, the Elector of Saxony, cleared his throat and asked, Prime Minister Mason, you said you have evidence that the Duchy of Guedes is colluding with the Kingdom of France. Why don't you take a look? Yes, Elector. Please see, these are letters between the Duchy of Guedes and the Kingdom of France. After saying that, he sent several letters from Schwartz to the rostrum and let Emperor Maximilian I and the other 7 electors sitting on the rostrum read them together. At this time, Władysław II of Bohemia, one of the 7 electors, suddenly said, Prime Minister Mason, can I ask how you got these letters? After seeing these letters, Władysław II was a little confused. Because the recipients of these letters are all King Louis XII of France. Logically, these letters should be kept in the French royal palace. Old Mason pretended to hesitate for a moment, then glanced at Emperor Maximilian I, and said, these letters are from a Spanish thief named Pedro. October 13th last year was the birthday of Princess Claude, the only daughter of King Louis XII of France. On that day, the Spanish thief Mr. Pedro took advantage of the negligence of the guard in the front yard of the French royal palace, sneaked into the room of the French foreign minister, pried open the lock and stole several letters. Among them, several of them happened to be written by Charles II, Duke of Saxony, to King Louis XII of France. As he said, old Mason pointed to one of the letters and said, please look, my lords, in this letter, Charles II, Duke of Saxony slandered His Majesty the Emperor as a greedy tyrant, but complimented King Louis XII of France as the most wise and capable monarch in Europe. And this one, Charles II thanks Louis XII for providing thousands of Swiss mercenaries and a large amount of financial support. Obviously, the Duchy of Saxony has long been in cahoots with the French. And France has also provided a lot of financial and manpower support to the Duchy of Saxony. After reading these letters, Archbishop Jacob of Mainz nodded and said, if these letters are true, then it can be concluded that Duke Charles II of Saxony has colluded with foreign countries and slandered your Majesty. But the question is, Prime Minister Mason, how can you prove that these letters are true? The other princes reacted and echoed, yes, yes, how do you prove that these letters are true? Obviously, the princes were going to insist that these letters were fake. Old Mason was not in a hurry. He took out a few more letters from the package he brought and said, my lords, words are not enough. I know this. Therefore, I have specially brought a few letters between the Principality of Clever and the Principality of Guedes. These letters are written by Charles II, Duke of Guedes, and have his signature. You only need to compare the notes, signatures, ink, and paper to know the authenticity. In this era, the formula of ink is not uniform. Different countries and different merchants provide different paper and ink. However, it is certain that the monarch of a vassal state generally uses ink that is specially supplied by a big merchant, and the same is true for paper. Therefore, in the same period of time, there may be changes in different time periods. The paper and ink used by the monarch of a vassal state are basically the same. The letters that old Mason brought with him were also from the same period as the letters written by Charles II, Duke of Guedes, to King Louis XII of France. The paper and ink used were naturally similar. Several electors and Maximilian I got together and compared the 2 letters, and found that the ink and paper used in the 2 were similar. Moreover, the handwriting and signature were the same. Maximilian I nodded and said, there is indeed no difference. But Archbishop Jacob of Mainz shook his head and said, no, this cannot be used as evidence. Both batches of letters were brought by Prime Minister Mason alone. What if both batches of letters were forged by Prime Minister Mason? Therefore, one person's words are not enough to be evidence. Maximilian I said very relaxedly, that's easy. I just brought a few letters written to me by Charles II during this period. You can compare them. After that, Maximilian I also took out a few letters for everyone to identify. The results of the identification were naturally similar. However, Archbishop Mainz disagreed. Why? Because he believed that when old Mason came to Worms, he had been to the headquarters of Maximilian I. So, it was hard to say. However, at this time, the Prime Minister of the North Sea Kingdom, Geoffrey, who represented the North Sea Grand Duchy at the meeting, also stood up and said, coincidentally, the North Sea Kingdom also kept a few letters from Charles II, Duke of Guedes. After that, he took out a pile of letters and picked out the ones written by Charles II. Not only that, Geoffrey also said, you gentlemen can send someone back to deliver all the letters exchanged with the Duke of Guedes. Here, I, Geoffrey, can swear in the name of God and the Bible that these letters are true. Otherwise, I am willing to die. It's useless to play tricks. Moreover, everyone compared the letters exchanged between themselves and Charles II, Duke of Guelders, and the truth was revealed. In desperation, everyone had to admit that Charles II, Duke of Guelders, was guilty of collaborating with foreign countries and slandering the monarch. Eventually, the imperial parliament had to rule that Charles II was guilty of treason. Chapter 8:15, The Principality of Guedes is expelled. Now that the charges have been determined, the next question is how to sentence them. Maximilian I's goal is naturally clear: for such treasonous nobles, it is natural to deprive them of their titles and fiefdoms, and even imprison them. Moreover, Maximilian I proposed that since the Duchy of Clever is willing to send troops, the Lower Guedes region can be given to the Duchy of Clever as a reward. But at the same time, the Upper Guedes region should also be awarded to the Habsburg family as compensation. However, most princes disagreed. Why? First, they don't want to see the Habsburg family annex the Upper Guedes region. Second, the princes feel sad for the rabbit's death. After all, they have done a lot of collusion with France to suppress the Habsburg family. This time, the letters of the Duchy of Guedes colluding with France were exposed. If their letters to France are also exposed, will they also be deprived of their titles and fiefdoms? Therefore, everyone strongly opposed the deprivation of the Duke of Guedes's title and all fiefdoms, and only agreed to deprive the Lower Guedes region of the Duchy of Guedes and transfer it to the Duchy of Clever, which exposed the treason of Duke Charles II of Guedes. In short, they were unwilling to give the Habsburgs a bargain. However, Maximilian I was not a vegetarian. Seeing that the meeting was deadlocked, he chose to secretly visit Archbishop Jacob of Mainz, Archbishop Jacob of Baden of Trier, and Archbishop Hermann IV of Cologne in the middle of the night. Of course, he did not visit empty-handed, but brought a lot of gold coins. And these gold coins were actually the appearance fees given to him by the North Sea Kingdom for his cooperation in the performance. In order to seize the Ruhr area, Marin also spent a lot of money. Not only did he sell more than 17,000 Swiss mercenaries to the Habsburg family, he also gave 100,000 gold coins as appearance fees in order to get the Habsburg family to cooperate in a big show. Emperor Maximilian I was not a pushover. Although he did not want to offend Marin and seize the Lower Guedes region, he set his sights on the Upper Guedes region. After all, the Upper Guedes region also has an area of more than 1,000 square kilometers. Moreover, it is fertile land on both sides of the Meuse River, a tributary of the Rhine. According to Maximilian I's idea, this time he finally found evidence that the Duchy of Guedes, a traitor, colluded with foreign countries. Naturally, it would be best to take this opportunity to completely get rid of the Egmont family of the Duchy of Guedes. In this way, it can also serve as a warning to the monkey. However, at the imperial conference, it seemed that most of the princes disagreed with his approach of killing them all. Moreover, they were unwilling to let the Habsburg family annex the Upper Guedes region. In desperation, Maximilian I decided to take out the 100,000 gold coins given to him by Marin to bribe the three religious electors, the Archbishop of Mainz, the Archbishop of Trier and the Archbishop of Cologne. Why bribe the three religious electors instead of the 7 electors together? Because the religious electors are not hereditary. After becoming religious electors, these electors often try their best to make money. Anyway, the religious electorate is not theirs, and it is right to take advantage of the opportunity of becoming an archbishop to make a fortune for their family. And for these greedy religious electors, using money is the best choice. As for the other 4 secular electors, they are in a family-inherited position. Therefore, they must not only consider economic interests, but also long-term political interests. Therefore, they are much more difficult to bribe than religious electors. Maximilian I only gave 10,000 gold coins to each of the 3 religious electors, and the attitudes of these 3 electors changed drastically. Of course, the 3 electors did not completely follow Maximilian I's wishes. After private discussions, the 3 archbishops decided to allow Maximilian I's Habsburg family to obtain the west bank of the Meuse River in the Upper Guedes area. The territory on the west bank of the Meuse River in the Upper Guedes region is only about 500 square kilometers, less than half of the Upper Guedes region. However, it is not bad. After all, they are all fertile areas with developed agriculture. As for the east bank of the Meuse River, the 3 archbishops decided to keep it. However, because there is solid evidence of treason in the Principality of Guedes, the specifications of the Principality of Guedes will be downgraded to a county, and only the area of 600 to 700 square kilometers on the east bank of the Meuse River will be retained. Compared with the previous area of 4,000 to 5,000 square kilometers of the Principality of Guedes, it has shrunk by more than half. When the imperial conference was held again, the German princes were surprised to find that the 3 religious electors suddenly changed their positions and supported the Habsburg family to obtain territorial compensation. Of course, it was only the 500 square kilometers of land on the west bank of the Meuse River near the Duchy of Brabant. Not only that, Frederick III, the Elector of Saxony, and Joachim I, the Elector of Brandenburg, also suddenly changed their attitudes and supported this decision. Obviously, they were also bought off. It was sad to say that since the defeat in Lübeck, the electorates of Saxony and Brandenburg were now in huge debts and had poor domestic economic conditions. Maximilian I came eagerly and gave each of them 10,000 gold coins. In the end, the two electors, who were very short of money, also knelt down in front of the gold coins. After all, a penny can make a hero fall, let alone 10,000 gold coins. Moreover, the Saxon nobles had a grudge against the Duchy of Guise. At the beginning, George, the Duke of Saxony, the cousin of the Elector of Saxony, was completely humiliated by the Duchy of Guise. At this meeting, George also stood on the side of Maximilian I and strongly demanded that Charles II be deprived of his dukedom and all his fiefdoms. Under George's lobbying, and with Maximilian I also paying, Frederick III, the Elector of Saxony, agreed to stand on the emperor's side. As for the electorate of Brandenburg, Joachim I had no opinion, and since there were benefits, he agreed with Frederick III. So, when the imperial parliament was convened again, 5 of the 7 electors supported Maximilian I in obtaining territorial compensation from the Duchy of Guise. Of course, it was somewhat different from Maximilian I's expectations, as there were only 500 square kilometers in Hesse, not more than 1,000 square kilometers as Maximilian I expected. Although it did not meet expectations and cost 50,000 gold coins, Maximilian I felt it was worth it. Why? Because the Duchy of Guise, which wanted to follow France and annex the Netherlands territory of the Habsburg family, had to lose nearly half of the land in the Upper Guise region again after losing the largest Lower Guise region. From then on, the originally powerful Duchy of Guise, from a powerful country with an area of 4,000 to 5,000 square kilometers, directly fell into a small state with an area of only 600 to 700 square kilometers. From then on, the small state of Guise would be greatly weakened and no longer have the strength to threaten the Habsburg family. After all, a small country with an area of only a few hundred square kilometers cannot make waves. Of course, for a prince who was convicted of treason, such a punishment is still a bit light. Therefore, under the promotion of several electors, the unfortunate Duke of Guise, Charles II, was demoted to a count. Moreover, the name of the Duchy of Guise was also modified, and the name of the capital of the Duchy of Guise, Gelden, was directly used, which was the Earl of Gelden. In this way, the Duchy of Guise, which once beat the powerful Duchy of Saxony, died after this imperial conference. Although Charles II was still a great nobleman under the protection of the princes, he was demoted from a duke to an earl, and his territory was severely reduced from 5,000 to 6,000 square kilometers to 600 to 700 square kilometers. At this point, the once powerful Duchy of Guise was officially removed from the list and deprived of most of its territory, leaving only a weak principality renamed the Earldom of Gelden. Chapter 816, Take over the Lower Gedesi region. After the final result came out in written form in the decree of the imperial parliament, Maximilian I breathed a sigh of relief. Without the powerful Duchy of Guise and the east-west response of France, the security of the Habsburg family's Dutch territory has also been greatly improved. Therefore, even if Marin did not give him money this time, he was actually willing to help out of friendship. After all, a powerful Duchy of Guise that hated the Habsburg family was also something Maximilian I was extremely afraid of. Now the Duchy of Guise has degenerated from a powerful principality with 18 cities and large tracts of fertile farmland to a small principality with only 2 or 3 cities, and it can no longer be regarded as an opponent of the Habsburg family. In the future, the Habsburg family in the Netherlands only needs to guard against the French in the west, without having to worry about someone stabbing them in the back in the east. After signing the decree of the imperial parliament, Maximilian I signed an order in public, authorizing Prime Minister Klever, Old Mason, to organize an army to rescue the Duchy of Brabant, and ordered it to send troops to take over the Lower Geddes region after defeating the Geddes army. Until then, many princes remembered that they were jumping up and down in worms, so what if a verdict was issued? In the end, an army was still needed to defeat the 10,000 plus troops of the Duchy of Geddes. As German princes, the princes knew the combat effectiveness of the Duchy of Geddes army very well. As for the Duchy of Klever, it seemed that it had not fought for many years. Therefore, everyone was not optimistic that the Duchy of Klever's army could beat the Duchy of Geddes army. Therefore, many people concluded that the Duchy of Klever could not complete the task of defeating the Duchy of Geddes army. Therefore, many people began to gloat and laugh at Maximilian I's decision. However, not everyone thought so. The old fox, Elector Frederick III of Saxony, didn't think so. After some princes raised doubts, Frederick III curled his lips and said, "I don't think Old Mason would brag. I've heard of this old guy. He has a mature and steady personality. Therefore, he will never brag. Therefore, I think he must have a way to defeat the people of Guedes. Isn't it unlikely? Lord Frederick, the army of the Duchy of Guedes was able to defeat the powerful army of the Duchy of Saxony. Can the combat effectiveness of the Duchy of Clever's army really confront the Duchy of Guedes? Frederick III shook his head and said, the army of the Duchy of Clever alone will definitely not be able to defeat the army of the Duchy of Guedes. But what if they have foreign aid? At this point, Frederick III's eyes lit up, as if he had grasped something. You mean, is it the army of the Habsburg family? No, I remember that under the constraint of the French, the Habsburg family had no extra troops to send out. Suddenly, Frederick III stood up and said loudly, I understand, the Principality of Clever must have borrowed troops from Marin's North Sea Kingdom. So, they are so confident. But, didn't that guy Marin go to America to avenge his brother? How can he interfere in this war? You know, I heard that without his special approval, others have no right to mobilize the North Sea Kingdom's army on a large scale. Frederick III said contemptuously, can't we negotiate the matter of borrowing troops in advance? I see. Just 2 days after the Worms Imperial Conference ended, outside the Parson concentration camp in the Duchy of Brabant, the North Sea Kingdom army under the flag of the Duchy of Clever defeated the army of the Duchy of Guedes and captured all the remaining soldiers of the Duchy of Guedes. Coincidentally, when the soldiers of Upper Guedes were captured, Parson concentration camp could be used to detain these prisoners of war. The 15,000 civilians in Parson concentration camp who were disguised as Swiss mercenaries could finally stop pretending to be Swiss. The shackles they put on to act realistically were used to control the prisoners of war of Guedes. As for those civilians, they all went to the Principality of Clever under the escort of some North Sea troops. Then, they passed through the Principality of Clever and the South Munster area managed by Bishop Conrad and returned to the territory of North Sea. After settling the prisoners of war of Upper Guedes, Schwartz ordered Kevin, the original garrison general, to continue to stay with more than 3,000 garrisons to guard those prisoners of war. Schwartz himself, with the remaining main force of more than 24,000 people, went to the Lower Guedes area to attack those cities and complete the occupation of the Lower Guedes area. In this war, Schwartz led 27,000 men to participate in the war, but lost a total of about 3,000 men, which was the largest loss in all the battles. Among them, the more than 800 casualties in the shooting with the Guedes musketeers were the most miserable. Because these more than 800 wounded were seriously injured. 50 grams of lead bullets are not a joke. Anyone who was injured by these lead bullets had a miserable end. Among the more than 800 people who were shot, more than 200 died on the spot. In addition, more than 300 were seriously injured and basically disabled. Even if they survived, there would be no possibility of returning to the battlefield in the future. As for the more than 100 slightly injured, most of them were hit on the breastplate armor. Although this kind of injury broke several ribs, there is still a certain chance of recovery if it is treated properly. Of course, you have to meet a master of bone setting first to reset the bones. Otherwise, if the bones are not reset properly, once they grow well, it will be over. From now on, the injured bone will be crooked there forever. Fortunately, there are many students of 2 Mongolian doctors, Morigen and Bader, in Malin's army. The strengths of Mongolian doctors are trauma and bone setting. As long as the bones are well connected, the possibility of recovery is still very high. But even so, of the more than 800 people who were shot, it is estimated that no more than 100 people will be able to recover intact in the end, which is very miserable. On the contrary, the other more than 2,000 injured were all injured by swords in close combat. This kind of injury seems terrible, but it is not a big problem. As long as you don't die on the spot, it is easy to save. After all, these cold weapon injuries are still easy to heal by using gold wound medicine, alcohol and sterilized gauze. Although there are more than 2,000 injured, the number of deaths in the end is no more than 300. Only a small number of the remaining injured will be disabled, and most of the others can recover. This is the power of modern medical skills. If it were another army, the mortality rate after injury would be extremely high due to the backward medical level. But in the North Sea Army, which has promoted alcohol and gauze, the chances of rescuing soldiers injured by cold weapons are still very high. After settling the wounded, Schwartz took the remaining 24,000 troops to attack the 12 cities in the Lower Guedes region. In fact, because Duke Charles II of Guedes placed all his bets on the captured Swiss mercenaries in the Parson concentration camp, most of the garrison forces in the Lower Guedes region were withdrawn. Therefore, the cities in the Lower Guedes region are now seriously underdefended. Moreover, there are spies sent by Kohler in the city. Originally, there were only 200 or 300 garrisons left in each city in the lower Gettys region, and it was difficult to guard a few city gates. When Schwarz's army arrived, the spies under Kohler, who were originally disguised as civil servants, suddenly put on armor, held swords and shields, and rushed to the city gates. Therefore, Schwarz should not be too relaxed in sweeping across the lower Gettys region this time. It can even be said that this is not a siege, but a takeover. After all, after seeing that it was hopeless to defend the city, many people wisely chose to surrender. In a week, Schwarz led his men to take over all 12 cities in the lower Geats region. Most of the time was not spent on attacking the city, but on traveling. After all, the lower Geats region is also very large. If it weren't for the fact that traveling took up most of the time, Schwarz might have taken over all 12 cities in just one day. However, after occupying all 12 cities in the lower Geats region, Schwarz did not immediately hand them over to the Clever Principality, but instead stationed the army, waiting for the Duke of Clever, John II, to wake up and sign the documents to hand over the Mark Earldom to the North Sea Kingdom. Only when Marin got the Mark Earldom, which he valued very much, would he hand over the lower Geats region to the Duke of Clever, John II. Chapter 8:17 The Mark Kingdom is acquired. In this era, the transmission of information is very backward. Even if the distance is as close as dozens of kilometers, the news may not be transmitted until several days later. If it is deliberately blocked, it will be even more difficult to transmit. For example, the Guedes army has obviously failed completely, but Charles II, Duke of Guedes. Oh no, it should be Charles I, Count of Gelden. He doesn't know that the battlefield in front has completely failed. The biggest feature of the North Sea Army is that it pays great attention to the use of reconnaissance cavalry. Saul is now a big boss, but Marin still lets him take the scouts. In order to keep secrets, these reconnaissance cavalry often intercept and kill enemy scouts to prevent intelligence from leaking. For example, the battle outside the Parson concentration camp ended 10 days ago, and the newly promoted Count of Gelden Charles I was still unaware of it. Of course, he was convicted of treason by the imperial parliament and demoted to Count of Gelden, and he did not receive any news. However, he has not received any news from the front line for 10 days, and the spies sent out to contact him have not returned. At present, the Upper Guedes area has not been attacked, and there are still 3,000 soldiers stationed in the city of Geldang. Therefore, although he felt uneasy, Charlie was not too worried. In his opinion, it should be the army of bonnets and the troops sent by the Clever people who started a war. Therefore, the news could not be delivered. As for those spies, it was normal to be killed in the melee. However, Charlie believed that the final victory must belong to Guedes. Because he considered that most of the princes would not help the Habsburg family, and the Habsburg family was dragged down by the French, and the other one he feared the most, the North Sea Kingdom, also promised not to interfere in the matter. After all, Marin swore in the name of God that the North Sea Kingdom would never interfere in the matter. Therefore, he was still more relieved. So, even if the Principality of Clever hired a group of mercenaries, in the end, they were definitely not the opponent of the Guedes army. However, Lord Charlie obviously overestimated Marin's integrity. As a clerk who often signed contracts in later generations, Marin was very proficient in how to tamper with contracts. Therefore, even if a secret agreement was signed privately, Marin could find a suitable excuse to push it. You see, I just asked my mercenaries to take a job, but I didn't participate in it. So, I didn't breach the contract, nor did I break my oath. As for how you are unlucky, I don't know that Duke Clever hired my troops to fight you. Alas, if I had known this, I would not have accepted the employment contract. As shameless as Marin, there is Duke Clever John II. This grandson was afraid of taking responsibility, so he was scared at the critical moment and pretended to faint and lay on the bed. So, when the dust settled, he could completely get up from the bed. What's wrong? What's wrong? I just fainted for a while, and so many things happened. Oh, it must be the good work of the treacherous minister, old Mason. Well, the bad things have nothing to do with me. I am wise and righteous. The so-called like-minded people probably refer to Marin and John II. This time, Marin not only took the initiative to send troops, but also borne all the food and expenses on his own. Not only that, the Principality of Clever can also obtain the fertile Lower Guedes area and get a benefit fee of 100,000 gold coins. And his price is to exchange the Mark country for Marin. John II is still very curious about why Marin went around such a big circle to seize the Mark country, which is not very rich. But who is Marin? That is a guy whose moral integrity has been thrown outside the earth. Moreover, this guy has a quick brain reaction. Faced with John II's doubts, Marin directly learned from the king of Chu-, if you don't return to your hometown when you are rich and noble, it's like walking in brocade clothes at night. Who knows it? Of course, the specific explanation is not so literary. This is what Marin told John II. My family was just a poor knight family near the city of Bochum in the Mark country. Now that my family has become rich, I always feel a little bit unable to restrain my desire to show off if I don't go back to my hometown to show off. Therefore, I have to become the master of my hometown and be superior to the elders in my hometown to be able to show off. This excuse, John II really believed. Why? This kind of behavior of showing off in front of the elders and fellow villagers and you are rich is too common and normal in the world. Although John II was born of a noble family, he did not have this feeling. However, he has seen a lot. Many small nobles who have become rich after being appreciated by him always like to take leave to go back to their hometown to feast guests and show off in front of the elders and fellow villagers. And many of his favorite ministers often tell him such things as jokes. So, when Marin found this excuse, he didn't doubt it at all. But he didn't know how much he lost in this transaction. Although the Mark kingdom is not large, its northern half accounts for a small half of the Ruhr area. Moreover, the famous coal and steel industrial cities of later generations, such as Bochum, Gelsenkirchen, the city where Schalke 04 is located, Herne and Witten, are located within the territory of the Mark. Obtaining the Mark is equivalent to obtaining nearly half of the coal reserves in the Ruhr area. However, the Industrial Revolution has not yet emerged, and although Marin has developed a steam engine, he has not shown it to others. Therefore, no one knows the role of coal in the Ruhr area. Moreover, the fireplaces currently popular in Europe burn firewood, not coal. Only the steel industry and the smelting of non-ferrous metals use a small amount of coal. Therefore, the coal mines in the Ruhr area at this time were not taken seriously. Even because the coal mines affect the fertility of the land, crops do not grow well. Therefore, the Ruhr area is even regarded as a barren land. In this case, when Marin was willing to take over the Lower Gettys area with developed agriculture and a large population, and add money to exchange for the Mark, John II agreed without thinking. Even John II privately thought that Marin's brain must have been kicked by a donkey. Otherwise, he would not have made such a stupid decision. When his subordinates reported that Schwarz's army had already controlled the Lower Geats region, John II decided to wake up. Of course, it means waking up in a conscious state, but still lying in bed. After hearing that the Worms Imperial Conference had sentenced Charles II, Duke of Guedes, to treason and promised to award the Lower Guedes region to the Principality of Clever if it could occupy the Lower Guedes region, John II could not wait to go underground the next day and announce to the public that he had recovered. This is a big profit. This is a big profit. John II walked around the palace excitedly. With the endorsement of the Imperial Conference and the loss of most of the territory of the Principality of Guedes, John II did not think that Guedes had the ability to make a comeback. For a moment, John II even thought greedily, should I tear up the agreement with Marin? In that case, he could take over the Guedes region without sacrificing the Mark's kingdom. However, he recalled the news sent back by his top general Wolfgang. In the news, Wolfgang admitted that the combat effectiveness of the Clever army was far inferior to that of the North Sea Kingdom. In the battle report, General Wolfgang reported that the Clever army attacked the weakest right wing of the Guedes Principality, but failed to take it down, and the opponent's morale was greatly boosted. But then the North Sea Kingdom sent a small team of 100 people, which directly broke through the enemy's defense line and dispersed the enemy's formation. Therefore, General Wolfgang's judgment is that the North Sea Kingdom's army is stronger than the Principality of Guedes' army, but the Principality of Guedes' army is stronger than the Principality of Clever's army. The conclusion is that the North Sea Kingdom's army is much stronger than the Principality of Clever. With such a conclusion, John II had to be discouraged and decided to follow the original plan and execute the agreement with Marin. So, on the second day after waking up, John II announced the removal of Prime Minister Old Mason from all his duties, and even deprived him of his baron title and fiefdom. This was obviously done for the princes to see. Look, this has nothing to do with me, it was the traitor Old Mason who did it behind my back, everyone please believe me. But privately, Old Mason was not depressed at all, but packed up his property and moved his family to the North Sea Kingdom. Because he would make a comeback in the North Sea Kingdom. Moreover, before leaving, John II also gave him a lot of property in private as compensation. Although John II fired Old Mason who acted on his own initiative, he did not mean to give up the Lower Guedes region. He issued an order to strictly implement the decision of the Parliament and take over the Lower Guedes region. However, in view of the fact that the North Sea mercenaries hired by Old Mason before were reluctant to leave the Lower Guedes region and asked for wages, and they were asking for a high salary of 1 million gold coins. John II announced that the Principality of Clever could not afford such a high salary. Therefore, it was decided to use the barren territory of the Mark Kingdom as collateral, instead of a salary of 1 million gold coins, to pay the North Sea mercenaries invited by Old Mason. Of course, in order to retain the seat of the Mark Kingdom in the imperial parliament, John II said that the entire Mark Kingdom could be handed over to the North Sea Kingdom, but only the capital Markburg would be retained. In this way, he was worthy of the title of Count Mark. Of course, the territorial scope of the future Earl of Mark changed, becoming Markburg plus the Lower and Lower Gettys regions. When John II signed the relevant decree, officially handing over all the territories of the Earl of Mark except Markburg to the North Sea Kingdom, Schwarz finally withdrew his troops from the Lower Gettys region and handed over the control of the Lower Gettys region to John II. At the same time, Schwarz sent part of his troops to the Earl of Mark to take over the local control. At the same time, let the local nobles of the Earl of Mark make their own choices, to leave the Earl of Mark with John II, or to stay in the local area and be loyal to Marin. So far, the North Sea Kingdom finally owned the territory of the Earl of Mark and had control over nearly half of the Ruhr area. Chapter 8:18, Old Hoffman is going back to his hometown to show off. While Duke John II of Clever woke up and took over the Lower Gettys region, Charles II, the former Duke of Gettys, who was in Gelden, finally received the official document from the imperial parliament. Along with the official document from the imperial parliament, there was also the sad news that the Gettys army that had been on an expedition to the Duchy of Brabant was completely annihilated. Saul estimated that it was no longer necessary to keep it secret, so he withdrew the surveillance of the Upper Gettys direction and stopped the interception of enemy scouts. Therefore, the scouts sent out by Gelden finally got the specific news. When they brought back the news of defeat, the official document of the imperial parliament also arrived. How could this happen? How could this happen? How could this happen? How could this happen? Charles II kept muttering to himself, and he felt terrible. In the end, Charles II spit out a mouthful of old blood and fainted gloriously. Unlike John II, Duke of Clever, who pretended to faint, he really fainted, and it was because of anger. Originally, Charles II was still dreaming of seizing the Netherlands and becoming the king of the kingdom. Moreover, Charles II was very confident at that time. Now, once the dream was shattered, Charles II really couldn't accept this heavy blow and fainted all of a sudden. Moreover, he is no longer called Charles II, but Charles I. Moreover, he was demoted from Duke of Gettys to Earl of Gelden. In fact, Charles's fate was good. It was in the Holy Roman Empire, a country with no imperial power, that he could keep his status as a great noble after colluding with foreign countries was exposed. Although most of his territory was taken away and his status was downgraded from duke to earl, he was still a great nobleman after all, wasn't he? If it were in ancient China, the result of colluding with foreign countries would definitely be the execution of the whole family. All the men in the family were beheaded, and all the women were sold to the Jiafengsi to engage in special service industries. Even in France, even if he could save his life, he would be deprived of his noble status and all his fiefdoms. Only in a strange country like the Holy Roman Empire, the imperial power declined and the princes had too much power. With the support of the princes, Charles could continue to be a count and retain hundreds of square kilometers of fiefdom. In later generations, hundreds of square kilometers would be equivalent to a small county. If you can own a small county as a fiefdom, your life will definitely not be bad. You know, many German earls did not have such a large fiefdom. Some earls, whose fiefdoms only had one castle, were much worse off than him. At this time, the news finally spread, and the princes suddenly realized, oh, it turned out that the Principality of Clever hired the army of the North Sea Kingdom, no wonder it could defeat the powerful army of the Principality of Guedes. But then, everyone was angry, damn it, Marin is going to continue to make trouble. Does he want to be beaten up? Therefore, many princes sent envoys to the North Sea Kingdom, strongly condemning the North Sea Kingdom's behavior of making trouble everywhere, and jointly threatened that, next time you make trouble like this, be careful that the princes of all Germany will unite to attack. However, their condemnation was useless. No matter how they condemned, the Principality of Guedes, a powerful principality that had tied up a lot of the Habsburg family's energy, had disappeared. The earldom of Gelding, which only had a few hundred square kilometers and 2 or 3 small towns left, no longer had the ability to stir up trouble. The North Sea Kingdom was also a bachelor. Old Hoffman, who was in charge of staying behind, smiled apologetically in the face of the envoys from various countries who came to question him, and swore that it was because Schwarz, the highest military commander of the North Sea Kingdom, had a good relationship with Old Mason in private, which led to Schwarz accepting Old Mason's employment without authorization. So, when Marin came back, he would definitely let him punish Schwarz, the general who sent troops without authorization. The envoys and Old Hoffman couldn't say anything, so they had to hold back their anger. As for old Hoffman, he was already very happy at this time. Why? Because he decided that after Marin came back, he would return to his hometown of Bochum and show off to his fathers, fellow villagers and acquaintances. Marin's words, "If you don't return to your hometown when you are rich and noble, it's like walking in brocade clothes at night, who knows it," were just excuses. But for a vulgar person like old Hoffman, returning to his hometown to show off when you are rich and noble is really a very exciting thing to look forward to. However, his hometown used to belong to the kingdom of Mark, not to his family, so it would be inappropriate for him to show off in someone else's territory. Now that his hometown has become his own territory, it is only natural for him, an old man from the North Sea Kingdom, to go back and show off. Therefore, while the old man followed Marin's instructions to apologize to the envoys of various countries, he had already planned in his heart how to return to his hometown to show off to his old friends. After receiving those foreign envoys, old Hoffman returned to the large mansion in the east of the city where he lived, and said excitedly to Mrs. Mary, "Dear, now the Mark country belongs to our family. I, Flins Hoffman, was born in a humble family, but I didn't expect that I would have such a glorious opportunity when I am old. Now, the Mark country belongs to our family, and I can finally go back to my hometown to show off in front of my old friends." Ha! Mrs. Mary pursed her lips and smiled, and said, "Look at how proud you are. If my son Marin hadn't received God's favor and worked hard for many years, would you have the opportunity to return to your hometown now?" Old Hoffman didn't care about Mrs. Mary's thorny words, but said proudly, "Just because Marin is your son doesn't mean he's not my son. No matter how powerful he is, no matter how favored and blessed by God, he is still my son. When I get angry, I dare to beat him up, and it's not easy for him to beat him back. No matter how strong he is still my child. We are old now, and now we can show off not ourselves, but our children. The more powerful our children are, the more face we have. When I return to my hometown, I will definitely entertain the elders of my hometown and those knight friends every day to show them my ability, well, the ability to give birth to a good son, huh? Look at how proud you are." Lady Mary rolled her eyes at him. However, Lady Mary suddenly lowered her head in thought. After a while, Lady Mary raised her head and said to old Hoffman, "My dear, I believe you when you say you will show off to your fellow villagers when you go back. But, it may not be so easy for you to show off to your old friends." "Why?" Old Hoffman was a little confused. Lady Mary patiently explained, "Those ordinary folks will naturally not leave their hometowns casually, but your old friends are different. They are all knights and vassals of Count Mark John II. Now, John II wants to exchange the Earl Mark for the Guedes region. However, after obtaining the Lower Guedes region, he also needs people to guard it. And those old subordinates of the Earl Mark are the best candidates to be sent to take over the Lower Guedes region. Therefore, there may be many knights who will follow to the Lower Guedes region to help John II manage it." Old Hoffman nodded, but soon shook his head, "My dear, you don't know. I was not appreciated by the higher-ups in the Earl Mark back then. Even Count Mark didn't know there was such a person as me. And those who had close contacts with me at the time were almost all marginal knights who were not valued by the Earl Mark. Therefore, Count Mark John II may take a group of knights away this time, but he will definitely give priority to those who are valued. And those marginal knights who have close contacts with me may not necessarily go with him." Lady Mary nodded, but said, "What you said makes sense, but no one can predict what will happen in the end. I heard that John II has sent people to persuade the local nobles to leave with him. Therefore, it is difficult to guarantee that your old friends will stay. If you can't bear to part with your old friends, send someone back to persuade them. They are not people that Earl Mark values. As long as you promise to take care of them, they should stay. Of course, don't make random promises. How to treat those people specifically depends on Marin." Old Hoffman nodded and said, "Understood, I will send someone back to persuade them to stay. To be honest, I really need these old friends to show my support when I return to my hometown to show the glory of the Hoffman family. After all, they are all nobles. I am the father of the Grand Duke, and I can't show off with a group of villagers who are not even nobles. It feels better to show off in front of my former colleagues." Hee hee. After that, he arranged for his men to go back to his hometown to persuade those old friends to stay. At the same time, he also sent people to prepare luxurious carriages and various ceremonial guards. As soon as Marin came back, he took the team and showed off in front of his hometown elders and former knight colleagues in the name of returning home to visit relatives. Chapter 8:19 Arrival in America. Although old Hoffman has lowered his posture, the princes are still unwilling to let go of the Grand Duchy of the North Sea easily. Why? Your special fighting power is so strong, and it is simply a disruption of social order to destroy other principalities at will. The most important thing is that Marin is also a lackey of Emperor Maximilian I. In fact, the latter reason is the most important. As for destroying other countries, it is not uncommon for the princes, and they have done such things themselves. However, since they have the power to easily destroy other countries and are the lackeys of Maximilian I who intends to unify Germany, this is a big problem. What if the Habsburg family of Maximilian I completely unified Switzerland and freed up their hands to unify all of Germany? Therefore, after discussion, most of the princes who opposed the emperor came to a unanimous conclusion. First, the Habsburg family must not be allowed to completely occupy Switzerland. Second, the North Sea Kingdom must be suppressed and must not be allowed to fight for the Habsburg family. Therefore, the princes sent a second group of envoys, asking Marin to swear in the name of God that he would never help the Habsburg family launch a war to unify Germany. At the same time, the army of the Grand Duchy of the North Sea was required to be regularized and not to be hired casually. If it is really necessary to accept employment, it is necessary to obtain the approval of the imperial parliament. If the North Sea Kingdom does not agree to these two conditions, the countries may form a coalition to jointly attack the North Sea Kingdom. Old Hoffman was shocked. Being attacked by all of Germany is not a joke. Even if the North Sea Kingdom is strong, it may fall. What's more, the North Sea Kingdom now has 20,000 troops in England. In desperation, Old Hoffman had to say that the North Sea Kingdom must carefully consider the opinions of various countries. However, it was useless for him to swear. He needed to wait for Marin to come back and reach an agreement with various countries in person. In addition, in order to give an explanation to various countries, Old Hoffman imprisoned Schwarz, who had just returned with his army. Of course, this was done for all countries to see, and Schwarz also knew it well and cooperated very well. Moreover, Schwarz's loyal men were also greeted and did not make a fuss. Of course, this is only one aspect. Old Hoffman is not stupid. He imprisoned Schwarz just to shut up the countries. However, it is useless to show weakness. If you just show weakness, it will only encourage the arrogance of the enemy. Therefore, while imprisoning Schwarz, Old Hoffman asked more than 10,000 people who returned to the country, and several thousand others to take over the Mark State, and the original 3rd Legion to leave the camp outside the city, station in several important cities, and start to build temporary fortifications. That's not all. The 20,000 civilians selected by Marin from the serfs were almost trained at this time. They also received orders, put on white vests with black crosses, and entered several major cities with tools. The reason for their entry into the city was that the city was dilapidated and they were here to repair the city walls. Among them, 20,000 people directly settled in the capital Aurich, posing as if they were ready to fight a defensive war. The envoys of various countries saw that, my God, just Aurich, the North Sea Kingdom has poured in 20,000 to 30,000 people and transported in countless food. It seems that the other side is ready to fight a protracted defensive war. The North Sea Kingdom's behavior of admitting defeat while showing off its muscles eventually made many princes feel cautious. So, they just continued to clamor without taking further action. In the end, these princes gathered together again to discuss, and the result was that if Marin was willing to swear in the name of God not to help the Habsburg family unify Germany after returning, and promised not to lend troops casually, they were actually worried that Marin would use the same means to lend troops to the Habsburg family. However, this cannot be said explicitly. They would give up the use of force. If Marin refused, they might have to form a coalition to fight the North Sea Kingdom. In fact, the princes' leaders, including Frederick III, also understood that the princes present could indeed gather an army sufficient to defeat the Grand Duchy of the North Sea. However, they might not really be able to defeat the other side. Why? Because the princes' coalition could defeat the North Sea Kingdom only in theory. But in reality, everyone had their own ulterior motives. If the armies of the princes' states were brave and not afraid of too much loss in their own army, defeating the North Sea Kingdom could be said to be certain. But the bad thing is that everyone might not be willing to fight. After all, the princes present were not fools. If their own army is exhausted, then their own vassal states will be at the mercy of others. Therefore, in theory, the vassal coalition has the possibility of defeating the Grand Duchy of the North Sea. But in fact, because of the disunity of people's hearts, it may not be possible to really defeat the North Sea Kingdom. If they really form a coalition and fight against the North Sea Kingdom, it would be fine if they win. If they lose because of the disunity of people's hearts, it would be terrible. At that time, the North Sea Kingdom will be famous and become the absolute leader of Germany. At that time, the failed coalition will completely become a mess. If Marin takes the opportunity to expand, everyone will have no ability to resist. Maybe, a more terrible force than the Habsburg family will appear in Germany. Moreover, looking at the attitude of the North Sea Kingdom, the other party seems to have been prepared for a long-term siege. However, the vassal states are not prepared at all. If they send troops casually, they may not be able to win. Therefore, Frederick III and other vassal leaders discussed and thought that as long as they forced Marin to swear, it would be fine. After all, in this era when Protestantism had not yet risen, no one dared to violate the oath sworn in the name of God. Moreover, several princes believed that Marin was now a great prince himself, and there was no reason to help the Habsburg family unify Germany. Because if the others were finished, Marin would follow in their footsteps. And just when all of Germany was discussing Marin, the protagonist Marin had already arrived in America and landed in Sydney Harbor on Cape Breton Island. In Sydney Harbor, Marin was warmly welcomed by all the officials and citizens of Cape Breton Island. In addition to Governor Garland and a group of colonists sent by Marin himself, the English immigrants who immigrated here were also grateful to Marin. After all, they were almost starving to death, and it was Marin who lent a hand in their most desperate moment, immigrated them to Cape Breton Island, and arranged accommodation and provided food for them, so that they all survived. Moreover, they are living quite well now. Of course, these English people are also relatively simple. If they knew that the civil war in England was secretly provoked by Marin, and even that the looting of several counties in northern England was the idea given by this guy to King James IV of Scotland under a pseudonym, these English people would probably want to tear him into pieces. However, few people in the world know that the civil war in England was provoked by Marin. And those who know are all Marin's absolute confidants. Therefore, Marin does not have to worry about being torn into pieces by the angry English. Facing the enthusiastic welcoming crowd, Marin learned the posture of the leaders on TV in later generations, smiling, waving his right hand to everyone, and attracted loud praise from the people. You know, in this era, the nobles were too lazy to even look at the common people. But Marin was able to wave at them, even if it was just a pretense, it was enough to make the people very excited. In fact, the people present did not know that this was just the most common routine. Just like what a certain star said privately in later generations, when they see fans, they will smile and wave reflexively after receiving professional training. But in fact, they don't pay attention to any specific fans at all. However, those fans don't think so. They will wishfully think, oh, the idol smiled at me, so kind. But in fact, the idol smiled at me, or the boss smiled at me, is just a big illusion in life, just like one of the three major illusions in life, he, she, likes me. The smile of others is just a professional habit, or even a conditioned reflex. Chapter 820, Wood Piles Like Mountains. Marin imitated the leaders and stars of later generations, waving his hands and smirking all the way, walking from the ship to the dock. Of course, he didn't need to imitate those stars to sign autographs, but went to the governor's mansion in Garland, escorted by a group of muscular men in plate armor. After all, after sailing on the sea for more than a month, what Marin needed most now was a good sleep. When Marin woke up, it was already 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So, let's go to the restaurant of the governor's mansion to prepare something to eat. At this time, several captains who came with the ship, led by Captain Kidd, were eating and drinking there. Moreover, it seemed that several people were bragging there. Marin came forward to listen to what they said. Captain Kidd said excitedly, "This voyage fully proves that the upper edge gaff sail, invented by the Archduke, is not only easy to operate, but also more efficient than the Latin triangular sail. Moreover, the most important thing is that this kind of sail does not need to consider the monsoon problem at all." After hearing this, several captains nodded in agreement. Yes, in the past, if a square-rigged ship wanted to sail far, it had to consider the monsoon problem. It's not so bad in Europe. I heard that the Portuguese sailed along the coast of Africa and had to consider the monsoon. If the monsoon does not come, the ship even needs to wait for a long time," said an experienced captain, and several other captains nodded. In fact, Marin also agreed with this statement. He remembered that the information in his previous life mentioned that the Spanish Manila galleon trade was particularly dependent on the monsoon. It was more convenient for the Manila galleon to go from America to Manila, Philippines. It just followed the ocean currents and wind, and the speed was very fast. But it is very troublesome to go to America from Manila. To go to America from Manila, you need to start from Manila, then pass through the Bashi Channel in the south of Taiwan Island and arrive at the east coast of Taiwan Island. Then, follow the monsoon and the Kuroshio Current in the western Pacific Ocean to the north and arrive at the eastern waters of Japan. At this time, the latitude has entered the westerly belt, and after the Kuroshio Current is the North Pacific Warm Current from west to east. This warm current starts from the sea east of Japan, goes east directly to the north of the west coast of California, and then splits into two. One part goes north, called the Alaska Warm Current, the other part goes south along the California coast and arrives at the west coast of Mexico, called the California Cold Current. After the California Cold Current arrives near the equator, it turns west again to form a compensating current called the North Equatorial Current. Of course, after the Spanish Manila galleon arrives at the west coast of Mexico along the California Cold Current, it will dock and unload in Acapulco. Then, the ship also needs to be overhauled, and the crew also needs to go ashore and relax for a while. Then, when the preparations are complete, we will board the ship again and follow the North Equatorial Current and the easterly wind belt to Manila, Philippines again. Let alone the voyage from Mexico to Manila. According to records, the voyage from Manila to Mexico requires a big turn. Moreover, the voyage from Manila to the eastern waters of Japan is particularly dependent on the monsoon. After all, a square-rigged sail is dependent on the wind direction. Even if there is the momentum of the Kuroshio, it still needs a tailwind to sail smoothly. But the upper edge gaff sail is different. This kind of sail, like the Chinese hard sail, can take advantage of the wind from all directions. As long as there is no wind, the ship can sail freely without considering the direction of the monsoon. Moreover, it is also very dangerous for the Manila sailboat to depart from Manila in summer. Because in summer and autumn, the South China Sea, including the Philippine Sea, is prone to typhoons. If a sailboat encounters a typhoon, it is almost dead. Therefore, sailing from the South China Sea in summer is actually a big risk and is not safe. If there is an upper edge gaff sail, it will be very different. Because ships no longer have to wait foolishly for the monsoon season, they can set off at any time. Even the summer and autumn typhoon seasons can be avoided completely, and the safety of navigation has been greatly improved. The famous Manila galleon trade was affected by the monsoon, and there was only one fleet from Manila to Mexico every year. This seriously affected the frequency of trade. If there is no need to wait for the monsoon, Manila can set sail at any time except the typhoon season, which will greatly increase the total volume of trade. Marin now plans to occupy Taiwan as a transit point for trade with the Ming dynasty. In the future, his fleet will inevitably learn from the Spaniards and take the route of the Manila galleon trade. Therefore, the upper edge skewer sail ignores the characteristics of the monsoon and is very precious and valuable. As for why the upper edge skewer sail in the previous life was not very famous, it was because the era when it appeared was too embarrassing. The upper edge skewer sail was not basically perfected and put into use until the early 20th century. Unfortunately, in that era, steam engine technology had been perfected and diesel engines had appeared. So, things like sailboats have been eliminated, not to mention the upper edge girder sail, which is only a part of the sailboat. So, it's not that the upper edge girder sail is not good enough, but that it was born at the wrong time. But now, in the era that Marin traveled through, the great navigation has just emerged, and even the technology is still very backward. Marin came up with the upper edge girder sail 400 years in advance, which is completely a cheat. If there is no need to wait for the monsoon, the sailing ships under Marin's command can run more trips every year, and the profits brought must be greatly increased. In happiness, Marin and several captains clinked glasses frequently, and accidentally got himself drunk. The next morning, Marin woke up again. After getting dressed, Marin, surrounded by a group of guards, led by the Governor Garland, began to inspect the local development near Sydney. At this time, Sydney did not form a city, but only a castle, and then surrounded by villages. The castle was naturally a colonial base built by Garland, and the surrounding villages were all formed by the tens of thousands of English refugees who were sent to live together. As the saying goes, there is strength in numbers. Before, when Garland brought hundreds of immigrants here, it was very difficult to develop, and only some land was developed around Sydney Castle. But the arrival of tens of thousands of English refugees has greatly accelerated the development of the island. The forests around Sydney Castle were quickly cut down by immigrants. Then, large tracts of farmland and pastures appeared around Sydney Castle. Along with these farmlands and pastures, there are naturally many villages. After all, there are tens of thousands of English immigrants. Originally, those English immigrants planned to use the cut trees to build houses or burn them as firewood. However, Garland strictly followed Marin's orders and ordered all oaks, all whole wood, to be preserved, and sheds to be built, and all these oak logs were put into the sheds to dry naturally. As for building houses and burning firewood, other types of trees can be used directly. On Cape Breton Island, there are many white spruce, fir, yellow birch and sugar maple trees, and oak trees only account for a small part. However, because Cape Breton Island is full of virgin forests, even if it only occupies a small part, there are still a lot of oak logs dozens of meters long on Cape Breton Island. For example, the timber reserve area inspected by Marin has built thousands of sheds and stored tens of thousands of oak logs dozens of meters long. So many huge oak logs can be used to make more than a dozen Victory sailing battleships with a displacement of more than 2,100 tons. Victory consumed more than 2,000 oak trees. But considering that there were no tall original oaks in Britain in the 18th century, these tens of thousands of huge original oak logs can build more ships. However, Marin did not set up a shipyard on Cape Breton Island, but only set up a ship repair shop, which was only responsible for replacing the damaged parts of the sailboat. For example, the areas on the bottom of the ship that were severely corroded by sea maggots had to replace the planks to prevent holes in the hull from leaking water. In other words, the tens of thousands of huge oak logs stored near Sydney Castle were only used to cut planks for hull components for repairing ships. What a luxury! Although Marin had known the news for a long time, he couldn't help but smack his lips when it happened before his eyes. Moreover, according to Garland, the huge Cape Breton Island has actually only developed the northeastern coastal areas and riverside areas. As for most of the western part of the island, it has not yet been developed. Not only that, Garland also told Marin that the amount of oak stored on the North American Twin Islands where the shipyard was established was even larger, reaching a reserve level of more than 100,000 oak logs tens of meters long. This is just the trees cut down from the Twin Islands. With Albert establishing a base on Manhattan Island in New York and purchasing oak from the Delaware Indians. It is estimated that it is also easy and pleasant to store hundreds of thousands of oak logs on Manhattan Island. In short, in one sentence, the North American continent has an unimaginable amount of wood. Marin was dazzled by the piles of thick logs. Originally, he knew that there were a lot of oak logs here. However, hearing the numbers is one thing, and seeing tens of thousands of oak logs tens of meters long piled there on the spot is another. Seeing the piles of wood that could be used for shipbuilding, Marin felt a little dizzy. Suddenly, a strange idea flashed through Marin's mind: if I could take these woods to the 21st century to sell. In the 21st century, the price of oak is several thousand per cubic meter. There are tens of thousands of oak logs on site, and the total price is estimated to be more than 1 billion, which can complete the small goals of more than a dozen Lao Wangs. Chapter 821 Maple Syrup. Looking at the piles of oak logs, Marin was half happy and the other half was upset. Why was he upset? In theory, with so much wood, many warships should be able to be made. But the problem is that, in addition to wood, Marin lacks other resources. Shipbuilding is not just about wood, but also requires nails, drying oil and paint. The two constitute a waterproof coating. Moreover, because it has been soaked in the sea for a long time, iron nails are not enough. Because iron nails are easily corroded by seawater. Therefore, it is best to use copper nails. As for drying oil, there is no tung oil in Europe, and linseed oil is generally used. Sometimes olive oil is also used, but it needs to be mixed with paint. Because olive oil is a non-drying oil and has poor waterproof performance. Therefore, it needs to be used with paint. However, the output of linseed oil is too small. Moreover, linseed oil can be eaten. Therefore, its price is naturally high. It is really costly to use it for shipbuilding. There is no need to talk about copper nails. The silver-copper exchange rate in Europe is 1 to 15. 15 copper nails are equivalent to 1 silver nail made of silver, which shows its cost. As for paint, there is no lacquer tree in Europe. Paints are carefully prepared from minerals and animal products, and the price is very expensive. Therefore, even if Marin has more wood, it is useless without enough copper nails, drying oil and paint. Moreover, Marin does not have too many shipbuilding craftsmen at hand now. It is all tears to talk too much. After looking at the reserve wood, Marin felt hungry, so he took his men to have a barbecue outdoors. The materials for the barbecue were locally sourced. A guard took off his armor, caught a sheep on the grass at the speed of Lu Xiang and Bolt, slaughtered and cut it directly on the spot, and then put it on the grill to roast. What? You said stealing sheep from the people's homes? Joke, the whole Cape Breton Island belongs to Marin, and killing a sheep still needs nonsense. Of course, Marin is a particular person. Although legally speaking, he just had someone kill a sheep of his own, in order to show that he was reasonable, Marin still asked someone to find a shepherd and rewarded the shepherd with a handful of small silver coins as a reward. In fact, this sheep is not worth a handful of small silver coins, that is, a pfennig silver coin with a silver content of 50%, but Marin is just happy, and it doesn't matter if he gives more. Of course, this sheep belongs to Marin's manor, and Marin Lincoln gave money just because he didn't want to break the rules. Before the shepherd left, Marin told him to take the money worth a sheep to the manor to settle the account, and the rest would be rewarded to him. The shepherd left with many thanks, and Marin, with the guards, concentrated on roasting the whole sheep. The wood was also taken on the spot, but Marin didn't pay for it. Why? In North America, sheep are important property, but wood is not. Because, on Cape Breton Island, except for oak, which is classified, the rest of the wood is thrown everywhere. Except for the non-oak wood that affects farming, which has been moved away, the rest of the types are thrown away at will. Whose family is short of firewood, pick it up everywhere. The fat sheep kept turning on the grill, and the Governor Garland personally added firewood on the side. And his firewood was chopped by the tough men who served as guards on the side. Smelling the smoke of firewood, Marin suddenly felt something was wrong. Why is there a hint of caramel? Marin suddenly realized he finally remembered what it was. This kind of wood is actually called sugar maple, also known as sugar maple. Anyone who has read a book in later generations knows that the symbol on the Canadian flag is maple leaves. And the red maple leaf on the Canadian flag is actually called sugar maple leaf. Sugar maple is a tall tree native to the high latitudes of North America. Its leaves will turn into a fiery red color in autumn, just like the appearance on the Canadian flag in later generations. Of course, his most distinctive feature is that his trunk can flow out a sweet sap. This sap, after slowly heating and concentrating over a low fire, will produce natural maple syrup, a kind of maltose with a woody aroma and caramel flavor. Marin had read reports in his previous life that maple syrup was not as sweet as sucrose, but its calories were much lower than sucrose. Moreover, it is rich in calcium, magnesium and various organic acids, which can supplement the weak constitution of unbalanced nutrition. It is said that the Indians in North America could only hunt and eat meat in winter, lacking vitamins and various minerals, which caused many people to get sick and die. Canada's winters are already very cold. If there is a lack of nutrition in winter, it will cause illness and it is easy to die in winter. Later, around 1600, Canadian Indians accidentally discovered that they could drill holes in sugar maple trees to make them flow out a sweet sap. This sap is not only sweet, but also good for the body. Later, European colonists called maple syrup Indian syrup. Of course, this has not happened yet. Today, it is only 1507, and the Indians obviously have not discovered maple syrup. After all, that was around 1600. Moreover, Marin remembered that the extraction requirements of maple syrup were also relatively high. He needed it in spring and had strict requirements on temperature. Extracting maple syrup is very simple. Just drill a small hole in a sugar maple tree over 15 years old, then put a tube on it and wait for the sap to slowly flow out. Generally, a tree is harvested once a year, and about 100 kilograms of sap can be harvested at a time. Then, after concentration and processing, these 100 kilograms of sap can be processed into 2 or 3 kilograms of maple syrup. The processed maple syrup has a color similar to rosin. The lighter the color, the higher the grade. However, although it is in spring, the weather requirements for collecting maple syrup are also very strict. An article that Marin read in his previous life said that the season for collecting maple syrup in the early and middle spring in Canada requires that the temperature at night should not exceed 0 degrees Celsius, and the daytime temperature should be above 5 degrees Celsius. It is said that sugar maples accumulate a lot of starch in the trunk in spring, summer and autumn. Then, in the long winter, the starch in the trunk is mostly converted into maple syrup. And in spring, when the temperature begins to rise, these maple syrups will slowly be absorbed by the sugar maple tree and converted into energy. Therefore, maple syrup should be collected in the early spring, at the latest in the middle of spring. Otherwise, the sugar maple tree itself will absorb the maple syrup. Moreover, in order to prevent the sugar maple tree from dying, it is best to only make a small hole in the trunk, and not to drill too many holes, otherwise the tree will die. Marin thought, it is April now. It should be mid-spring. However, Cape Breton Island belongs to Canada in the future, with a higher latitude, and spring comes later. Last night, he felt that the temperature was around 0 degrees, but during the day, it was about 10 degrees. It is indeed a good time to collect maple syrup. So, after eating the roasted whole lamb, Marin didn't care to continue the inspection, but went back to find tools. After finding the chisel, leather pipe and wooden barrel for opening the tree hole, Marin called Garland, "Let's go and collect honey." Garland's face was full of confusion. What? The young master said to collect honey. But we are not bees. With a head full of question marks, I found that Marin, led by a carpenter, walked to a red leaf tree. Garland didn't know it was called a sugar maple tree, he only knew that the leaves of that tree were red in autumn, and directly dug a hole. Then, use a leather tube to guide the sap to slowly flow into the bucket. Then, Marin was not satisfied with the slow flow rate. So he went back to find a batch of tools, dug holes in the trunks of several sugar maple trees on the island, and collected sap. The next day, Marin had collected about 200 kilograms of sap. Then, he found a pot, heated it with a small fire underneath, and began to purify the sap. After purification, Marin got about 5 kilograms of natural amber thick syrup. Come on, everyone try it. %UN hashtag at hashtag UN %. After drinking the maple syrup, everyone was shocked, and many people had indescribable expressions on their faces. Is this honey? Garland was shocked. He really couldn't understand how Marin could make a hole in the tree and get out honey-like syrup. It was really amazing. It's not honey, it's just maple syrup. On average, each full-age sugar maple tree can collect 100 kilograms of sap each year, which can be used to make 2 or 3 kilograms of maple syrup. Garland's mouth suddenly widened. This kind of tree is the most common here, much more than oak trees. If each tree can collect 2 or 3 kilograms of maple syrup, how much sugar will it be? You know, in this era, sugar is a scarce resource in Europe and is sold in pharmacies. On Cape Breton Island, sugar maples can be seen everywhere. Garland has seen gold coins rolling down at him. Marin nodded and said, "From now on, stop cutting down sugar maple trees unless necessary. Also, you have to collect maple syrup as soon as possible. I estimate that there is not much time to collect maple syrup. You must collect enough maple syrup within half a month. Otherwise, it will be out of season and you can't collect it." Ah. There is such a thing. Garland panicked. Nonsense, this kind of syrup can only be collected in early spring. The requirement is that the temperature does not exceed 0 degrees at night and is above 5 degrees during the day. By the way, do you have the mercury thermometer invented by Leonardo da Vinci? You can use it for reference. Yes, I understand. I will arrange to prepare enough pipes and buckets and try to collect enough syrup. Well, remember, you can only make one hole in a tree, don't make it too big. Otherwise, the tree will die. Ah. We extracted the syrup and the tree can still survive. Garland was a little shocked. In his opinion, if 100 kilograms of sap flowed out of the tree, how could the tree still be alive? Nonsense, those trees are all old trees over 40 years old, so tall and thick. What does it matter if each tree flows out 100 kilograms of sap? Remember, don't kill the tree. After the sap flows out, you must do something to the trunk to make it recover. Otherwise, you won't be able to make maple syrup the next year. Also, find a few craftsmen to study how to turn syrup into solid maple syrup. Put the solid maple syrup into oil paper bags and seal them for storage, so I can take it back to Europe to sell. Understood. After Garland finished speaking, he hurriedly prepared pipes and wooden barrels. He had to race against time to collect enough maple syrup in the short time Marin said. Otherwise, he would miss the season. Chapter 822, Using Indians to Gather Maple Syrup. Marin was very excited to discover the maple syrup industry. You know, in later generations, Canada produced 32,000 tons of maple syrup every year in the famous Maple Avenue that stretches from Quebec City in the east to Niagara Falls along the St. Lawrence River in the west. Before the emergence of white sugar, the quality of maple syrup was comparable to that of brown sugar and brown sugar. Although the sweetness is a little insufficient, the taste is better than the other two. In the current situation of a shortage of sugarcane in Europe, maple syrup can completely replace sugarcane to occupy the market. Of course, Marin would never say that this was obtained from maple trees that are everywhere in Canada. If so, in order to seize the huge maple syrup industry, France and Spain might join forces to snatch it. Marin still has confidence against one of them alone, but it would be too difficult for the two together. Moreover, for the sake of huge profits, it is very likely that these two feuding countries will temporarily join forces. France has an advantage in the army, and Spain has an advantage in the navy, and the army is not bad either. The combination of the two is hard for Marin to bear. Therefore, Marin decided to lie that maple syrup is cane sugar, but it is just a special production method. In this way, no one will rob the North American colonies. At most, they will find a way to grow more sugarcane themselves. Therefore, Marin has already named maple syrup, Cuban cane sugar. As for the original cane sugar, just call it ordinary cane sugar. 32,000 tons of maple syrup. Marin was excited just thinking about it. You know, the current price of cane sugar in Europe is 2 shillings per pound. 32,000 tons is equivalent to 70.54 million pounds, which is worth 70.54 million shillings, which is about 14 million gold coins. Of course, the account is not calculated in this way. If 70 million pounds of maple syrup really flowed into Europe, it is estimated that the price of sugar would drop by at least half. Moreover, Marin does not have so many people to collect and process maple syrup. However, the mountains and plains of Canada are full of sugar maple trees. Moreover, in this era, Canada has not yet undergone the large-scale development of later generations. There are virgin forests everywhere, and the density of sugar maple trees is much higher than that of later generations. Therefore, it is easier to extract maple syrup now than in later generations. The only trouble is probably the problem of insufficient manpower. After all, collecting the sap of sugar maple trees, purifying it, processing it into solids, and packaging it in oil paper bags. This requires a lot of manpower. Therefore, Marin can't even think about producing 32,000 tons per year. However, Marin still dares to think about producing 320 tons per year. 320 tons, that is, 320,000 kilograms. On average, each tree can extract about 2 or 3 kilograms of maple syrup. 320,000 kilograms is about drilling holes from 160,000 sugar maple trees to collect sap, and then processing it into maple syrup. 160,000 sugar maple trees sounds like a lot, but in fact, each skilled worker can collect 100 sugar maple trees during the maple syrup collection season. In this way, 160,000 sugar maple trees will require 1,600 workers. In this way, if 320 tons of maple syrup are obtained, it can be sold at a high price of 140,000 gold coins. Moreover, the flow of 320 tons of maple syrup into the European market will not cause any waves, and will not cause a sharp drop in sugar prices. After all, the population base of Europe is there. What makes Marin most excited is that the maple syrup industry does not require too much labor. Unlike sugarcane planting in Cuba, which requires a large amount of labor. Maple syrup only requires sending 1,000 or several hundred farmers with pipes and barrels to collect sap every spring. 160,000 sugar maples sounds like a lot, but in the vast Canadian primeval jungle, this number is really not much. The only trouble is that you need to guard against attacks by those Indians. If those Indians use bows and arrows to attack and kill those maple syrup workers, he really can't do anything. After all, Indians come and go in the North American primeval forests without a trace, and it is difficult to catch them if you want to kill them. Moreover, the North American continent is vast. Even if you eliminate a certain Indian tribe, it is difficult to guarantee that other Indian tribes will not migrate to the maple syrup producing area. After all, in this era, many North American Indians are homeless. Many of them are hunting tribes. If there are fewer prey being hunted, they will migrate to other areas. Marin does not have the ability to clear out the Indian tribes in the entire North American forest, so he feels very troubled. What should I do? If the safety of maple syrup collectors cannot be guaranteed, the output of maple syrup cannot be guaranteed. Marin grabbed his scalp and was very troubled. In fact, for now, there are almost 160,000 sugar maple trees in the undeveloped areas of Cape Breton Island. But Marin knows very well that in the future, the annual output of 320 tons of maple syrup will be far from meeting the market demand. Therefore, there will definitely not be enough sugar maple trees on Cape Breton Island. Therefore, Marin finally had to go to the mainland and go to the famous Maple Avenue from Quebec in the east to Niagara Falls in the west to extract maple syrup. However, once he went to the mainland, he would inevitably come into contact with those Indians. If he met a reasonable one, it would be fine, but if he met an unreasonable one, he would take out a bow and arrow and shoot. In the evening, Marin told Garland about this trouble, hoping that Garland could help him think of a solution. After thinking for a long time, Garland raised his head and said, "Master, since you are worried about the safety of the workers collecting maple syrup, why don't you directly use the Indians to help collect maple syrup?" Use the Indians? Yes. Do you know, Master, on the island of Newfoundland, from Corner Brook on the west coast of Newfoundland to the lead zinc mine Bakkens in the center of the island, we were short of manpower and transportation capacity at first. Later, I simply used commodities such as salt and iron tools to trade with the local Biatics, and hired them to help protect the ore transportation line from Bakkens to the port of Corner Brook. Later, I even directly hired those Biatics who were nomadic in the inland to help transport the ore. Therefore, the output of lead blocks and zinc ingots in the lead zinc smelter in Corner Brook has greatly increased. If it weren't for the help of those Biatics, it wouldn't be so smooth. You mean, let me hire Indians on the North American continent to help me collect maple syrup? Garland nodded and said, "Yes, that's what I mean. As long as we teach them how to collect the sap of sugar maple trees and how to heat and extract it. At that time, we can just use simple commodities to exchange for maple syrup. In this way, we can plant our fields and raise our sheep. In the spring, we can just use cheap commodities to exchange with them. Anyway, those Indians have never seen the world. Besides, we are the only one buying, so the price is up to us. Well, that makes sense. What if there are tyrannical people among them who kill people when they disagree? That's easy. We can unite with other tribes and destroy that tribe. Good idea. Marin clapped his hands in admiration. He had to admit that Garland had made great progress in his years as governor. Marin always wanted to do it himself, but he never thought that it would be more efficient to use those natives. After all, those natives were the original inhabitants of the primeval forest and were more familiar with the local conditions than himself. It would be simpler for them to collect maple syrup. Moreover, even if they encountered unreasonable tribes and conflicts arose, the dead would be the natives, and it had nothing to do with Marin. In fact, for the land of Canada, Marin only values the local mineral resources, timber resources and fur resources. As for developing Canada, Marin is not very interested. Why? The warmer and more fertile United States has not been developed in the South, let alone Canada. Therefore, it is the right choice to use the local Indians to help collect maple syrup and hunt for precious fur. As for immigration, it is best to send them to the United States in the future to develop. At this time, Marin suddenly remembered that there seemed to be a paper mill in the north of Cape Breton Island, which was cutting down and using local trees. So, Marin quickly ordered Garland, tell the paper mill to stop cutting down sugar maple trees. Other tree species can be selected as raw materials for papermaking. We should keep sugar maple trees to extract maple syrup. Also, when reclaiming land, try to avoid cutting down sugar maple trees. You should also send this order to Newfoundland Island. Yes. That. Master, do you want to notify Master Albert? Garland asked. Marin waved his hand and said, no, there are no sugar maple trees in the south. There are no sugar maple trees in Albert, so there is no need to notify him. Marin's geography in the future is still good. He remembered that there were very few sugar maple trees in the area south of the Great Lakes. And sugar maple trees are mainly concentrated in Canada in the future. Therefore, even if there are sugar maple trees in the area under Albert's jurisdiction, there are not many and it is impossible to form a scale. Therefore, there is no need to notify them. In Canada, due to the cold climate, it is not cost-effective to engage in agriculture. Therefore, it is better to use the local natural resources to develop the maple syrup industry, fur industry, mining industry and papermaking industry. As for the rest, there is no need to do so as not to waste human resources. Next, Marin instructed Garland to train a group of translators who understand the Indian language as soon as possible. After training, it is better to go to the mainland, communicate with the Indians, teach them to collect maple syrup, and then purchase them at a low price. Of course, the fur trade cannot be forgotten. Chapter 823. 300 Coffins. Marin sent people to study how to solidify maple syrup, but failed. Although maple syrup is called sugar, it is actually similar to honey and is in liquid form. Marin and Garland gathered all the culinary masters on Cape Breton Island, but they still couldn't turn maple syrup into solid particles. The saltpeter ice making method can freeze maple syrup, but it will immediately liquefy at room temperature. This is not right. I ate maple syrup cubes in a Western restaurant in my previous life. Marin scratched his head. In fact, this is Marin's ignorance. The so-called maple syrup cubes in Western restaurants are not pure maple syrup, but butter, sugar and honey are added. It is a mixture, not pure maple syrup. Marin did not give up. He took a dozen barrels of maple syrup that he had just extracted to the North American Twin Islands and found Da Vinci. He believed that the masters on Cape Breton Island were too low-level to make maple syrup cubes. So, he decided to ask Leonardo da Vinci, the greatest god of this era, to do it. As a result, Leonardo da Vinci and his wife Lisa ate half a bucket of maple syrup, but they couldn't make it solid. Marin was very frustrated. If it wasn't made into a solid, it would be inconvenient to preserve. After all, liquids are more likely to deteriorate than solids. Marin remembered that maple syrup has a longer shelf life, up to 4 years, which is longer than the 18 to 24 months of ordinary syrups. However, the shelf life of 4 years is high-purity maple syrup, which basically has no impurities or water. However, in this era, it is very difficult to obtain high-purity maple syrup. An ordinary quality maple syrup is no different from other types of syrup. Not only that, to preserve maple syrup, you need a sealed container, canned-like processing, and put it in a cool and dry place. In short, liquid maple syrup is not easy to preserve. In addition, the most important thing is that if maple syrup is taken back to Europe to sell, it is a bit unclear where it came from. You said it is sucrose, why not make it into a solid and sell it? You say it is honey, but the taste is not right. If the source is revealed, someone might come to rob Canada. So, Marin was extremely distressed and didn't know how to deal with the maple syrup. Fortunately, the Da Vinci family didn't eat half a barrel of maple syrup for nothing. Da Vinci finally proposed a solution: since it can't be sold alone, why not mix maple syrup with other products? For example, if maple syrup is mixed with rye ergotu, that is, whiskey, the taste is much better than mixing it with black sugar. Moreover, rye ergotu mixed with maple syrup will appear light amber, which looks good. Unlike rye ergotu mixed with black sugar, it is a bit black and the color is not good looking. So, the first use of maple syrup was determined: mix it with ergotu to enhance the taste. Then, Da Vinci suggested that maple syrup could be mixed into foods such as bread to enhance the taste. Bread tastes super good after adding maple syrup and cream. Marin frowned at this suggestion. Why? Bread has a short shelf life. If bread is not vacuum packed, the shelf life is only a few days. Adding maple syrup is not cost effective. And if it is provided to bakeries, it is unclear where the maple syrup comes from. I only make suggestions, you decide the details yourself. Seeing that Marin did not adopt his suggestions, Da Vinci did not care. He was seen chewing the queen's bread with maple syrup and cream. Halfway through the meal, the old guy was so playful that he pinched the bread into a small ball. Then, he laughed like an old child. Marin was inspired by Da Vinci's mentally retarded behavior: pinch it into a small ball, compress it. Yes. Compressed biscuits. Marin suddenly got inspiration. Marin remembered that compressed biscuits were the most important basic military rations for the army. Moreover, the biggest feature of compressed biscuits is that they have a long shelf life of more than 3 years. In fact, if they are well preserved, it is said that some can still be eaten after 10 years. Marin now has oil paper in his hand. As long as it is well packaged, the air is pressed out, and it is sealed and heated for sterilization, it is easy to keep the compressed biscuits for 2 or 3 years. Moreover, biscuits with maple syrup can greatly enhance the taste of compressed biscuits and avoid discomfort after eating. Maple syrup is rich in minerals. Adding it to compressed biscuits with little nutrition is a high-level military ration. Not only can the army use it on a large scale, but also a large number of maple syrup compressed biscuits can be brought on voyages. Compressed biscuits with maple syrup added not only taste better, but also rich in nutrition, which can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Very good, very good. With these 2 major uses, there is no need to worry about maple syrup having nowhere to consume. Marin quickly took out his notebook and wrote them down. Of course, with these 2 major uses, the demand for maple syrup is actually not too large. Therefore, Marin adjusted the plan in time, no longer seeking to contact the Indians on the mainland and purchase maple syrup on a large scale. In the case of greatly reduced demand for maple syrup, the maple syrup output on Cape Breton Island and Newfoundland Island is enough to consume. However, if the technology of maple syrup blocks is developed in the future, the Indians can be united at any time to increase the output of maple syrup. Anyway, there are plenty of native sugar maple trees in Canada, and the Indians don't like to cut down trees and reclaim land. After solving the problem of maple syrup usage, Marin took Da Vinci's family on board without saying a word, ready to take them back home. Because Marin found that there were too few people who could communicate with him in this era. Only a genius like Da Vinci could keep up with the advanced thinking of him as a time traveler. Many things still need Da Vinci to help him. For example, the new steering wheel requires Da Vinci's help in research. What is the steering wheel that the watchmakers were asked to study before? It turned out to be a collection of gears and copper rods, which really gave full play to the professional knowledge of watchmakers. However, the steering wheel system is not labor-saving enough and is very expensive. Therefore, Marin plans to let Da Vinci make a new one. But, the steam engine application here has not been solved yet. Da Vinci objected weakly. Don't do it, there's no hurry now. Hurry up and pack up and follow me. If you don't obey, knock me out and take me away. Marin waved his hand impatiently. Khan, who was beside Marin, also rubbed his wrist, and seemed to really want to come up and knock Ada unconscious. Thinking of the nightmare experience last time, Da Vinci honestly packed up and followed him on the ship. After arriving in New York, Marin was relieved to find that the New York port was already under construction. And Manhattan Island has now been reclaimed into an agricultural base, and it looks prosperous. After inspecting Manhattan Island, standing on the rooftop of the castle, Albert asked with doubts, "Brother, why is this island called Manhattan? And why is this place called New York, New York?" Marin was stunned and said, "Do you need a reason? Don't you need it?" Albert tilted his head, his face full of confusion. "Do you need it?" Albert retreated. "It seems that it's time to go back to Europe. I've seen New York, and it's actually nothing. The deep mountains and old forests are not much different from the forest areas in later generations. Only after landing on Liberty Island, where the Statue of Liberty was later placed, did Marin suddenly say to Albert, "This small island is very suitable for placing a statue, a very tall one." Albert nodded, but then asked, "A statue of God or Jesus?" "No, mine," Marin said calmly. Albert immediately covered his face, he felt ashamed for Marin. However, Marin asked calmly, "What? Is there a problem?" Albert suddenly remembered that he was not only Marin's brother, but also Marin's subordinate. As a subordinate, he had to execute the will of the leader. So, although he felt shameless, Albert still answered confidently, "No problem. In addition, I will arrange for those civilians to propose the statue for you, instead of myself." Seeing his brother so sensible, Marin nodded with satisfaction. But he also instructed, "There is no rush for the statue. You should lay the foundation on the island first. Wait until I have a good talk with a sculptor named Michelangelo in Italy, and then let him carve it. Then, ship it here by ship and place it on the foundation. By the way, make the foundation higher and face south, so that ships entering New York Harbor can see it from a distance." "Yes, as you wish." After returning to Manhattan Island, Marin thought about it, and called Albert and said, "I'm going back to Europe, you go and arrange for the carpenters to make 300 coffins." Albert was shocked. "Second brother, why do you want so many coffins?" "I want to put on a show for the Europeans. You also know how fertile and endless the land here is. If other European countries covet this place, it will be difficult for us to resist. So, I want to exaggerate the danger here. These 300 coffins are made to be carried back for everyone to see. I want all of Europe to know that the natives here are barbaric and fierce, and have strong combat effectiveness. In this way, they dare not covet this place casually." "Understood." Albert turned around and called the carpenters to build the coffins. Marin arranged for 300 soldiers to stay and be counted as killed in action. In fact, Marin will soon send the families of these 300 people to America to reunite with them. Marin plans to hold a state funeral for these 300 killed soldiers in front of envoys from various countries after returning home, and try to make it as loud as possible so that everyone knows that America is very dangerous. Anyway, no one will open the coffin for an autopsy, so as long as the accompanying soldiers are informed, no one will know whether 300 North Sea soldiers really died in America. Chapter 824. America is very dangerous, don't go robbing. The 300 coffins were made very quickly. After all, the most abundant thing in the New York colony is wood. Moreover, Marin also made it clear that this is a fake coffin, not for people. Therefore, the workmanship is as rough as it can be. The most unethical is a carpenter who directly sawed the logs into the shape of a coffin. Then, add a cover on it and it's done. Anyway, the cover is nailed shut, who has the time to pull out the nails to see if it is solid? With such rough workmanship, 300 coffins were naturally made very quickly. During this period, Marin asked Albert about the war between the New York colony and the Mohicans. Albert also told the truth, they have only driven the other side away from the upper reaches of the Hudson River. The total length of the Hudson River is about 500 kilometers, which means that the New York colonial army has penetrated 500 kilometers into the Hudson River. This record is still quite good. You know, North America in this era is full of deep mountains and old forests, and there are basically no roads. In such an environment, being able to penetrate 500 kilometers inland is already a rapid progress. But Albert told Marin that the colonial army did not penetrate 500 kilometers on land, but rode north along the Hudson River until they landed in the upper reaches and attacked the Mohicans' territory. Marin was stunned, and then relieved. Because this is really reasonable. It would be strange if the more than 1,000 soldiers who were not familiar with jungle warfare could really penetrate 500 kilometers on land. Being able to fight 500 kilometers on land means having the strength to control the territory within 500 kilometers. But it is obviously impossible for more than 1,000 soldiers who are not very familiar with jungle warfare. Fortunately, after many battles, the more than 1,000 soldiers, led by dozens of black forest hunters, are basically familiar with the environment of the primitive jungles of North America. Now, they are already handy in fighting the Mohicans. However, Marin repeatedly emphasized that he should not kill them, but just drive the Mohicans away, which led to the seemingly stalemate. Marin's real purpose was to let the army take advantage of the opportunity of chasing the Mohicans to occupy all the territories along the way. However, it was not enough to rely on the more than 1,000 colonial troops. Marin planned to mobilize thousands of people to help after returning home so as to completely control the large area near New York. Of course, the new troops would definitely not be able to adapt to the North American jungle. Fortunately, the more than 1,000 colonial soldiers who came first were basically familiar with the local environment. With them, the new soldiers could quickly adapt to the local environment. After the coffin was made, Marin began to board the ship. However, before boarding the ship, Marin called Albert and said, "Albert, come back with me." "Go back." Albert's heart tightened. Could it be that his brother was going to remove him as governor? But Marin's words dispelled his doubts. "Don't be nervous, I just want you to go back and get married. Miss Gust was very affectionate to you after hearing that you were injured this time, and she strongly requested to come to America to see you on the ship. Therefore, she passed the family's investigation and is suitable to be your wife. It just so happens that I announced to the public that you were shot by Indians. So, you can take this opportunity to return to Europe to recover from your injuries. At the same time, get married with Miss Gust." Albert was relieved after hearing this, but soon blushed. "So," he said shyly, "okay, listen to my second brother." Because Albert was going back to Europe, in order to prevent any accidents when Albert was gone, Marin simply asked Albert to recall all the more than 1,000 colonial troops so that they could guard Manhattan Island with peace of mind to avoid any problems. On the return journey, the fleet passed Cape Breton Island, and Marin landed and snatched all the 100 barrels of maple syrup that Garland had sent people to collect and purify. Maple syrup is a healthy sweet, very suitable for the elderly, children and women. Therefore, Marin snatched all the maple syrup and took it back for his family. Although 100 barrels may seem like a lot, Marin has a large family. Moreover, a group of loyal subordinates need to be rewarded, right? The Pope's father-in-law also needs to send. Therefore, 100 barrels is really a drop in the bucket. Garland was a little depressed, but also a little happy. Marin was able to snatch all his maple syrup without saying anything, proving that he was not regarded as an outsider. As long as Marin treats him as one of his own, he will maintain his wealth. As for some maple syrup, Nimad, you must be prepared next year. The sugar maple trees on Cape Breton Island alone can probably extract thousands of barrels of maple syrup, not to mention the sugar maple trees on Newfoundland Island. On the return voyage, all the sailboats were hoisted with square sails. The return journey was downwind and followed the North Atlantic warm current. Therefore, the use of square sails is the most efficient. A month later, the fleet arrived at Emden Port. Moreover, the battleship formation did not fall behind this time. Because, if square sails are used, it is just what the battleships want. Therefore, this time, the battleship formation did not lag behind the formation of 250 armed merchant ships. As soon as Marin came back, he was surrounded by envoys from various countries. They asked Marin to swear not to participate in the internal war in Germany. But Marin ignored them at first, but held a grand state funeral for the 300 martyrs who were killed in North America. Even Marin himself had a sling on his arm, as if his arm was broken. In fact, it was Marin's impromptu idea to put a sling on his arm. In order to show the ferocity of the North American Indians, Marin felt that he should be injured. Originally, he wanted to disguise scars on his face. However, it would be difficult to explain later. Because there is no technology to remove scars in this era. If there are scars on the face, it may accompany you for a lifetime. Therefore, the scars on the face are well pretended, but it is difficult to explain afterwards. For this reason, Marin finally came up with the trick of pretending that his arm was broken, and bandaged his left arm, pretending to be, "My arm is broken." As for how his arm was broken, Marin explained to everyone he met, this was a brave wild chieftain named Grom Hellscream in the Wild Continent. He jumped down with an axe and broke it. Of course, the stone axe he used first broke the wooden shield held in Marin's left hand, and then hit Marin's left arm wearing an iron arm guard, causing a fracture. It is said that Marin's guards shot the wild chieftain named Grom Hellscream at the time, causing him to be seriously injured and dying. But before he died, this brave wild chieftain shouted, "Orcs. No, wild men will never be slaves." If there were World of Warcraft players in later generations, they would definitely spray wildly, "Nima, if you plagiarize the plot of Glass Slag, be careful that people will sue you for infringement." However, Marin has traveled hundreds of years ago, and if there is a kind of glass slag, come and sue. With a serious expression, Marin, despite his disabled left arm, insisted on holding a grand state funeral for 300 warriors who died in the Wild Continent. The envoys from various countries who were staying in Auric all came to watch. Through the mouths of these envoys, all of Germany will soon know that Marin, who was rampant in the European continent, suffered a great loss at the hands of the natives of the savage continent. Not only did 300 people die, but he also lost an arm. Marin kept emphasizing to everyone that those people came and went without a trace in the dense primitive jungle, and were good at hiding and firing cold arrows. In terms of head-on combat, they are definitely not the opponents of the North Sea warriors. However, the opponent likes to ambush in the jungle, which is extremely difficult to deal with. Anyway, to sum it up, there is only one meaning: the natives of the savage continent are very insidious and vicious, and it is very dangerous there. To put it more bluntly, the meaning is, America is very dangerous, don't go to rob. After publicizing the dangers of the wild continent, Marin seemed to be severely hit and was in a very low mood. He also agreed to the unreasonable request of the envoys of various countries to swear that he would no longer participate in the war for hegemony within Germany. However, when swearing, Marin specifically stated that if someone took the initiative to attack the North Sea Kingdom, he would also fight back. At the same time, if someone disrespected the Holy See, he would also send troops to defend the Holy See. In fact, Marin was ambushing in the religious wars after his reign. But the princes didn't know, and they didn't know that Protestantism would appear in the future. Therefore, they didn't care about Marin's emphasis on maintaining the Holy See. Because they currently have no intention of being with the Holy See. Anyway, as long as Marin doesn't support the Habsburg family to unify Germany, they will be satisfied. In the end, Marin felt that there was a loophole and added another condition: if someone wanted to destroy his own allies, such as the Principality of Clever, he would also send troops to protect. For this condition, everyone cannot deny it. Anyway, as long as Marin doesn't help the Habsburg family unify Germany, the princes will be satisfied. Finally, Marin and the envoys of various countries agreed to pick a day, probably in July of this year, at the regular meeting of the Worms Imperial Conference, to sign a written agreement in public. Marin would swear in public that he would not easily send troops to destroy the German states, and would not help certain forces to unify Germany. All of this would be put on paper to prevent Marin from going back on his word. The common method used by the nobles to go back on their word was to kill the witnesses of the oath. Without evidence, they would not be afraid of being accused. However, if it was put on paper, he would not be able to go back on his word no matter what. Unless he didn't want to stay in Europe anymore. Chapter 825, Barbarian War Chronicle. Marin was not worried about whether the promise would be put on paper. Because he had seen many contract loopholes in his previous life, there were 100 ways to find loopholes and leave foreshadowing. Moreover, Marin was indeed unwilling to help the Habsburgs unify Germany. The princes were worried about him, and he himself was actually not happy. If he really helped the Habsburgs to unify Germany, what would be his fate in the end? When the birds are gone, the good bows are hidden. When the cunning rabbits die, the running dogs are cooked. Han Xian's fate was there, and Marin was not a brain-dead man, so he naturally couldn't do such a stupid thing. Therefore, Marin was actually unwilling to help the Habsburgs to unify Germany. What's more, Marin himself also had ideas about northern Germany. According to his plan, when the religious war began, he would support the Roman Catholic Church under the banner of eliminating the northern Protestant princes and achieving the goal of controlling the small German region. Therefore, the devil was willing to help the Habsburgs unify Germany. However, in this era of morality and honor, it was not easy for Marin to openly betray Maximilian I. After all, that was Marin's benefactor. It just so happened that, with the persecution of the princes, he took the opportunity to swear an oath to cut off the thoughts of the Habsburg family. Of course, those are not the most important. At present, the most important thing for Marin is to publicize the dangers of America so that others will not compete with him for territory. The territory of America is too large. Even if Marin's navy is strong, if someone really robs it, he has no way. It's not that he can't beat it, but he may not be able to discover the other party's colonial activities. After all, America has such a long coastline from south to north. In the vast ocean, the enemy can find a place to land and colonize at will, and he can't do anything. Just like Spain in the original history, it is indeed extremely powerful and dominates the sea. However, seeing that the Spaniards transported gold and silver to the country by ship, the British and the Dutch took the risk directly, became pirates at sea, and directly robbed Spain's gold and silver. Even the British royal family invested in these pirate ships. Later, after defeating the Invincible Armada, Britain became confident and directly established colonies on the east coast of North America. However, at the beginning, the British were just looking for gold, and did not think of cultivating the local area. However, as the British exiled a large number of Puritans and criminals to North America, the 13 colonies of North America gradually emerged, and finally became bigger. But in the early days, the driving force that drove the British to colonize North America was because they were jealous of the Spanish digging a lot of gold and silver in America. So, Marin's idea is very simple and direct: don't let Europeans see the benefits of colonizing America, just let them see the risks and crises of going to America. In this way, if they can't see the benefits, they won't think about America. At least, they won't think about it in the early stage of Marin's colonization of America. For Marin, the most difficult thing is the early stage. Because Marin's current North Sea kingdom looks relatively large, but it also depends on who it is compared with. Compared with those small German principalities, Marin's North Sea Grand Duchy is indeed very large. However, compared with England, the area and population are completely defeated. If other European countries are interested in America, Marin will definitely not be able to stop it now. Therefore, Marin is now desperately discrediting America in order to mislead Europeans. When Marin completes the union with England in the later period, he will not be afraid. By then, with a large number of English sailors as a foundation, Marin can form a huge fleet, travel the world, and beat all opponents who dare to covet America. Before, in order to discredit America and scare Europeans, Marin specially worked with Columbus to create the Wild Diary, describing the horror of America. And this time, Marin decided to repeat the old trick and describe his trip to America as terrifying, so as to scare Europeans. So Marin also wrote a diary-style book with a name similar to Columbus's book, called Wild War Chronicle. This book mainly tells the story of Marin leading 3,000 troops to the expedition to the colony of the savage continent, North America, and fighting with the local indigenous people. In the story, Marin greatly exaggerated the fighting power of the Indians, describing them as super scions with powerful attributes such as infinite power and walking fast in the forest. When writing this part, Marin imagined a mixture of orcs and jungle trolls from the previous Warcraft. Moreover, Marin also maliciously framed and described those Indians as loving to eat human flesh. In Barbarian War Chronicles, the Indians described by Marin would wave simple weapons such as stone axes and heavy hammers after seeing the North Sea army. Moreover, their shouting has also been artistically processed by Marin. The book says that when the savages see the soldiers of the North Sea, they will excitedly wave their weapons and rush over. Moreover, the corners of their mouths are full of saliva. At the same time, they would shout, "Meat, fresh meat." Obviously, these savages regarded the North Sea warriors as walking human flesh. Obviously, this plot was plagiarized from the lines of the jackals and ogres in the later Warcraft. Those man-eating races like to shout this sentence when they see the players. Moreover, Marin also described one thing in Barbarian War Chronicle, that is, Marin seized a strange recipe of the cannibals, and the recipe reads, 1. Find 1 or 8 people. 2. Beat people hard. 3. Continue to beat people. 4. Throw people into the fire. 5. Eat people. As for how the cannibal savages have writing, Marin explained, those savages can write a kind of hieroglyphics, and Marin also understood the meaning of it through the prophet elders of the captured cannibal savages. This weird recipe looks very funny, but it is terrifying to think about it carefully. There is such a race in the world that likes to eat people and records it in recipes. It is really terrible. In fact, it is not terrible at all. This weird recipe also comes from the world of Warcraft that Marin played in his previous life. In the game, the thief played by Marin once stole this weird recipe from the fat ogre of doom. Marin couldn't help laughing after reading it and thought it was very funny. But that was a game. Marin knew that the ogre race was fabricated, so he didn't feel anything. But in real life, Marin relied on the fact that other Europeans were not familiar with the situation in America, made up, and it was quite like that, which sounded more scary. In order to look more realistic, Marin also described the customs there in detail. However, everything he wrote was fake. According to Marin's description, those savages lived in caves, orc caves. They wore animal skins and were used to hunting, so they were particularly ferocious. Moreover, in years of famine, there is a bad habit of eating the elderly as food. When they can't make it any longer, they will exchange children and cook them in the pot. The savages also attack each other, but they don't fight with the enemy for territory and food, but to kill the enemy for food. In front of the caves where the savages live, pickled human thighs and various pieces of meat are hung. As for human skulls, they are made into decorations and hung at the entrance of the cave to show off the bravery of the owner. Moreover, after the defeat of the savage tribe Warsong clan that fought with Marin before, after the heroic death of Chief Grom Hellscream, the body was not buried by the tribesmen, but roasted and eaten by the surviving tribesmen. It is said that is their tradition. If everyone hadn't fought hard to get back the bodies of the 300 warriors who died under Marin, they would probably have been roasted and eaten by the savages. A few days later, Marin finally finished writing this extremely horrifying and bloody Salvator diary. Unlike Columbus' Salvator diary, which mainly described the harsh natural environment of the savage continent and the ferocity of wild beasts, Marin's Salvator diary focused on describing the ferocity and brutality of the savages on the savage continent. Especially the cannibalism plot, which made people shudder. Chapter 826, Albert got married. After writing The Savage War Chronicle, Marin did not print and distribute it as much as Columbus's The Savage Diary did last time. Because Marin is not in a hurry now. The last time Columbus published The Savage Diary, Marin was very anxious, fearing that Spain would not give up America, so he was a little anxious. If Spain had a wise man like Zhuge Liang, it would be inevitable to see the flaws. Therefore, Marin did not intend to publicly distribute The Savage War Chronicle this time. Because this is inconsistent with his identity. After all, Columbus, who published The Savage Diary, was just a sailor. But Marin himself is the lord of a large vassal state. It is natural for Columbus to make money by selling books, and he is just a worker. And Marin, he is the monarch of a country, and it is a bit unreasonable to make money by selling books. So Marin decided to spread this book through private dissemination. As for the way of dissemination, Marin decided to send out spies from the North Sea Chamber of Commerce to spread this book in the way of Amway. For example, when a spy under Marin met a big-mouthed person who liked to shout everywhere, he said to him in a very mysterious tone, "Hey, buddy, have you heard of Amway?" "No, is it the book Barbarian War Chronicles?" Of course, the other party had never heard of it. At this time, the spy took out the book that had been prepared long ago and generously gave it to the big-mouthed brother, free of charge. The big-mouthed brother got a bargain, so he naturally had to take a look. At first glance, the content of this book is so explosive. Then, of course, he boasted everywhere. "Hey, brother, do you know? The savages in the wild continent in the west like to eat people. It is said that when it comes to winter and there is a shortage of food, they put their own old people in the pot and cook them to eat." After the propaganda of these big mouths, the effect must be awesome. You know, the rumor that the savages eat people is very explosive. Moreover, so many people in later generations like to watch horror movies, this bloody and explosive news will definitely spread quickly and on a large scale, and it can't be stopped. And the news spread in this covert way is not easy to be suspected by those knowledgeable people. After all, there is no trace of propaganda here. In this way, Marin can easily achieve the purpose of promoting the dangers of the American continent, and it is not easy to be discovered. As for the Spaniards who colonized the Caribbean colonies, Marin does not have to make up a lie. Why? Because the Spaniards did meet the Caribbeans in Central America. And the Caribbeans are indeed a cannibalistic race. In this way, the Spaniards can even help prove the authenticity of this book. After writing this book and sending spies to various Western European countries to promote the contents of this book, Marin began to fully prepare for another thing, Albert's wedding. In fact, if it were placed in ancient China, Albert would definitely not meet the conditions for marriage at this time. Why? The third son Simon has not married yet. Albert, as the fourth son, can get ahead of the third son. In ancient China, the order of seniority was emphasized, and naturally the fourth son would not be allowed to marry before the third son. Unfortunately, according to old Hoffman's idea, Simon should marry a princess. So, old Hoffman asked people everywhere to be matchmakers, wanting to marry Simon a princess of a vassal state. However, the Hoffman family is a nouveau riche in the aristocratic world, and it rose too late. Therefore, many old aristocratic families actually don't look down on the Hoffman family. Even if they really want to marry the nouveau riche family of the Hoffman family, they will consider Marin himself. Unfortunately, Marin already has a wife. Simon's position is a bit embarrassing, because Simon does not have the title of prince. The reason for this is that Simon's father, old Hoffman, is not the king, so he naturally cannot give him the title of prince. And Marin is just Simon's brother, so naturally he can't give Simon the empty title of prince. For now, Simon and Albert are both baron titles, and only Adler is a viscount title. In other words, Simon's current identity is just a baron, and he has no right to inherit the duke or earl, let alone the title of old Count Hoffman. Even if he inherits it, it will be inherited by Adler. Therefore, Simon is, after all, a baron. It seems a bit unqualified to want to marry someone's princess. In addition, the Hoffman family is a nouveau riche family, which is looked down upon by many old nobles, making Simon's road to marrying a princess even more difficult. But Simon couldn't find a suitable partner for a while, and he couldn't let Albert drag it. Europe doesn't have the habit of waiting for the elder brother to get married before letting the younger brother get married. Since Albert's partner has been decided long ago, and Marin happened to bring Albert back this time, the Hoffman family simply decided to let Albert get married first. Albert's partner is naturally Miss Gust. After hearing that Albert was injured, Miss Gust insisted on going to America to visit her fiancé despite the danger, which touched everyone in the Hoffman family. Therefore, although the Gust family is not in the mainstream, the Hoffman family has no idea of regretting. Through communication, the wedding of Albert and Miss Gust is scheduled to be held on June 15. As for the members of the Gust family, they were also taken to the city of Auric. After all, according to etiquette, when getting married, Albert needs to take over Miss Gust from Baron Gust. Because he was not the king and the wedding was a bit hasty, Marin did not invite the princes to attend. However, he invited most of the nobles in the country to attend. Moreover, he invited his uncle Jules, who was far away in the Teutonic kingdom. Because his aunt was weak, Marin did not invite her, but only invited his uncle and cousin Peter, who were still quite strong. Marin had sent the invitation by spurring his horse and changing horses along the way. Uncle Jules and cousin Peter are both strong knights who can ride back on horseback. Moreover, Marin has now established a land post system from Auric to Königsberg, the capital of the Teutonic kingdom, on land. Through the mode of using inns as post stations, many horses for transfers were prepared along the way. If the two knights, Jules and Peter, take this road, they can quickly reach Auric within a few days by changing horses. Sure enough, before June 15, Uncle Jules and cousin Peter arrived in time. They did come through the in-post system, because they were all knights, and it was not difficult to travel. Peter is actually the same age as Albert, both are 23 years old. However, Peter's marriage is more troublesome. Because, although his uncle Jules is more valued by Grand Master Philip and has a high status in the Teutonic kingdom, the problem is that the Teutonic kingdom is a group of knights and lacks high-level nobles. There are some high-level nobles in the local area, but they don't get along with the Teutonic knights. Therefore, the marriage of cousin Peter also seems to be a bit neither high nor low. This time, Jules came back, actually wanting Marin to help matchmake and find a baron's daughter in the North Sea country for marriage. At least, the baron's daughter is better than the daughters of those wandering knights in the Teutonic kingdom. Albert's wedding was held grandly. In order to honor this younger brother, Marin even held the wedding ceremony and banquet in the palace, which made Albert very face-saving. Of course, the East still had to go to the mansion in the east of the city where old Hoffman lived. Otherwise, what would it be like to have a bridal chamber in his brother's house? After the wedding ceremony, Albert is a supporting role, so I won't describe the process in detail. Marin directly announced on behalf of the man's family the bride price that made the Gust family very excited, letting Baron Gust join Marin's government and serve as a local official. You know, the Gust family was originally kept as pigs in Las Vegas by Marin along with a group of old nobles, and basically had no chance of holding an official position. But now, Marin allowed Baron Gust to hold an important local position, which shows that the Gust family has risen again. After the wedding, Albert and his new wife were in love and didn't want to be apart for a while. But Marin had to step in and break up the couple. Because the New York colony was still waiting for Albert to manage it. In desperation, Albert had to board the ship to America just a few days after the wedding. However, this time Marin gave him a favor, he could take his wife with him. Chapter 827, The son is still missing. After Albert left, Marin's life returned to peace. However, his cousin Peter stayed. Uncle Jules's meaning was very simple, that is, to ask Marin to help introduce a baron's daughter. Now there are more than a dozen idle old baron families gathered in Las Vegas. Although they have no political prospects, their origins are there, and ordinary people dare not look down on them. Probably only the group of people that Marin currently uses dare to look down on those baron families who have lost power. But for Marin's uncle Jules, there is nothing to pick. After all, their family is not even a baron. Even if he is reused by Grand Master Philip, Jules' identity is still a Teutonic knight, which is not as high as the hereditary baron status. In fact, Jules originally wanted to bring his family to East Frisia to join Marin. However, Marin persuaded Uncle Jules to stay in the Teutonic kingdom. Why? Because Marin coveted the Teutonic knights. If his own uncle is well mixed in the Teutonic kingdom, then Marin can smoothly reach out to the Teutonic kingdom. The area of the Teutonic kingdom is not small, and the business is also very developed. Even now, Marin has a lot of business interests in the Teutonic kingdom. Although Grand Master Philip is an ally of his, he is an outsider after all. Therefore, it is appropriate to let Uncle Jules there to help look after his own interests. Even Marin has an idea in his mind, maybe in the future, he can let one of his sons or illegitimate children go to the Teutonic Kingdom, inherit the position of the Grand Master, and then secularize the Teutonic Kingdom. If so, it would be more meaningful for Uncle Jules to stay in the Teutonic Kingdom. But Jules thinks differently from Marin. Jules believes that although he is of great help to Marin in the Teutonic Kingdom, it is not good for the development of his own family. Because the Teutonic Knights are a knightly democratic country with a voting system. Moreover, the Knights of the Teutonic Kingdom are not hereditary. Therefore, he can accept that he will spend his whole life in the Teutonic Kingdom, but his son Peter has no future in the Teutonic Kingdom. Moreover, his wife Tana is in poor health now and can no longer give birth. Therefore, Jules is destined to have only one son, Peter. In fact, Marin once proposed to support Peter as the Grand Master of the Teutonic Knights in the future, but Jules refused. Why? Because the Grand Master of the Teutonic Knights cannot marry and have children. Even if a child is born, it is destined to be an illegitimate child. Jules, who only has Peter as his son, is not willing to let his son be a monk. Of course, Marin did not mention the secularization of Peter after supporting him to become the Grand Master of the Teutonic Knights in the future. After all, Peter is just his cousin, and it is too costly to secularize the Teutonic Kingdom. Marin does not have to pay such a high price for his cousin. Moreover, the Holy See has not been challenged by Protestantism. Even if Peter becomes the Grand Master, it is not so easy to secularize the Teutonic Kingdom. In the end, the uncle and nephew reached an agreement. Jules stayed in the Teutonic Kingdom for a lifetime for the benefit of Marin, including supporting Marin's son to become the new Grand Master in the future. And Peter, after returning this time, will not leave, stay in the North Sea Kingdom to develop, and Marin will be responsible for taking care of Peter. At least, give Peter the status and fiefdom of a hereditary knight. If Jules succeeds in making Marin's son the new Grand Master of the Teutonic Order, Peter will become a baron. After Jules returned to the Teutonic Kingdom, Marin also sent Peter to Las Vegas. Of course, he did not go there to enjoy himself, but to let Peter choose for himself. The dozens of baron families in Las Vegas are still quite chic. Not only do men have places to have fun, but even noble women have lively salons to participate in. Moreover, in some opera houses, men and women can go to the theater together. Therefore, when he arrived in Las Vegas, Peter had enough opportunities to contact those noble ladies. Moreover, Marin would arrange for his men to help him find out the details of those noble girls to prevent Peter from meeting women like Maron. As long as Peter likes which noble girl, as long as the other party has no engagement, Marin can personally help him propose marriage. Moreover, Marin believes that the family of the noble girl who is favored will never refuse the olive branch extended by Marin. Because, once they marry the Hoffman family, it means that they may be integrated into the circle of the ruling class of the North Sea Kingdom, thus picking out the forgotten quagmire of Las Vegas. After all, the precedent of the Gust family is there. Marin felt that he was insane, and his ambition was simply boundless. On the one hand, he wanted his illegitimate son Robert to run for the Pope. On the other hand, he planned to let another son become the Grand Master of the Teutonic Kingdom. But the premise of all this is that Marin must have a third son. There is still a lack of sons. So, Marin pulled his wife Angela and sister-in-law Felice into the bedroom that night and solemnly announced, "I want another son, whether it is legitimate or illegitimate." After the announcement, Marin pushed down the shy Angela and the wild Felice together. The next day, Marin rubbed his old waist and went to work in the front yard of the palace. Before going to work, Marin went to the royal kitchen and ordered, "Stew a bullwhip today." Obviously, Marin was a little weak last night. After all, Marin had not practiced any immortal skills, nor had he injected superhuman serum. Having sex with two women is certainly a good thing, but the kidneys can't stand it. Those stories about how many girls he can have sex with at night are all just exaggerated in novels. Moreover, the one who wrote about how many girls the male protagonist can have sex with at night may have kidney deficiency himself, and just wrote his YY into the novel. In his previous life, Marin had seen the photos of those online writers. They were either fat or weak. It was good enough to be able to deal with one woman, and there were more. So, the so-called number of girls who can have sex at night was all made up by writers with kidney deficiency. There are only cows that die of exhaustion, but no plowed land. Marin was a knight in this life. He was not lacking in exercise and was in good health. At least better than most young people in later generations. Even so, he had a sore waist after dealing with two women in one night, not to mention those weak scholars. Of course, there are indeed gifted people, but they are a minority after all. Marin remembered that there was such a video on the internet in his previous life. A female host asked a passing girl how long it was normal for a boy to have sex. As a result, the answers were different. Some said an hour, some said a few hours, some said a few minutes, and some said more than 10 minutes. Then, netizens pointed out that those who said a few minutes and more than 10 minutes were all experienced women. Those who said an hour or a few hours were obviously rookies who had never tried it. They may have read those pornographic articles and were deceived by those kidney-deficient authors, thinking that a man could last an hour or even several hours. But those kidney-deficient authors don't think about it. Normal people will be tired of sticking out their tongues even if they jog for an hour, let alone an hour of sex. So, normal people can only last for more than 10 or 20 minutes. Moreover, it is said that being able to last for 3 minutes is considered normal. Of course, those who took the blue pill are not mentioned, and they can indeed last for a long time. But they will be weak for several days afterwards, and they will hold their waists when they have nothing to do. The next day, Felice asked for another fight with great enthusiasm, but Marin hung up the card of exemption from battle. Nima, I just want a son, but I don't want to risk my life. So, let's take a break for 2 days. Of course, Marin drank bull whip soup continuously to replenish his kidneys. This also caused the bulls in the cow sheet to suffer. Fortunately, Marin now imports tens of thousands of cattle from the Crimean Khanate every year. Even if the whips of a few bulls are cut off, it will not affect anything. Chapter 828 Recklinghausen. In the past 2 days, the Imperial Parliament has also issued a notice. On July 30th, the Imperial Parliament will be convened again in Worms. Although it is a regular meeting, this time it has become a battlefield where the princes forced Marin and Maximilian I to draw a clear line. Although Marin was very happy in his heart, on the surface, he still had to show his grievances. For example, Marin wrote a private letter to Maximilian I, expressing his grievances. Boss, it's not that my brother doesn't want to help, it's that my brother has been threatened. Maximilian I was also furious when he received Marin's letter. You know, he really wanted to unify Germany with the help of Marin's North Sea army. In fact, because of the unfavorable war situation in Switzerland recently, he planned to borrow troops from Marin. However, the princes of the Imperial Parliament directly blocked this loophole. How could he not be angry? Fortunately, this time, Marin eliminated the Duchy of Guedes, a huge threat to the Habsburg family's Netherlands, by borrowing a knife to kill someone, which allowed the Habsburg family to concentrate its forces in Switzerland and fight the French. Otherwise, if Guedes stabbed him in the Netherlands when fighting with the French, it would be a lot of fun. In addition, after Marin came back, he took the opportunity of Albert's wedding to release Schwartz from prison. However, in order to shut up the princes, Marin finally announced the punishment of Schwartz revoking all military positions, reducing his fiefdom by half, but retaining the title of Viscount. In addition, Schwartz himself will follow Marin as an ordinary guard. In fact, everyone with a discerning eye knows that Schwartz took the blame for Marin. After all, only Marin has the right to mobilize troops in the North Sea. But Marin insisted that this was Schwartz's unauthorized action, and no one else could do anything about it. The most important thing is that Schwartz did not send troops in the name of the North Sea Kingdom this time, but in the name of the Blackwater Mercenary Company established by Marin. He was originally a mercenary. Is there anything wrong with accepting employment from others? There is nothing wrong with it. Therefore, it is really difficult for outsiders to say anything about Marin's treatment of Schwartz. The North Sea Kingdom knows this very well. Therefore, although Schwartz was demoted to a guard, everyone still respected him as Marshalsheer. Because everyone understands that when the limelight passes, Marshalsheer will still resume his high position. Because there is still some time before the regular meeting of the Imperial Parliament, Marin decided to do something. Spreading out the map, Marin suddenly found that although he got the Mark Kingdom, he only got part of the Ruhr area, which was far from his previous goal. The Ruhr industrial zone in later generations is actually not just the area between the Ruhr River and the Lippe River. It also includes parts of the west bank of the Rhine, as well as Duisburg and other places on the south bank of the Ruhr River and the east bank of the Rhine River, and parts of the north bank of the Lippe River. In total, the Ruhr industrial zone covers an area of 4,593 square kilometers. However, when it comes to coal mining areas, they are mainly located between the Ruhr River and the Lippe River. As for the west bank of the Rhine River and near Duisburg, there are indeed some coal mines. However, that only accounts for a small part. The area on the north bank of the Lippe River is currently divided into two parts. One part belongs to the South Munster area of Marin, the other part belongs to the Recklinghausen area. Marin doesn't have to think about the west bank of the Rhine River. That's the part of the Archbishop of Cologne and the territory of the Principality of Clever. These two countries are not something Marin can move. Moreover, the coal resources on the west bank of the Rhine River only account for a small part of the Ruhr area. Therefore, there is no need to turn against the two countries for such a small amount of resources. However, Marin is determined to get the land between the Ruhr River and the Lippe River. Although the Mark state has an area of about 3,000 square kilometers, only about half of the land is between the Ruhr River and the Lippe River. The other half of the territory is mainly located in the area south of the Ruhr River. Note, regarding the situation map at that time, Lao Nyo will put the map in Baidu's bar and mark it so that everyone can have an intuitive impression. In other words, even if some areas west of the Rhine River, the area near Duisburg and the area north of the Lippe River are left out, the area occupied by the Mark state between the Ruhr River and the Lippe River is only about half of the local area. The area east of Soest is not mentioned because there are no coal mines. This is something that Marin cannot tolerate. He took the huge risk of being beaten up by all the German princes, not just for half of the land in the two rivers of the Ruhr area, but for all of it. Therefore, Marin decided to get all the land between the Ruhr River and the Lippe River. But the problem is that the ownership of the land between the Ruhr River and the Lippe River is very complicated. In addition to the Mark, which accounts for about half of the country, there is also the Duchy of Westphalia, which belongs to the Archbishopric of Cologne in the east, and the part near the Rhine in the west belongs to the Duchy of Kleve. In addition, there is the Recklinghausen area in the north, as well as the two imperial cities of Dortmund and Essen and the areas near the two cities. Of course, there is also a small enclave of the Duchy of Berg that goes deep into the north of the Ruhr River. The Duchy of Westphalia in the east, which belongs to the Archbishopric of Cologne, is not mentioned, because there are very few coal mines there. In addition, the Archbishop of Cologne is one of the 7 electors, so Marin has no need to turn against the Archbishop of Cologne for the pitiful coal resources. As for the two imperial cities of Dortmund and Essen, Marin also intends to annex them. However, annexing the imperial cities is not to give the emperor face. Because the imperial cities are cities authorized by the emperor, seizing these two cities is equivalent to slapping Maximilian I in the face. Moreover, Marin is now a political ally with those Hanseatic cities and most of the imperial cities. It is despised to attack members of political alliances. Therefore, even if Marin covets the two cities of Dortmund and Essen, he has to stop for the time being. But Marin knows that he will definitely have a chance in the future. Because, he remembers that in the religious wars, Dortmund and Essen were all Protestant cities. At that time, as long as Marin stands on the side of Catholicism, he can annex the two cities openly. Therefore, Marin is not in a hurry for these two cities. Then, the only things left are the east bank of the Rhine River in the Principality of Kleve, Recklinghausen, and a small enclave north of the Ruhr River in the Principality of Berg. The Principality of Kleve is an ally, and Marin finds it a bit tricky. The Principality of Berg is also an ally of the Principality of Kleve, and it is not easy to start. Then, only the Recklinghausen area in the north can be started. Speaking of the Recklinghausen area, it is really a bit strange. This piece of land is several hundred square kilometers. Moreover, it also includes part of the area north of the Lippe River. The peculiarity of this land is that it was originally the territory of the Archbishopric of Cologne. However, it was mortgaged by the Archbishopric of Cologne to the Lord of Gama and Count of Limburg. The story began several decades ago in the Principality of Kleve. The protagonist was the grandfather of the Duke of Kleve, Adolf I. Adolf I inherited the titles of the Duke of Kleve and Count of Mark, but Adolf I's younger brother Gerhard was dissatisfied. Gerhard believed that the benefits could not be taken by Adolf I alone. For example, the earldom of Mark could be handed over to him, so that everyone could have meat to eat. But the European tradition is that the eldest son takes all, and Adolf I refused to give in. So Gerhard raised an army and occupied most of the earldom of Mark. Moreover, Gerhard was not without a backer. His backer was the Archbishopric of Cologne. Then, Adolf I and the Gerhard brothers started a fierce battle for the ownership of the counties of Mark. Even with the support of Archbishop Dietrich II of Cologne, Gerhard besieged Duisburg, the most prosperous city on the south bank of the Ruhr River in the Principality of Kleve. Of course, the siege failed in the end. With the help of allies such as the Principality of Jülich, Duke Adolf I of Kleve withstood the attacks of the Archbishopric of Cologne and his brother Gerhard. Of course, he was unable to get rid of his brother who occupied the earldom of Mark. It was not until his son John I succeeded to the throne that he took back the earldom of Mark. However, although he failed to get rid of his brother, he dragged the Archbishopric of Cologne into bankruptcy. In order to support Gerhard, the Archbishopric of Cologne also went into battle barehanded and sent out a large army to help. But in the end, because he failed to get the desired result, the Archbishopric of Cologne went bankrupt. In the end, in desperation, Archbishop Dietrich II of Cologne mortgaged the Recklinghausen area, which originally belonged to the Archbishopric of Cologne, to the wealthy Lord of Gama and Count of Limburg, William I in 1445. At that time, the price was 100,000 gold coins, but now, if it is redeemed, the Archbishop of Cologne needs to pay more than 200,000 gold coins. In fact, it is not that the Archbishop of Cologne cannot come up with 200,000 gold coins. It is that the bishops of the Archbishop of Cologne are unwilling to pay. The Recklinghausen area is not a rich area. There are local coal resources, but agriculture is underdeveloped. In this era when coal is insignificant and agriculture is very important, the Recklinghausen area is like a piece of chicken ribs, tasteless to eat, but a pity to abandon. Moreover, if the Archbishop of Cologne has money, it must have been divided up by the Archbishop of Cologne and the senior bishops. These bishops originally spent money to run for their positions. There is a chance to recoup the cost and even make more money. Why don't they reach out? As for redeeming Recklinghausen, it's not theirs to mortgage, so what does it have to do with them? In this way, the land of several hundred square kilometers in the Recklinghausen area was left in the open without a clear answer. Ironically, such a large piece of land is much larger than the Gomen County and the Limburg County combined. In short, the lords of Gomen and Limburg made a lot of money. It was not until around 1576 that the Archbishopric of Cologne took advantage of the religious war to take back the land by force without giving Gomen and Limburg any economic compensation. The property rights of this land are not clear at present, but because of this, Marin feels that he will have the opportunity to buy it. If the property rights are clear, it would be difficult for him to make a move. After all, whether the Recklinghausen area clearly belongs to the Archbishopric of Cologne or Gomen and Limburg, it is not easy for him to make a move. At present, the ownership of the Recklinghausen area is unclear, and Marin decides to use all means to try to take down this piece of land. Chapter 829, Forced Purchase of Recklinghausen. The land area of the Recklinghausen area is about 600 to 700 square kilometers, which is very important in the Ruhr area. Moreover, this piece of land has cut off the connection between the Mark state west of Dortmund and the South Munster area. If Recklinghausen is taken, the western section of the Ruhr River area of the Mark state and the South Munster area can be connected to facilitate Marin's rule. Of course, more importantly, there are still many coal fields. Although the coal reserves in the Recklinghausen area are small and it is not an important coal-producing area. However, its land area is large. If it is not included in the territory, it will seriously affect the continuity of the area between the Ruhr River and the Lippe River in the Ruhr area. Most importantly, it will affect the transportation of coal. According to Marin's estimate, in the future, the coal in the northern part of the Ruhr area will definitely be transported directly to the Lippe River, directly through the Munster Canal into the EMS River, and then to Emden. However, the coal in the southern part of the Ruhr area, such as the coal in Bochum, Marin's hometown, needs to go through the Ruhr River and then enter the Rhine River. Enter the Lippe River again and arrive at the Munster Canal. The Recklinghausen area is located in the lower reaches of the Lippe River and controls the areas on both sides of the lower reaches of the Lippe River. If you want to transport coal from the Ruhr River to the Munster Canal from the Rhine River, you must go through the Recklinghausen area. If the other party sets up a checkpoint to collect taxes, that would be disgusting. Therefore, for the sake of the economic strategy of one country, one chessboard, Marin must solve the hidden danger in the Recklinghausen area. Moreover, the unclear property rights in the Recklinghausen area also gave Marin the opportunity to intervene and seize. Of course, it is precisely because of this unclear property rights that it is more difficult for Marin to obtain the Recklinghausen area. How to say it, it stands to reason that the property rights of this land should belong to the Archbishopric of Cologne. However, the Archbishopric of Cologne owes money to Gomen and Schaumburg, and it is a big sum of money. The Archbishopric of Cologne is not unable to pay, but does not want to pay. So, things have to be delayed. So, Gomen and Schaumburg continue to control the Recklinghausen area of Lyko. Marin initially wanted to obtain Recklinghausen by purchasing it. For example, give Gomen and Schaumburg money to buy this piece of land. But it doesn't make sense. Why? In the final analysis, the property rights of this piece of land are still in the hands of the Archbishopric of Cologne, but Cologne has always refused to pay to redeem it. However, if Marin wants to buy this piece of land, it will be different. Originally, Cologne was still dragging it out, but seeing Marin's intervention, maybe he would suddenly figure it out and be willing to pay to redeem Recklinghausen. Therefore, if you want to get the Recklinghausen area, the Archbishopric of Cologne is a hurdle that cannot be avoided. How to deal with the monks of the Archbishopric of Cologne? Marin thought of spending money. So, Marin sent a lobbying group represented by Kohler to Bonn, the seat of the Archbishop of Cologne, to lobby Archbishop Hermann IV of Cologne and the senior bishops of the Archbishopric of Cologne, hoping that they would agree to Marin's purchase of the Recklinghausen area. After all, for now, the owner of the Recklinghausen area is still the Archbishopric of Cologne. And Gomen and Schaumburg can actually only be regarded as tenants who have paid rent. As long as the landlord of the Archbishopric of Cologne is negotiated with and the property rights of the House of Recklinghausen are bought, then it can be taken over. As for the weak Gomen and Schaumburg, who cares about their opinions? Weak countries have no say. Anyway, Marin will help pay off the debts owed by the Archbishopric of Cologne. I'm curious why His Excellency Marin wants to buy Recklinghausen. Hermann IV did not understand Marin's approach. Kohler thought about it, and according to Marin's instructions, he told Hermann for the theory that, if you don't return to your hometown when you are rich, it's like walking in the night in brocade clothes, who knows it, indicating that Marin had such an intention to seek the Mark. However, when the Ruhr River basin of the Mark was conducting trade with the Aurich area, although there was the Munster Canal in the South Munster area, it still had to pass through the Rhine River area and enter the Lippe River. The Rhine section is easy to solve, after all, the Principality of Clever is an ally of the North Sea. But Recklinghausen controls Gomen and Schaumburg, and if they suddenly block the river to collect tolls, Marin will be helpless. Therefore, Marin decided to solve the problem roughly directly take over the Recklinghausen area. Hermann IV was a little dumbfounded. This is also possible. Just because you are afraid of being charged tolls, you want to acquire it at a disagreement. Although it sounds nonsense, Archbishop Hermann IV of Cologne decided to believe Kohler's words. Because Kohler secretly gave him 20,000 gold coins. However, the bishop's state is not decided by the archbishop alone. Those senior bishops, like senior members of parliamentary countries, also have a say. So, even if Hermann IV agrees, those senior bishops must agree. Then, Kohler began lobbying. Of course, after each lobbying, he would give gifts, thousands of gold coins. So, several senior bishops also fell. Then, Hermann IV and several senior bishops convened a clergy meeting to vote on this issue. But the problem lies here. There are hundreds of participants in the clergy meeting, all of whom are middle and senior clergy, and many of them are abbots. Those abbots, although their ranks are not high, have a broad vision. If you give a few hundred gold coins, the other party may not be interested. But if you give a few thousand gold coins, there are hundreds of people present, and the cost is hundreds of thousands. This is quite uneconomical. Many abbots are also equivalent to small princes. They may not intend to take back the Recklinghausen area. However, they were unwilling to sell the sovereignty of this land. Even if Hermann IV and several senior bishops agreed, most of them disagreed. So, things came to a stalemate. How could this happen? Hermann IV began to sweat on his forehead. In the past, Hermann IV accepted Marin's money and expressed his support for Marin, and he didn't see the abbots under his command object. This time. Actually, it's no wonder. After all, Hermann IV supported Marin in the imperial parliament before, which was a diplomatic matter, and the abbots in the country generally didn't care much about it. Even if the bishopric of Munster was given to Marin, it was not the business of the archbishopric of Cologne. After all, the bishopric of Munster was only under the jurisdiction of the Archbishop of Cologne, not those abbots. In the final analysis, the bishopric of Munster was only a vassal state of the Archbishopric of Cologne, not the territory of the Archbishopric of Cologne. But Recklinghausen was different. It was originally the territory of the Archbishopric of Cologne, and those abbots had a say. Although they may not have any interests there, it is still very embarrassing for them to see the Archbishopric of Cologne selling out its territorial sovereignty. You know, the Archbishopric of Cologne is one of the 7 electoral states and a big boss in Germany. It is very embarrassing to lose sovereignty for no reason. For a time, the meeting was deadlocked. Kohler felt that the problem was difficult, so he sent someone to return to Aurich as soon as possible to ask Marin what to do. Marin thought about it and decided to use a compromise method, that is, to give up the management rights of religious affairs in Recklinghausen and recognize the nominal ownership of Recklinghausen by the Archbishopric of Cologne. However, civil power and land property rights, especially mineral ownership, must belong to him. Of course, he will also pay an additional 100,000 gold coins to the Archbishopric of Cologne. At the same time, Marin also secretly ordered to give a bag of silver coins to each of the 300 low-level clergy members of the Archbishopric of Cologne. These silver coins are worth 100 gold coins. But the weight of the Pfennig silver coin itself is less than half of the gold coin, and the silver content is less than half. Therefore, the 100 gold coins that could only fit into a small bag, after being exchanged for Pfennig silver coins, actually had more than 2,000 pieces, a large bag, which looked very visually impactful. Seeing that Marin made concessions, no longer sought ownership, and even gave up the right to manage religious affairs, these abbots stopped talking. You know, in general sovereign principalities, although the appointment of bishops is decided by the church, the princes themselves also have a lot of advisory power. Even, they can veto the church's candidates. Marin gave up the right to manage religious affairs, which was equivalent to giving up half of his sovereignty in this era when religious power was no less than ruling power. Therefore, the meeting of senior clergy of the Archbishopric of Cologne passed a motion to agree to Marin's purchase of the secular rights of the Recklinghausen area. After getting this agreed proposal, Marin immediately sent an envoy to Recklinghausen, and proposed to the lords of Goma and Schaumburg to purchase the secular governance of Recklinghausen with 200,000 gold coins, and showed the meeting decision of the Archbishop of Cologne. In fact, Marin did not discuss with the lords of Goma and Schaumburg, but came to issue an ultimatum. Moreover, he was not afraid of causing trouble this time. The landlord of the Archbishop of Cologne agreed, and you, a small tenant of Goma and Schaumburg, what can you do even if you disagree? Marin came according to legal procedures and was not afraid of causing trouble. Moreover, Marin was not worried about Goma and Schaumburg exploding. Because, when it comes to fighting, who has the North Sea Kingdom been afraid of? What's more, this time the North Sea Kingdom is in the right. While Marin sent envoys to discuss the forced purchase of the Recklinghausen area with the lords of Goma and Schaumburg, Marin also sent 10,000 troops to the south with great fanfare. They said they were taking over the county of Mark, but in fact they went straight to the Recklinghausen area and threatened the other side with force. The territory of Goma and the county of Schaumburg together is only more than 600 square kilometers, with a population of more than 10,000. Including the 30,000 residents in the Recklinghausen area, the total population does not exceed 50,000. It is scary to be able to gather 3,000 or 4,000 militiamen, not to mention the combat effectiveness. Faced with the dual threats of Marin diplomacy and military, they have no power to resist. There was a mistake in the previous chapter. It was not Goma and Limburg, but Goma and the county of Schaumburg. Limburg only obtained the Goma county from Schaumburg in the 17th century. In the early 16th century, Schaumburg should have controlled Recklinghausen. Lao Nyo will have to correct the mistakes in the previous chapter later. Chapter 8:30 Essen and Mulheim. Marin's strength is obviously overwhelming when bullying a lord of Goma and Count of Schaumburg. However, there are also some political risks. For example, it will give some princes who are hostile to Marin an excuse to take action. Therefore, while bullying Goma and Schaumburg, Marin must also be prepared to fight. Of course, it is not a real war with others, but a tough attitude. Although Marin did not have any loopholes this time, he has obtained authorization from the Archbishop of Cologne, the landlord of Recklinghausen. However, in order to prevent complications, Marin still has to make some other preparations. For example, it is necessary to put on a posture of being ready to deal with the invasion of the prince's coalition forces at any time, saying, "I am not afraid of you." Therefore, while putting pressure on Goma and Schaumburg, Marin also publicly recruited strong men from all over the country to vigorously repair several major cities such as Aurich, Emden, Groningen, Oldenburg, and Schleswig City, making a posture ready to fight to the death. At the same time, Marin also showed the 20,000 militiamen he had secretly recruited. Together with the country's existing more than 20,000 regular troops, the size of the North Sea Army has reached a terrifying level. The size of the army of more than 40,000 people is enough to fight against any state in Germany, and there is a certainty of victory. Even if facing the coalition of princes, there may be problems with the attack, but it is possible to hold on to important cities. After all, there are only a few dozen of the 200 or 300 princes in Germany who can really trigger a large-scale army. Moreover, some of them are from the Habsburg family. Then, the remaining princes can theoretically trigger more than 200,000 troops. However, this is only in theory. Because these countries also have to leave troops to protect themselves, it is impossible to send all the troops to fight Marin. So, with this calculation, the coalition of princes will dispatch at most more than 100,000 people. So many people do look scary, but considering the combat effectiveness, they may not be stronger than Marin's more than 40,000 people. The most important thing is that if Marin chooses to defend the city, it will offset the opponent's numerical advantage. Coupled with the difference in combat effectiveness, the coalition of princes may not be able to capture the North Sea Kingdom. Moreover, the coalition of princes may not be united. The princes obviously have their own little calculations, and they will not be stupid enough to send their own troops to fight Marin. A very obvious example is the 18 princes in the Three Kingdoms period to attack Dongjua. Obviously, the overall strength of the coalition is stronger, but because everyone has their own thoughts, Dongjua's troops retreated safely. As long as Marin takes a tough stance, the other party will definitely have some concerns. Moreover, compared with the alliance between the North Sea Kingdom and the Habsburg family, the interests of the small princes of Gomen and Schaumburg are obviously not very important. Therefore, Marin publicly announced the conscription of strong men to repair several major cities and practiced defending the city. In fact, it was just a political fraud, not really turning against the princes. After all, obtaining the Ruhr area is too important for Marin. If the core area of the Ruhr area can be obtained, it is worth it even if there are some risks. In order to let the princes of various countries know Marin's attitude as soon as possible before the imperial conference, Marin directly sent a large number of men to various important cities in Germany to purchase saltpeter or finished gunpowder for the configuration of gunpowder. At the same time, these people will also convey a message to people the North Sea Kingdom is ready to hold on for a long time. In this way, those princes who will attend the meeting will also know Marin's attitude as soon as possible. Although Recklinghausen is not small in area, it is only a part of the area between the Ruhr River and the Lippe River after all. In addition to the land between the two rivers of the Mark state obtained by Marin and Recklinghausen, there are also two imperial cities, Dortmund and Essen, as well as the east of the river in the Principality of Kleve and an enclave north of the Ruhr River in the Principality of Berg. Therefore, if Marin wants to occupy most of the coal-producing areas in the Ruhr area, he also needs to take the east of the river in the Principality of Kleve and the enclave north of the Ruhr River in the Principality of Berg. There are also two imperial cities, Dortmund and Essen. However, Marin had planned to seize the two imperial cities of Dortmund and Essen during the religious wars. Therefore, what Marin has to do now is to take over the land east of the Rhine in the Principality of Kleve and the enclave north of the Ruhr in the Principality of Berg. The land of the Principality of Kleve east of the Rhine, south of the Lippe River, and north of the Ruhr is about 400 to 500 square kilometers, only slightly smaller than Recklinghausen. It is an important agricultural area in the Principality of Kleve. After all, the land in the three-way sandwich is extremely fertile. It is quite difficult to want Duke John II of Kleve to give up this land. The enclave north of the Ruhr in the Principality of Berg is less than 100 square kilometers. On this land, there is only one important town, Mulheim on the Ruhr River. At present, Mulheim is not even a city, but only a prosperous market town. Therefore, Marin has enough confidence to take down the land of Mulheim. Moreover, this is also in line with the principle of starting with the easy and then the difficult. To this end, Marin sent representatives to the city of Jülich to find William IV, Duke of Jülichburg, to discuss the purchase of the town of Mulheim. However, because he spent too much money, Marin now has little cash in his hands. After all, in this era, Europe lacks precious metals such as gold and silver, otherwise, it will not engage in great voyages. Therefore, Marin hopes that this acquisition can be paid for with grain. William IV initially rejected Marin's acquisition because he thought it was good to keep the status quo. He is not ambitious because he has no male heirs. As early as 1496, William IV had formed an alliance with John II, Duke of Kleve. The two sides agreed that John, the 6-year-old son of John II, Duke of Kleve, and Maria of Jülichburg, the 5-year-old daughter of William IV, would enter into a marriage contract. When the two little kids get married at the right age, the four major principalities controlled by both sides will merge. The reason for this is that William IV fell off his horse and was injured in 1496, and his testicles were damaged, so he could no longer produce offspring. Therefore, William IV could only accept the fate of having no male heirs, and early on he entered into a marriage contract with John II, Duke of Kleve. From then on, William IV's life had no hope. He lived in wine and food every day, and no longer sought any imperial hegemony. Because he had no male heirs anyway. Even if he gained more territory, what would it matter? Isn't it cheap for the Lamarck family? Therefore, the current William IV has no desires and does not care about any interests. Even if Marin offered a high price, he didn't care much. When he heard the messenger's return, Marin was a little speechless and felt very tricky. In this world, people are not afraid of having ideas and desires, but they are afraid that the person has no ideas at all. The ancient said that if you have no desires, you will be strong. Facing William IV, who has no desires, Marin was a little blind. Facing a person who doesn't want any benefits, what can you do? But the geographical location of Mulheim is very important. It controls the lower reaches of the Ruhr River and is a must-pass place to enter the Rhine waterway. Moreover, it is right next to the imperial city of Essen. The city of Essen is very famous in later generations of Germany. Because it is the location of the world-renowned Krupp arsenal. The Krupp cannon is a super famous thing in China. That thing was basically regarded as a sacred weapon by the Qing dynasty. Of course, the Krupp cannon is really awesome, at least the Germans used Krupp cannons to beat the French to a pulp. Before World War I and World War II, including the German Empire, Essen has always been the military manufacturing center of Germany. Moreover, unlike Mauser, which specializes in the production of rifles, Krupp has a large-scale and technologically advanced steel plant as support. Even the German Navy uses Krupp armor made of Krupp steel. It can be said that the First and Second World Wars provoked by the Germans would have been difficult to fight without the support of Essen's strong military production capacity. Marin naturally coveted Essen, a world-class arms center in later generations. Moreover, Essen did not become a military manufacturing center in later generations. According to historical records, Essen became a famous military manufacturing center in Germany in the 16th century. Now is exactly the 16th century, and it is also the time period when Essen moved towards the military manufacturing industry. And according to the report of intelligence personnel, Essen has opened the curtain of firearms manufacturing. It is said that the Essen City Hall has issued a decree to support the firearms manufacturing industry and recruit musket manufacturing craftsmen and cannon casting craftsmen from all over Germany. It is said that there are already 6 blacksmiths that make matchlock guns and 1 blacksmith that casts Fran cannons in Essen, and the number is still increasing. In this way, the prototype of the German arms manufacturing center has emerged, and Marin has no reason to let Essen go. And the geographical location of the town of Mulheim is very coincidental. It is located in the southwest of Essen and is the only way for Essen to reach the Ruhr River. In this era, muskets may be transported by land. But for artillery, if you want to transport them on a large scale, water transportation is the best choice. Therefore, by controlling Mulheim and adding the original territory of the Mark state, Marin will block Essen's way of communicating with the outside world using the Ruhr River. If Recklinghausen is included, and the land east of the Rhine River is obtained from the Principality of Kleve, Marin's territory can surround Essen. At that time, Marin only needs to set up a checkpoint to block the road connecting Essen with the outside world. If Essen resists, it will be even better. Just send troops to occupy it. Of course, it is not that troublesome. If Essen stood on the Protestant side in the religious war, then it goes without saying that they would just stand on the Catholic side and destroy Essen in the name of defending the religion. But if history deviates and Essen does not join Protestantism, the only way is to use the territory surrounding Essen, set up checkpoints to hinder the outflow of Essen's goods, and force it to turn against them. Mulheim is not only the southwest land gateway of Essen, but also controls the waterway of the lower reaches of the Ruhr River, which can lock Essen. Therefore, Marin must take down the Mulheim area no matter what. However, William IV is now undemanding, and Marin doesn't know what to do with him.